an outlet. Now we have a pump that will pump the water and pass it through the smaller pipe back into the biofilter.
All right.
Yes, that is if you are pumping to the biofilter.
Right.
And the pipes you see, the big pipe, this one, it's from the fish. Now this is the outlet.
The outlet.
Yes, the outlet comes into the sump. Right. Then we have two pipes that have joined to the big pipe now from the aqua section.
Yeah, so
aquaculture section. Yeah, these two pipes. Okay. This one to feed now the basin in the hydroponics area. Okay. So if I open here, this valve, I just open it, and the water will stop going into the sump. It will start now flowing into the basins, into the hydroponic system. Yeah. Now this water, and I only do it in the mornings or late in the evening when temperatures are low. Okay. Yes.
And this other one?
The same. This one takes it into, this one goes into the lower structure, the lower shade net. Okay. This one is in the upper here, right here. You can see it just here. So you just open and the water, you see, it's flowing. Yes.
Pipes over here, so which is which?
So this is an oxygenator.
Yes.
Yes, it's for oxygen.
Okay.
Yeah, we have channeled it into our greenhouse. Sometimes we need to aerate our crops. Maybe if they stay long and the temperature is too high. It's also a way of regulating temperatures, making sure that you lose excess heat in the water and keeping it at required temperature. That is if I see it, the graphs are maybe going high because of higher temperatures. So that's when you open now the aerator. It will, kind of fan water to lose excess heat.
All right.
Yeah, to regulate the temperatures.
Then the sludge comes.
So this is air. This is air.
Okay.
Then this is sludge now.
So
they're going down.
Here, it goes to the ground and the pipe.
Yes, into our test greenhouse. This is a test greenhouse. I put it up to see if we can produce organic tomato.
Right.
Yeah, people all over the world believe you cannot do organic tomato.
Yes.
Here I've not put a single chemical.
Let's see. Let's put it to a test now. And
the fertilizer here, it's fish sludge.
Okay.
Fish sludge and rabbit urine. We also have rabbit that we collect the urine.
Okay.
So the urine is both a pesticide and a fertilizer, foliar feed.
Yes.
So if you spray the rabbit urine, you dilute it properly, and you spray it on your crops, it will be foliar feed and a pesticide as well.
Okay.
Yes.
So let's see.
So that's what we are doing here. We are trying to do. We have harvested. We have sold. They are very sweet. I can't stop eating them. Very healthy.
It comes
here. Yeah, it comes in direct through the pipe. Okay. And now I've channeled it in drip lines. Just normal drip lines, only that I made the perforation, or rather the holes, slightly bigger.
Okay.
Yeah, because the sludge is thicker than water. So it comes and it's
look very healthy.
Yeah, they are. Yes. They are. This is rabbit urine and fish sludge. That's all I'm using in here. Wow. No single chemical. So they are organic and very sweet. You can just pick and eat. You don't even need to wash. There's no chemicals in. Yeah, rabbit urine is medicinal, so you don't have to worry about it. You can see.
Like this one.
Yes, this is our tomato. Very organic. Yeah, we harvested. We've been selling. People come for them all the time. So we just sold a few last evening. You can see. We have cherry. I was also trying to do a cherry here. You see, we have them.
So different.
They are very nice. Maybe if you talk to me nicely, I can give you one of these. Just one.
Just one?
Yes, just one. They are too sweet. I can't give you all of them.
Okay, so you said you can eat. Do I put took you to task
Yeah,
that?
it is.
Okay.
It is. It's
Let me
they're nice. You
if
just
I go to hospital.
yes, you come back for you come back to me. Yes, yeah. You see,
very sweet.
yeah. I mean, so that you don't say
Yes,
that
I don't
guy.
say that. Yeah.
That guy gave me something and I don't know what it was. It's a tomato. And you see, I'm not lying. It's very sweet.
Very sweet.
Yeah. Oh, this is now good breakfast.
So now this one, no chemical has gone in here.
No chemical. Only rabbit urine and fish sludge. Like I said, you can see the drip lines. We just open it.
Yeah.
The sludge just come direct to the roots.
To the roots.
And it's very. You can see they're very green. The sludge, like I said, ammonia is very rich in nitrogen. Ammonia is basically nitrogen. A lot of nitrogen with a little of hydrogen in it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now the plants will find a way of utilizing the ammonia, the nitrogen in ammonia. It will be first converted into nitrates and nitrates, then they'll be utilized. Yes. Now this is there's no supplement that has been done yet since transplanting. Okay. This crop has been established without a single chemical, inorganic chemical. Yes. And so this was
pests, no diseases, nothing.
pests. Of course, you will always have them. The white flies. We control using rabbit urine.
Okay.
If there is any, right now we don't have much. Yeah, but if I see any, I just come with rabbit urine, spray using a knapsack.
Yeah.
They all die.
Okay.
Yeah.
Wow.
So that's what you're doing here.
This is really nice. Yeah. So and then now from here, now you've tested.
This was experimental. Yeah, it was experimental. That's why you see the structure is not very big and it's kind of makeshift.
Yes.
Now I'm putting up another greenhouse, a bigger one. Now I'm going massive, and I want to do cherry.
Oh.
Yes, I want to do cherry tomato.
Okay.
Yeah, using this system.
Because you've tested, now it's working.
Yeah.
Okay.
I've not bought anything so far in here, just the seed. Yes. So from here, maybe I will take you to our hydroponic system. Now where we're doing our lettuce. We are doing different varieties of lettuce and any other salad crop. We are going to do all of them.
All right.
Yes.
Yeah.
This is a shade net where now we are doing hydroponic lettuce. Yeah, shade net is a specific structure. It's a perfect ecosystem, or rather microclimate for lettuce. That's why now I use a shade net and not a greenhouse. There's a very big difference between a shade net and a greenhouse.
What exactly?
It's in terms of solar intensity.
Yeah.
Yes, it's different in here.
Yes.
A greenhouse will trap solar radiation such that it raises the heat inside, while this one will absorb. Yeah, this one will absorb, and as well it has perforation, so some of them will escape. So there is none that is trapped, and most of them, especially the infrared, are absorbed. Okay. So you'll realize when you get in here, when it's so hot, when you get in here, it's cooler than outside. Temperatures are always cooler in the shade net. Yeah, than even outside. So it's always cooler than even room temperature.
So if it rains, the rain will just...
Yeah, if it rains, this material is very tough. You cannot even tie it. It's very tough. So rain, no matter the intensity, it has no problem on our crops. It will come in form of, like sprays, little sprays. In fact, it will wash, in case there is any dust, because dust also comes in. This being a desert, of course, we have windstorms. So when there is some light showers or heavy showers, it will wash the dirt. Yes, so we have no problem there.
Yeah, show me around.
Okay.
So you were saying about the shade net?
Yeah, it's a shade net. I preferred using the shade net instead of a greenhouse. There are many advantages that come with the shade net. Temperature regulation in here, you can feel it's cooler than even out there. Actually, it's cooler out there by far. When out there temperatures are room temperature maybe 24, 25 degrees, in here you can get it up to 18, 19 degrees in here. That's different. The moment you get in here, you get. If you check my scale, that's the average temperature. It's about 20 degrees for the greenhouse. No matter how the temperatures get hot out there. So these are newly planted. They're about 2 weeks old. This is a variety we call it Ronali. Ronali green. People like it. It's very nice. This is we just finished harvesting, so we are making it ready for planting. Yeah. So the shade net has many advantages. Like I said, this place is semi-arid. area, it has a lot of dust.
Yeah.
So you will get dust occasionally settling on our veggies. So when it rains, it lets the water in. It will wash the dust away. Yeah, then you get your veggies clean. Then another advantage is, of course, this is a semi-arid area. We have water scarcity. You know, water is a scarce resource here. So when it rains and this net, you know, allows water to flow in, rainwater. It's an advantage to us. We can collect that water.
Yeah.
And you know, rainwater is much better than, you know, tap water, because
water, yes.
rainwater is soft water. It has very little chemical.
Yes.
Its pH is perfect.
Yes.
Actually, rainwater is the best for crops. So this is an advantage to us. We will be able to have that water, although not much, but at least
You have it, even if
it comes and it will dilute what we have here. At least now it improves the quality. So that's the advantage of this material.
Okay, so now we're talking from the
Yes.
fish from there.
Yeah, this is the aqua. You can call it aqua section. Yeah, you can call it aqua section.
So then the water from there now comes to your crops.
Yes.
here.
Now from the aquaculture area,
Yes.
those two pipes, yeah, will drain water into these basins. These are just basins, constructed basin using, you know, this is a dam liner, just a normal dam liner.
Yeah.
These are basin, we just reinforce them using different materials.
Yes.
Yeah, to create a basin. Then we put an inorganic material on top, the styrofoam. We use it because it's durable. It's durable and it's light, and it floats on water.
floats on water.
Yes, so that's the material we use. Then we plant our lettuce on top. This is a variety called Aviram.
All right.
It's a variety called
So this
Aviram.
one is ready for harvest, or
Yeah,
not yet?
this is 4.5 weeks.
Yes.
Just about 1.5 or 1 week to go.
Okay.
It will be ready for harvest.
All right. So now let's talk about the hydroponic system that you're applying here.
Yeah.
So what goes into growing the crops in here?
First, I'll start with the water from the aquaculture.
Yes.
That water, that is, of course, you need to renew the water. You can't just use same water all year round in your fish. You know, they'll need clean water occasionally. So once in a while, maybe once a week or so, we drain the fish. You know, we drain the ponds, the fish ponds. And the water comes in here, it fills into these basins. We have set it in a way so that it flows by gravity. That one is to minimize and the cost. You know, of course, you don't have to pump every basin.
Yes.
Yeah, you don't have to pump. So it flows by gravity from the top basin all the way down, and the excess water will flow into the sump. We have another sump, an underground tank.
Yes.
Yes, that's now where excess water will go, and most of the water there is used up by the crops. So it's less ammonia and less other, you know, elements that are undesirable for fish. So we will pump water from that sump back to the fish.
Okay.
Yes, now that is what completes the loop. So the water from fish comes in here into the basin. Just all of them are the same. So these are crops, hydroponic. You see? Yeah, there's no soil.
Yes.
So this crop, the roots are just floating in water and getting the excess nitrogen, you know, from water, from fish water. This water comes in rich in ammonia. Yes. Now ammonia under specific temperatures, that's below 18 degrees, is converted into usable forms. The ammonia radical is NH-4. Yes, that's the most usable form, because it's easier to be converted into nitrates and nitrates.
Yes.
So under very low temperatures, that's why I let the fish water into these basins early in the morning or late in the evening, not when it's hot like now.
Okay.
Because when it's
so
hot,
right now, if you let it in, it
no,
will
it's
not be
yeah, it's not. It has it has more ammonia gas than ammonia ion.
usable.
Yes.
Okay. And so just a bit, so probably for the viewer to understand, what is in this trough?
This is water. It's just water.
It is
Like I said, it's just a basin, dam liner, then water, water from fish.
Yes.
Yeah, from the aquaculture unit.
Yes.
Then we plant the crops. It's simple as that.
Okay.
You just plant the crop. These are net caps.
Yes.
Just to hold the crop, of course, in position to hold it.
Yeah.
Otherwise, it will sink or maybe
not go
yeah,
in. Okay.
yeah, the roots will not have a proper direction. This one is just to direct
Okay.
the roots.
So now, an interesting point to note. How now do you plant the crop?
Okay, this is way old, so this is not how we plant.
Yes.
I'll show you how we plant.
Yes.
Of course, you will have to start with an empty basin.
Yes.
I'll show you. We'll pick an empty basin and I'll show you.
Okay.
So this is a variety, we call it iceberg.
Yes.
Yeah, it's very nice.
This is the same as well.
Yes, it's the same, just different ages. This is Ronali. Yeah, it's about 2 weeks old. Okay. This one is 1 week old. It's called Raviv Kel.
Raviv.
Yes, Raviv Kel.
That's Ronali, that's Raviv.
Yes, this is Aviram, like I said.
This is that?
Aviram, yeah, it's the same. This is about 2 weeks now.
Oh.
Yes. Right. That one is 4.5 weeks. Yeah, this is 2 weeks.
Okay.
Yes. This is our less than a week. We just planted the other day. It's about 4 days old now. Yes. Then this is Rubili. People struggle saying Rubili, so they say Ronali red. Oh. Yeah, it looks like Ronali, red. So they say Ronali red.
But it's Rubili.
Yeah, this is Rubili.
Okay.
It's called Rubili.
Yeah, and the green one?
Yeah, this one now it's Raviv Kel. Okay. The young one I shown you. This is Raviv Kel. When now this is mature, it's ready for harvest. Yes. Okay. In fact, we just have. You see the blank spaces. All the blank spaces is because of harvesting. We just harvested. Yeah, this morning. Yeah, we harvested this morning.
Okay.
Yes. So
show me how the plant.
Yeah. So assuming this is an empty basin, we already harvested. Assuming all this is harvested.
Yes.
Yeah. These are the net caps I was talking about.
Okay.
Net caps. Yes. Then we have we use a soilless media. Of course, this is hydroponics. So we don't use soil.
At all.
So you need a sterile media because soil. We assume the reason why you're using hydroponics is because of the soil-borne problems.
Yes.
Yes.
So that is what we want to avoid.
Yes, what we want to avoid. So we don't use soil.
All right.
So we use a less reactive or a less harmful media.
So material that's not prone to those problems that the soil has.
Yes, there are several media. We have perlite, we have vermiculite, we have rock wool, glass wool. Some people use glass wool. Yeah. We have even rock wool, cocoa peat. We have peat moss. Yes. There are several. Okay. So the choice of the media to use, your pocket will dictate that. Yeah. Yes, it depends on your ability. Afford. Yeah, what you can afford is what you use. Okay. So for us, we use rock wool. Rock wool is good. It's the best. Yeah. Yeah, that's why we use it.
So rock wool is if you're talking about grades, that would be up there.
Rock wool for this system, hydroponics is good. I will say rock wool is good because other material like vermiculite, perlite, cocoa peat, and the peat moss, they will kind of disintegrate in water. They'll disintegrate. They'll have an empty net cap. Yes. Yeah. So rock wool is kind of solid. It's wool. Yes. It's like wool. Okay. It's just a shredded wool. It's fiber rock. Yes. Yes. So it's kind of wool. So it will not disintegrate. Okay. It will stay compact. Yeah. So it will hold the roots.
So you put it in here.
Yeah. We first of all we have to raise a seed bed, a nursery. Then when they attain a certain age, about 2.5 weeks, when they have 3 leaves, that's when now we transplant them.
So now a question. The nursery, do you use that soil or is still going to be aqua?
Now the nursery, like I said, you take the seed trays, we have the seed trays, yes, and you fill with rock wool. Oh. You just fill the perforations, I'll show you. Yes. Do you have any? Okay, okay. Let me just show you, I think I have one here.
With that we take break. But remember, you can keep this conversation going on our social media pages. That is at Metropole TV KE on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. Use the hashtag #TheFarmJournal. Use hashtag #TheFarmJournal. Welcome back. In case you're joining us, this is the Farm Journal and we are out here at Ngong. We're hanging out with Emmanuel at Kikaboni Farm and he's taking us through this amazing invention and how they're applying it here so that they can feed the nation in a healthy way. So this is the
seed tray. This is where now we do where we raise our seedling, our seed bed, and that's where we raise them. You have to control so that we know the exact number that we have, because every single seed counts. Yeah. So rock wool, it comes in. It's like a mattress. It comes in a roll. Okay. It's in a roll. Okay, you just buy it's a roll. Rock wool is an insulating material. It's used in construction. Okay. If you go to places where they use heat, maybe in big kitchens, where they will have to insulate heat to control heat, they use rock wool. Okay. Covered in aluminium foils. Yes. Yeah. So it's the same rock wool you're using here. Yeah, we don't use glass wool because glass wool can be a problem. Yeah, it's not organic. Oh. Yes, we use rock wool.
So this is organic.
This is, yeah, it's organic. It's a rock. This is like granite. It's just, it's just shredded and, polymerized. And you get this.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. So then, what happens now?
So,
Tray.
this rock wool, it comes in a roll. This is our seed tray. Okay. So we are starting from, baby steps. I'm taking you through baby steps. Okay.
Cool.
All right.
Yes.
So listen. So you pinch your rock wool from the roll. You just pinch it.
Yeah.
About this size, just small size.
Yes.
All right. You dip it in water, or you take the, the amount that you want to use, dip it in water, make it wet first for easier pinching and relating size.
Yes.
Then you just insert into this, into this hole. Just put it. All of them is just the same process. You just insert them.
Okay.
Once you insert that, you take we use a pin. A pin, we have them where we do all this. We have a special place where we do all this. So you take a pin and you make a small hole.
Okay.
You make a small hole,
Yeah.
just like that. You see that hole? Then you pick your seed. Seeds are very tiny. They're small, microscopic. You just pick them. It's a process, so you have to sit there whole day. The seeds are this size, very small. So you pick a seed and you drop into that hole.
Okay.
Just drop into that hole. Of course, the rock wool is wet, so it's moist enough. You have to provide all the necessary conditions for germination.
germination to
Of
take
course, we know it's warmth and moisture, and of course oxygen. That is plenty. So you just need to provide the moisture and warmth. Yeah, without those one, there will be no germination. Yeah, you don't need light. You don't need anything else for germination.
Yeah.
You just need warmth and moisture.
And moisture.
Yeah, whether in darkness or they will germinate. Growing is the problem, but germination will take place.
Will take place.
So we make small holes, drop in our
Drop in
seed,
your seed.
then
Put it now on water.
yeah, not on water.
You just leave it.
We just this is moist enough. You can see they're moist.
Yes.
It's moist. So this moisture is just enough for germination.
Okay.
Yeah. So we just put them in a warm place. So we don't use the shade net because here temperatures are lower. Germination for lettuce seed, it requires up to 30 degrees.
Wow.
You cannot get 30 degrees here. The highest temperature here is 22 degrees.
Yeah.
When out there is like 26, 27. Yeah. So you cannot get 30 degrees here.
Yes.
So I do it in a greenhouse. That's where now our nursery is.
Yes.
It's in the greenhouse. I'll show you.
Okay.
So in the greenhouse, temperatures rise goes even beyond 30 degrees. It's okay for germination.
Yeah.
With moisture, it's all right.
It's fine.
So I take it there and you just put on benches. We have benches where you just put, not in water, but you make sure this place is moist.
It's moist. And then now you wait for germination.
Yeah, germination takes after 3 days, you'll see them germinating.
Okay.
Germination 3 days, 4 days, 5 days, when the leaves start forming, now you can take it to a
and
cooler place.
Now this is where you take it.
To a cooler place.
Yeah.
To a cooler place first to allow for formation of at least 3 leaves. That will take like 1.5 to 2 weeks.
Okay.
2 weeks. Then after that, now, assuming now we are done with the nursery, now we are transplanting.
Yes.
Transplanting is easy. Let's assume this, we don't have any crop here. So this empty, we already harvested. The water we have tested is fine. Now it's ready for planting, right? Let's assume that. So planting, this is our seedling now. The seedling ready for
2-3
planting.
leaves.
Yes, we 2-3 leaves now.
Yes.
You come with your net cap. We use net cap for support.
Yes.
All right. Yeah, because they are too small. There will have been no other way of planting.
Of putting, yes.
For these are just holes. They will drop in and this thing like a foot or 2 deep.
Go in.
Yes. So you just press down here, and your seedling will come out.
Yes.
Just comes out, and you pick it. All right, and you drop it in your cup.
Okay.
Just put it in your cup, and you place inside. The tip of this cup will just touch the water. It just has to touch the water. You don't have to immerse it deep inside. You just have to touch. Once it touches, this rock wool has a very high capillarity.
So
it has the highest capillarity. That's one advantage I had forgotten to tell you. Why I'm using rock wool is because of capillarity. It has a very high capillarity. So as soon as the net cap just touches the the water, the top of the water will come up by capillarity. So just put it there with seedling.
So capillarity,
you're done.
For the sake of the viewer, is the ability to absorb.
Yeah, capillarity, it's the process by which water will rise, rise in any media from bottom upwards. That's capillarity. Okay, when it's going down and you pour water and it's going down, sinking, that is drainage.
That's drainage, yes.
Yes, so capillarity is the opposite.
Yes.
Coming up. The finer the material, the higher the capillarity. Sand has the poorest capillarity. Then clay, it has the highest capillarity. You see this rock wool is fine, so it's It's a kind of, what do I say, assimilation of clay.
Okay.
Yeah, so it has a high capillarity.
So then now you drop it in there.
Yes.
And let the crop.
Yeah, and you just leave it there.
Okay.
Nothing more, nothing else. You just, yeah.
All right. Now, let's talk about now the market for your produce. The crop has grown. We need to make money out of it.
Yes.
Let's talk about the market.
6 weeks later, there is a lot of market.
Yes.
For salad, we have no problem with market because people all over the world, day by day, they are being conscious. Their consciousness is growing about healthy living, healthy diet, all those, and healthy food. Mostly, we all agreeable is organic products like what we are doing here. Yeah, we don't trust what the conventional agricultural systems are doing because people are just into business making money. Yes. That's not what we're doing here. Our aim is to make sure that we have a healthy society. Yeah. People around us have to be healthy. It will be so bad for us to produce something that will go and kill the population. So if you kill our clients,
so who's
then
going to buy next?
That's the end of business.
Yeah.
So we want to give our clients the best products to ensure longevity so that they continue buying. Good health. If you're in good health, of course, we have clients. Okay. All right. So our clients, those who are conscious about health living and health products, there are so many all over the world. Yeah. We get requests. People want to buy from all over the world. We get them on our mails. Yeah, clients are all over the world. In Kenya alone, we cannot even satisfy the market. Yes. Yeah, there's a big market for our products because they're healthy. Yes. No chemicals, no cancer tests. You can see there's a lot of cancer issues. True, coming from food. Basically, it's just food and a few other things. But the highest percentage of the cancer cases is food. The things we're eating. People are in business. We don't have farmers anymore. We have business people, not agriculturists. People who want to do business. You know very little about agriculture, so you just want to produce something and sell. And you don't care how. Yes. Yeah, that's why people are injecting their animals with the hormones. You eat fish that is 2 weeks old, and you think you're eating fish. Yeah. Chicken, you're eating chicken that is 1 month old. No. Yeah. That's not chicken. Yes. You are eating chemicals. Yeah. Then of course they'll act on your system also. Because it's a foreign material into your system, and that's how now you get foreign things and cancerous growth.
And so who are your market? Who buys your produce?
Yeah, we have retail. We have retail. Our biggest markets. We have retail shops and wholesales. Yeah, those are the people those are our biggest markets. Of course, we cannot have individuals coming here to buy 2 or 3 liters. Yes. With that traffic, it's not very healthy for our production system. Yeah, because they can come with several other things that can be introduced on the farm. Maybe you never know the soil they worked on. We don't want that. Yeah. So regulating all that flow, we have retail and wholesale market. Yes, and we can't satisfy it. It's too big. It's too big. Yes.
So if I came in and started such a nini, I'll be helping you to serve that.
Please, market. Yeah, come, join. We'll give you ideas.
All right.
We are very much willing to give you even our support, ideas and support to make sure that it will be our pride to have a healthy society. To have a healthy society where people are living. We don't like it when people die because of poor diet and. Bad food in the market. Yeah. So if we are having a healthy society, it's our pride. Right. And we would love to share the information to anyone who is willing.
Let's talk about the farmers who do the production of healthy foods. How do they become part of this market?
So the market is open to any healthy food producer. That's how we call them. And in that I mean like organic farmers and people in healthy value addition. So the foundation of the market is strictly on farmers. We concentrate a lot on farmers because that's where the need is, right from production. And we want farmers that can produce food the right way. The right way, ideally, I mean producing food without the use of toxic pesticides or pesticides that have a toxic ingredient. So we want farmers that can do it from the heart.
All right, so now you've told us about your focus, but then how, I'm a farmer, I'm producing healthy food, how do I become part of the market?
Okay. So like I said, the market is open to everybody, provided they are in line with what we are looking for. So when I say in line with what we are looking for, I mean standards are not very clear, especially in this part of the world. So somebody could say, I produce organic, I've got a certificate, but that's not the case. The real deal is in the farm. So we moved past the paperwork. The paperwork is great, but we look in terms of the integrity issues, trust, honesty. So what we do, we devised our own way. So you can't come to us and say, I'm an organic farmer, can I sell? What we do is we've got a lot of checks. So what usually happens is a farmer would call us or write an email or come and meet us one-on-one. The immediate question is, where is your farm? Instead of where's your paperwork, where's your farm? So once we can figure out where your farm is, we do that just to connect and understand, are they doing right or wrong? And our work is not to police. Our work is to see, is the farmer doing the right thing or not the right thing? And if they're doing a right, good stuff, and they've got issues where some things are not okay, it's our responsibility to give them recommendations on what needs to be changed or how can they improve. So it's a process. Nobody wakes up one day and they're organic. It's a complete process, keeping in mind the way production has been happening. I would say from the 70s, 80s, things have been changing. We've seen an increase in agrochemical companies and products in the market. Yeah. So our soils are really damaged. So there's that rehabilitation and changing that. So if a farmer was conventional, we don't stop them. We actually accept them. It's like a drug addict. They stop using the drugs over time, they'll get better if they're disciplined and they're true to it. So that's what we do. So conventional farmers are also welcome, provided they're ready to change. And we have standards. So we'll put them under what we call a transition phase. And a transition phase is determined with our certified organic agronomist, who would say, this farm is in this position, and after this duration of time, we expect them to be organic. It could be 2 years, it could be 3 years, it could be 4 years. Worst case, I've had 5 years. And we don't shut doors for these people. So it's like they were producing 100% bad, and over time it's 1% good, 99 bad, 98% good. Yeah, something like that. So, and then we also have another group of people that truly do a good job. So these ones, we take them right away, but we still have to keep checking. So once we've taken you, that's not the final. Every 2 months, we visit every farm randomly without prior appointments, just to make sure that they are true to it and they're not driven just by the money aspect of it. So you can imagine, if you are a carrot farmer, customers love you for your carrots, there's no way throughout the year you could have carrots unless you've got a bigger piece of land and you're planning in the farm is well coordinated. Yeah. So once that step is done, the next step is, and which is where actually our selection starts. So if we ask a farmer, where's your farm? We would love to visit. Statistics show us around 96% will never call us.
Wow.
So, so the ones that call us and they're open to it, then we go. And then once we've seen what's going on, then only at that point is when we bring in our organic agronomist, who will go there and do two things. What is the farm doing right? What is the farm doing wrong? That report is presented to the farmer, and then they've got to change more of the bad stuff into the good stuff, and then over time they keep getting better. And then from there is where now the certification comes in.
Let's talk about the opportunity now here for the farmers.
Yeah.
How is the market been over the years that you've been with it? The highs, the lows. Can you break that down to us? Yes.
So the market is, how do I put it? It's is running because of a particular vision I had, and I've stayed true to that vision. This was not a money-making activity, and at no point did I ever thought that we need to make money out of this. This was driven because of a personal need, the need to find good food. I had developed an autoimmune disease, and I was struggling to find good food. And in the process, I started producing my own food, and my health started changing. And the fact that my health changed, and would open up my place for people to come during weekends to buy the food that I was producing, then some were like, why don't we start a market? Or why don't you start a market, you know? And that's, you know, it picked from there. And people didn't understand what we were doing in 2010, you know. This was totally, completely, most of the shoppers knew everything that is grown in Kenya is organic. There was that belief. And making matters worse, anything that came or is grown in a rural setup is even more organic, where actually it's worse, you know, because they thought farmers don't have money to buy these chemicals. But then the agrochemical companies have always been smart, you know. They've done it like the Kadogo economy, you know. You could be a poor farmer, you could sell one egg and get a scoop of a toxic chemical, come mix and spray. So over the years, you know, it was a very slow process in terms of getting customers on board. In terms of farmers, quote unquote, not so many were willing to take that direction because they were looking for high yield. And organic does not guarantee you high yield. High yield comes from the agrochemical side. So they were like, I want high yield. Organic does not guarantee you high yield. So that was one challenging thing. The second difficult thing is believability. Customers also not being able to believe the process and the concept. This is Kenya, you know, people believe nothing can be done clean, you know. You've got to bribe, you've got to, I don't know, do what, cut corners. But I can say, you know, there are people that are genuine. So that has always been another issue. But over time, you know, we've seen families, you know, wanting good food, not just sick people. And our intention is not to produce food for sick people. That is not our goal. Our goal is to produce food for everybody. Everybody deserves to eat good food. But of course, there's sick people that come here. We've got people that are just normal, healthy, and they want to stay healthy. There are people that have children, they want their children to eat good food. You know, people have their parents, they want their aging parents to eat good food. So for us, it's just a holistic place where it's for everybody. And at no point are we ever thinking of that we want to produce food for sick people. We want to produce food for everybody across. Yes.
All right. And you spoke about yields. You see, one of the arguments that you find farmers have is what you just mentioned, where we see that me going organic means that my yields will not be guaranteed. But if I do the conventional, I'll get almost a guaranteed yield per acreage. So how do you counterbalance that as a farmer?
So there are two things here. There's human health and there's environment. Those are the two motivating factors in my life. So, and what we do here is as a result of love for human health and love for the environment.
Coming towards the end, the market here. If I'm a producer, bringing my produce here, would I sell? Is it something that I also need to begin marketing? What are the dynamics?
So right production is one story. Market is a different story. Most farmers are not marketers, which is okay. But if a farmer needs to figure out their farming activity is not a hobby, it's a business. They're doing this so that they can sell it to someone. You know, it's a product in the end. And when you go to the market, the dynamics are different. Like here, the obvious thing is, are you good to your customers? Are you building the relations? Are they understanding your production methods? However much we hear, the successful farmers are also farmers that interact well with the shoppers. And that's why specific farmers are known for specific things in the market. So it's a guarantee, but it's not a guarantee. You've got to do serious work. You've got to build your own following. You've got to get your own customers. And over time, you have to keep doing that. Whether you want to do, you can use the market to do home deliveries, you know. You can use the market to market your farm so that people can come. So these farmers must change and also become business people, but business people that are doing the right thing. Coming here is one step. This is a platform. Customers come, vendors come. But in the end, it's a game. It's a game now where you've got to make your money through the good products that you're making. Yes.
All right.
Yeah.
Any concluding remarks?
Any concluding remarks? Of course, there's usually the question of organic is expensive. You know, I'm a big advocate of not cheap. Yeah, with reasons. The more it's becoming cheaper, the more toxic stuff you guys are eating. when a farmer in Kinangop, his cabbage is bought at 3 shillings or 5 bob, they get demoralized. Next time, do you think he will employ people to weed? He would actually buy chemicals
and spray, yes.
And spray. So whatever these farmers have to sell is a product. The same way you would sell your service, or you'd sell, I don't know, whatever. They've got a price that they're asking. Pay that price. When you want a good t-shirt or a good pair of shoe, you pay, whether a premium or whatever for it. This is basically in that food space. You've got to pay a premium. But in the long run, the better they become in this, they will figure out cheaper, friendlier ways of producing the same food. Yeah, and in the long run, the prices can come down.
Right, cool. Thanks a lot for your time.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think we've learned a lot.
Great.
And our listeners have actually learned a lot.
Sawa.
Yeah, sawa.
Asante sana.
Shukran.
Very good.
Okay.
On Celebrity Profile, we look at
Can't see him coming down my eyes, so I gotta make the song cry. I can't see him coming down my eyes.
Sean
so I
Corey
gotta make the
Carter,
song cry.
popularly known as Jay-Z, was born in Brooklyn, New York, where he attended high school at George Education High School with rappers such as The Notorious B.I.G. and Busta Rhymes. Growing up, Jay-Z's childhood nickname was Jazzy. He later came to adopt the name Jay-Z. Jay-Z first started out in the music business by selling out CDs out of his car and then rose to starting his own record label, Rockefeller, in 1996. And in that same year, he debuted his very first album, Reasonable Doubt, which reached number 23 on the Billboard 200. In 2003, Jay-Z shocked the hip-hop world by releasing the Black Album and announcing that it will be his last solo record before retirement, but made a comeback, ending the retirement and releasing the album Kingdom Come, followed by 2 more albums, American Gangster in 2007 and Blueprint 3 in 2009. Jay-Z went on to become the very first billionaire rapper according to Forbes 2019, with an estimated net worth of $1 billion. Jay-Z's fortune spans from several industries, including real estate to investments in companies like Uber to the liquor and art industries.
Had very bad credit, you helped me lease that whip. You helped me get the keys to that beat.
Experts have argued on the origin of French beans, but most agree that it originates from Central and Southern America. Going by its botanical name Phaceolus vulgaris, the French bean was first domesticated in Peru about 6,000 years ago. It grows in the form of a bush that can reach up to 20 inches long. It flowers and produces bean pods, which are the edible part of the plant. They can be grown round the year with the aid of irrigation. There are about 130 varieties of the bean, but in Kenya, Samantha, Picasso, Buffalo, Morgan, Boston, among a few others are the varieties you will come across. French beans are propagated through seeds planted directly to the field. You will require 25 to 30 kilograms of seeds per acre. It is advised that you plant single rows, one seed per hole, spacing them at 30 by 15 centimeters. But for double rows, then the spacing becomes 60 by 30 centimeters. For easy management, plant blocks of 4 single rows or 2 double rows with a 50 centimeter path in between. French beans grow well at an altitude of 1,000 to 2,100 meters above sea level. The beans mature faster in warm regions. The ideal growing temperature range between 21 and 27 degrees centigrades. French beans require well-distributed rainfall of 900 to 1,200 millimeter per year. Excess rains and prolonged drought result in poor yield. And they grow well on well-drained, rich in organic matter soils that are slightly acidic to alkaline with a pH value of 6.5 to 7.5. French beans are nutritious and have many benefits, among them being they help in fetal development when eaten during pregnancy. They prevent premature aging. They enhance bone health. They enhance heart health. They improve eyesight. They are rich in dietary fiber, which is essential in body fat regulation. They are a source of vitamin A, B, D, and K. French beans take 45 to 60 days to mature before harvesting can commence. For tasty bean pods, harvest the young pods 2 to 3 times in a week. This not only gives the best bean, but also encourages production. An acre can produce up to 6 tons. It is advised that you rotate the crop with crops that do not belong to the legume family. This helps in weed control, reduction of soil erosion, rejuvenation of soil organic matter, pests and disease management. Pests to look out for are bean fly, thrips, aphids, red spider mites, white flies, African bollworms, cutworms, and diseases such as rust, downy mildew, bacterial blight. In Kenya, French beans grow well and are farmed in Nakuru, Nyandarua, Kajiado, Kiambu, Murang'a, Machakos, Kisumu, Uasin Gishu, Kirinyaga, Nyeri, Embu counties.
When you hear the word business, what comes to mind? Skyscrapers, fast-moving economy, technology and innovation, dollar versus the shilling exchange rate, financial markets, or better still, the US versus China trade war? Is there a magic bullet that can spark Kenya into economic growth? How about this? How is Africa the next economic frontier? What does that even mean? Questions that keep popping up. Is foreign aid helping Africa develop, or rather is it stagnating it? Does good politics translate into economic development? Well, on Metropole Debrief, we break down business, telling you why it matters and showing you how and when it affects your bottom line. This and much more on the new season of Metropole Debrief at 8 p.m. where we're bold and balanced. Thursdays are for Metropole Debrief, and this Thursday we discuss the interest rate cap repeal. On the 5th of November 2019, Parliament upheld the President's memorandum on the Finance Bill 2019 that was proposing a repeal of Section 33B of the Banking Act to do away with interest rate cap. That marked the end of a 3-year tenure starting 2016 that saw banks charge within 4% higher or lower than the central bank rate that was 10%. A very good evening to you and welcome to Metropole Debrief. On the 5th of November 2019, Parliament upheld presidential memorandum that was proposing a repeal of interest rate caps. The interest rate caps had been introduced in the year 2016 as Kenyans were paying interest rates of up to 30% for bank loans they had acquired. As such, Kiambu Constituency Member of Parliament Honorable Jude Njomo sponsored a bill to introduce interest rate caps to protect borrowers from expensive interest rates. Having persuaded Parliament to pass the bill, the President assented it into law, and in came interest rates that saw Kenyans get charged interest rates of 14% maximum.
The banks have withheld credit from Wananchi in an effort to appease the government to put pressure on Parliament to remove the caps. And that is exactly what is happening right now.
However, banks were not reading from the same script as legislators. Kenya Bankers Association CEO Habil Olaka stated clearly that interest rate cap would disrupt the banking sector in a negative way.
Some of these indicators are beginning to show. Like, for example, we talked about credit rationing, where given that the law obligates banks not to lend above a given rate, it means that if you assess a specific borrower and the borrower's risk profile is such that the commensurate rate of return is above what has been capped within the law, the bank will not go there.
The rollout of the interest rate cap saw banks withhold credit from Kenyans and SMEs, terming them high risk, instead lending to the government. As such, in 2017, the Central Bank of Kenya Governor Dr. Patrick Njoroge said it was time to revisit the interest rate cap debate and possibly repeal the rates.
It is in our interest as a central bank to work to reverse these measures and let ourselves go back to a regime with freely determined interest rates, but in a disciplined environment.
Fast forward to 2019, the President refused to assent to the Finance Bill 2019, proposing that Parliament repeals the interest rate cap bill to allow SMEs access credit. Parliament, having failed to raise quorum to overturn the presidential memorandum, out went the interest rate caps and in came voluntary interest rates charged by banks at their pleasure.
It's unfortunate that we could not raise the quorum to shoot down the bill, but I'm very sure that the senators, the Senate will deal with it. I'm sure they raised the numbers, but the whole House was united against that presidential reference. So for us, we stand with the people because the banks are actually fleecing Kenyans.
Today, the President signed the Finance Bill into law, translating to banks having the pleasure of deciding the interest rates to charge on loans that Kenyans will borrow moving forward. Very interesting history right there of where it all began, how it has unfolded, and we are where we are today. Now, since the introduction of the interest rate caps, banks, as usual, have complained that businesses have not been doing very well, business has not been very good, they're not making profits as they used to before. As is the case, Debrief, we're in the business of numbers. So let's go through some of the numbers and see if they reflect what banks are saying about not making profit or not being able to operate in good business environment since the introduction of the interest rate caps. Now, in terms of loans and advances in the year 2016, here you have the numbers. The numbers are in terms of millions. So in 2016, 2,157,952. But if it's in millions, then it means banks made 2,157,952,000,000 in terms of loans and advances that were given out. In 2017, we stand at 2,2 238B, 564 million Kenya shillings. Now in 2018, we stand at 2,295,984 million. Now look at this. In 2016, the interest rate cap is introduced, but it is introduced in around September. So the market is kind of not doing very bad. However, in 2017, even after the introduction of the interest rate cap, it goes higher to 2 trillion and 2 billion. In 2018, we are at 2 trillion, and it's an improvement, 295 billion, up from 238 billion. So there is an increase. If you look at this curve, loans and advances have been going up, yet banks were saying that people are not borrowing, they're bad debt, and they were just complaining about the business environment. This is in terms of loans and advances. Let's take a look at another category where banks were complaining that they weren't making any money. We move on now to provision for bad debt in the country. Now, there was a downward trend in terms of debt since 2016. Now, these are people who borrow money, they don't pay back their money on time or don't pay back altogether. In 2016, it stood in billions at 17.59. In 2018, 16.06, and in 2018, 12 billion. Now look at this. There's also a downward trend, which is good for banks, because this means if there's bad debt and it's going down, then it means banks are making money. People are paying back their debt, or rather, people are not paying. People are not taking debt altogether. Now this could be argued in two ways, and when our experts comes in, they'll help us break this down. But if you look at this, then it means that banks were assessing who to give their money very carefully, and this means that they're putting the money where the mouth is, and it means that people who were borrowing were paying back their money. And maybe this is where the SMEs come in, because they're high risk, then they were not getting credit, but banks were ensuring that they were safe throughout this whole period. Now, moving on from this, we've already explained how this could have been working. Banks were holding back from lending to risky clients, hence decline of bad debt. In the presidential memo, the president noted that lending to SMEs, because of the interest rates, had gone down by about 10%. Okay, so SMEs that were going to borrow from the banks could not borrow because banks were assessing the client. When you go, they want collateral, they want to be sure that you'll be able to pay them back their money, because the interest rates are really low, so they're not making a lot of money in terms of profit from lending you their money. And we saw a shift. So the banks were no longer lending to the private sector. Instead, they were lending to the government, and we saw a rise in domestic borrowing, because now the government and the national treasury could borrow very cheaply from the domestic market at very good rates. We also saw banks invest in the real estate sector. They were buying T-bills, which are treasury bonds, instead of putting this money out there for people to be able to borrow this money. And this is because banks were holding on to their money because they weren't comfortable with the interest rate cap. This is just among the reasons that the president saw it fit to ask Parliament to repeal the interest rate cap so that credit can go back to flowing to the SME sector. But that is a wait and see. Will it work? Is it a magic bullet? Where do we go from here? Do we really need interest rate caps? Do we need to repeal them? How do we bring interest rates down to single digit? How do we reduce our fiscal deficit? How do we reduce our debt burden so that interest rates can go down? This and much more on the second part of the show, where I'll be joined with our experts to have the conversation. Stay with Metropole TV. A very good evening to you, and thank you very much for staying with Metropole TV. This is Metropole Debrief, and I am your host, Ondiro Ganga. We've already gone through the first bit of the show. We've put in numbers into context, and we've seen that in 2016, when the interest rate caps were introduced, there wasn't much effect on the market. Then in 2017, a year later, there was a little bit of a shock as the market was trying to readjust to the new environment that it was being subjected to, which was the interest rate capping. And then in 2018, we are seeing an improvement, something more like the market was trying to correct itself. However, we have an expert in studio with us to put some of these things into context. Where do we go from here now that the interest rate cap has been repealed and banks can voluntarily charge you whatever interest rates they want? Are we going back to the expensive regime of 2015-2016 where banks were charging up to 30%, or are we going to see a reasonable interest rate being charged on Kenyans? Isaac Njuguna, CEO of Zimele Asset Management, thank you very much for making time.
Thank you.
On Tuesday, a very interesting day. In the morning, we had a debate with members of parliament debating about the interest rate cap. They were very hopeful that they will raise numbers and overturn the presidential memorandum. Fast forward a couple of hours later in the afternoon, they go to parliament. They're unable to raise quorum to overturn the presidential memorandum, and hence a repeal of the interest rate cap. From your understanding, was it time to repeal the caps?
Perhaps it depends on which side you're seated. I guess if you're in the government shoes, if you're in the bank shoes, they probably felt that that was the right time because there was a feeling that it was starving credit to areas where it was supposed to go, like SMEs and individuals. But of course, if you're the borrower, if you're the SMEs, if you're the micro level businesses, then of course it's not probably a good thing, because we've been here before. Banks will say they'll maintain lending rates at a certain level. But of course, things always seem to go the other way. So I guess it depends with where you are. But by and large, there's the expectation that we are going back to where we were before the rate cap era. Yes.
And the rate cap, let's just discuss it a little bit briefly. Yes. Has it served its purpose? Did it serve its purpose? Because on one hand, we were saying it's not a good thing because it's choking SMEs of the credit that it direly needs. But on the other hand, we are saying at least banks are not charging exorbitant rates, because even Habil Olaka himself has come up publicly and admitted that Kenyan banks are one of the most profitable institutions in the whole world. Yes. Is it that we rushed the interest rate cap, we didn't give it enough time, or it just wasn't going to work?
I'll probably break it down in a very, very simple way. In the standard reasoning or the standard position, any controls in any market are supposed to bring in shortages. That's one. And there, of course, we had a situation where the feeling was that banks were not giving out as much credit to where it was intended. But two, as an outcome of that shortage, you also end up having businesses not performing well in terms of profitability being affected. Now, banking is a very, very sensitive industry. And if the rate cap development was playing out according to what had been feared earlier, one would have actually seen banks, majority of them, go into loss-making territory. That did not happen. Two, would have actually experienced a period of financial instability because of that, and of course the resultant loss of confidence in the public. That did not happen. So I guess on that basis alone, did rate caps affect the profitability of banks? No. Because if you look at it right now, the same big banks that are making double-digit return on investment ratios are still continue to make the same returns. Even for the smaller banks, their profitability, well, remained relatively unchanged. There are other factors, I guess, that were, to blame for the outcome that we saw, but not necessarily that it was because of the rate cap on its own. Yes.
And now that there's a repeal, are we going to see credit being unlocked to people that need it, MSMEs, SMEs, and even ordinary Kenyans? Because the president in his memorandum, he says the interest rate cap has stifled credit flow. The banks are not lending to the private sector. Instead, they're lending to the government.
That remains to be seen, but of course there are other factors that will have to be sorted out before credit can continue flowing. One of those factors, I guess, is the business environment. Now, from a businessman's point of view, if the business environment is not very, very conducive, even if you dropped the rate to a very, very low single-digit rate, I don't think they would probably rush to take on loans, because what are you expanding your business for if demand out there is very, very weak.
And we've seen the environment in the country right now is not very good. Businesses are shutting down.
Companies are laying off. So it tells you the economy is weak. Now, when demand is weak, then you're less likely to have credit on its own acting as a stimulus. Now, perhaps two things would have to be sorted out. One is the pending bills, the amounts of money is owed to these same businesses that have been struggling to borrow more, and of course by the national government and the county governments. And I think the last count was, the figure was about in the range of 300 billion shillings. Now that's about 3% of GDP, total output in the economy. That's a substantial amount of money. If this money were to be paid back to these businesses, it would definitely go back to them, enable these businesses to repay the loans that they had, enable them now to be able to borrow even more, but more importantly, get things going again. Second thing that would have to be sorted out is the government's borrowing appetite. Now, all of us basically queue on the same trough, more or less, with the government. So the same micro businesses, the same medium-sized businesses, the same large businesses are all competing for credit with the government. Now, given that scenario, banks are less likely to lend to the micro businessman than they would to the government because of risk perception. Now, if the government reduces its borrowing requirements in the market or its borrowing needs, then that will mean there'll be more money freed up for lending to the private sector, which is what would actually be required now to kickstart the economy and get things moving again. So in my view, if we don't sort out pending bills, if we don't reduce government borrowing, we won't see a very big change as is anticipated after the rate cap is removed.
And I would like to bring the Kenyan into this conversation, because when the bill was introduced in Parliament to introduce interest rate caps, it was argued that we are protecting the local mwananchi who's being charged exorbitantly by banks. And very shortly we shall be crossing over to a bite by Honorable Shekel Sheber. And once there was a quorum on the presidential memorandum, members of parliament were very angry and agitated that they will not be able to protect the ordinary Kenyan from banks who will charge whatever interest rates they please. Let's listen into that bite and then we can come back to it. Shekel Sheber.
Wananchi wanaumia. The wananchi they are being charged very heavily. And once this opens up, the banks are going to go back to 60%, 40% interest rates. And the poor people are going to suffer. The small-time business people.
Are his fears valid that poor people are going to suffer, business people, interest rates of 30 up to 60%?
Well, that is probably given. I mean, it's not likely that after the lifting of the caps that the rate is going to remain where it is at 13%. But by and large, I guess it's we also have to look at the dynamics. When the rate cap was put in place, which is 3 years ago, there's some developments that are not yet taken ground, and that is really mobile lending. Mobile lending had not taken place. Now, previously, the same SMEs you're talking about and micro businesses could not go to a bank and have a face-to-face discussion with a bank manager and get a facility and walk out happy at whatever rate. But now, with the advent of mobile lending, it has actually enabled these businesses to borrow. And borrowing has been taking place in this category, in that market segment. So I guess what we really also need to look at is how do we expand or extend that kind of borrowing, but at more or less realistic rates than what is currently being charged. So I would say, in terms of getting access to SMEs, these mobile lenders have actually had a wider reach than traditional lending to these entities. So rate cap per se, I don't think it might change their fortunes very much, because I don't see Mama Mboga going to see a manager of a large bank and getting audience and walking out with a loan of 5,000 shillings, whereas she can actually borrow the same money from her app and pay it in the evening, and she's all good. So we need to change that, I guess.
So it means that most Kenyans are now geared towards digital lending, and hence banks will have to work extra hard to earn these clients back.
I would say any bank that is targeting individuals that does not have a business model that is geared towards mobile lending will find it very difficult to make loans, even after the lifting of rate caps. So it's not so much that the caps have gone away. It's so much about the standard way of treating or rather approaching lending. The old way of, you have to apply for the loan, give your business plan, How many years have you been operating? How many years have you been profitable in the years that you've been operating? Surely I'm driving a boda boda. I'm running a kiosk somewhere. I have a couple of M-Pesa shops. How am I even going to do we even have the know-how to put together this information?
Yes.
But with the apps, I don't need to interact with the bank manager or any other bank official. As long as I show ability to pay and I pay my loans on time, I'm good.
So does that mean, because one side says the repeal of the interest rate caps is going to give banks a competitive edge over digital lending apps, because we know also their charges are exorbitant. While banks charge 13.5% a year, they might charge you that percentage a month.
Something that perhaps might be missed in this discussion is that it's not so much the rate, the high rate, that makes these loans appear to be prohibitive. Most of these borrowers, there's very, very small size loans, 1,000 shillings, 2,000, even 4,000, 5,000. They don't mind so much about, you can even charge them 50%. But think about it. He borrows the money or she borrows the money very early in the morning. They go there, buy their ware, they go and buy their wares. By say afternoon, they've already sold whatever they needed to sell, made a profit, and paid back this amount. So the rates we normally charge are normally based on an annual period, annual per annum, as the rate suggests. So 30% per annum. But if I'm able to turn over my inventory within a couple of hours, I actually beat the system. So I'm actually more profitable despite borrowing at 30%.
Okay,
yes.
So it's more of the business model
Correct.
that works for digital lenders.
Correct.
Very shortly, we shall be crossing over to the first bite by Joshua Igara, who is the CEO of Kenya Commercial Bank. But before we do that, a time has to come when interest rates in the country must go down, okay? And there are several things that we need to do, because before we came on the show, we were talking about countries that have single-digit interest rates, countries that even have negative interest rates. But in Kenya, we are still stuck at double-digit. Even STAWI, that they say is 9%. If you add extra charges, it comes to 4%, it comes to 13%. So we are yet to get there. How would we get there? Let's listen into what Joshua Igara had to say.
As government management of its fiscal side, and we are very happy to see the Cabinet Secretary, the National Treasury and Planning, managing that strongly. Government borrowing and appetite, correct? Basically removing the private sector from borrowing. As long as those are managed, banks will price credit based on the market conditions.
Right there, talking about how to bring down the rate of interest rates to single digit. Your take?
My take is, I guess, the first thing that would have to do is reduce the government's appetite for borrowing. If we can cut the government's budget, if the government can learn to live within its means, it means that there'll be more money available. The more money available in the system, the less the government will be crowding out, so to speak, to use a technical. Crowding out basically means there's this ugali on the table, yeah, and the government ends up taking all the pieces and leaves you with a smaller piece, the more their appetite continues. So it means if the government removes itself, it's going to leave more pieces on the table for everybody, and the outright effect of that is that the rates will fall. Just to take you back in time, in 2004, interest rates on government paper, that's treasury bills, had fallen to a rate of 0.4% in September. That is unprecedented ever since independence. And as a result of that, and that was because government was borrowing less from the market. As a result of that, interest rates on lending went down to historical lows. And as a result of that, banks did not know what to do with the money they had. And the market we know today as unsecured lending arose. So you see, if the government can remove itself from this equation and leave more money from the private sector to borrow, automatically the rates will come down, because there are no takers per se in terms of big size of the government, and banks, or rather even the market itself, will just adjust, and these rates will go down to levels that we've never seen before. But then it remains to be seen whether government can actually cut down its spending. Yes.
And speaking of rates, previously we had the Kenya Bankers rate that was used as the benchmark. We've also seen the CBR rate that before the break we were talking about, and we were saying probably the central bank could set a rate, but it's up to banks to comply.
Yes.
Where do we go? Are we likely to see a return of the Kenya Bankers rate or CBR rate?
Well, I guess those are very, very technical approaches to the issue. But the fundamental solution might lie in ensuring stability in the economy. And what do I mean by that? You only need to work at 2 or 3 parameters. One is ensuring that the rate of inflation remains low. And currently the target for the CBK is about, on the higher side, 7.5%. Currently we are just about 5%, which is very, very conducive for growth. So if you can maintain inflation at even below 5%, then it means that there will be less pressure on, whether it's businesses or even holders of money to demand more because of inflation eating into their earnings. Yeah. The other thing is there has to be a firm discussion on government borrowing. The more you have government borrowing more, you cannot have a government that is continuously borrowing more from the system and expect interest rates to go down, let alone even credit being availed to the private sector. So until those factors are sorted out, unless you have a conducive environment, or as long as you have a conducive environment for sustaining business activity, then you don't have to worry or put in so many metrics. You can have even 100 metrics, yeah, and call them what you want to call them. But as long as your fundamentals are not in order, you'll always have a lot of volatility as far as lending rates are concerned. But if the environment is stable, interest rates are stable, government borrowing is low, T-bill rates are low, then automatically interbank rates go down, lending rates will go to the floor, and everybody will borrow happily.
Yes. And also there was a small win for Kenyans because the Finance Committee had proposed that should the presidential memorandum be upheld, then those who hold loans under the interest rate cap regime should still pay 13.5 interest rate. And shortly we shall be crossing over to abide by Honorable Etandi. But before that, we know that Kenyans have been very worrisome and very scared. The people who are grateful that they finished paying their loans before the repeal of the interest rate cap. And there's a lot of worry moving forward. So let's hear what Etandi says and then come back and pick the conversation.
The amendment which went through was that we were able to pass through our amendment, which gave the option that the President memo would go through, but the current loan holders would be allowed to maintain the prevailing rates. And I think that has gone through successfully. So I think
so, will the repeal, now that we are seeing that, okay, Kenyans will still pay the older interest rate if you're serving a facility. However, moving forward with new interest rate caps, are we likely to see a high rise of non-performing loans, or we are likely to see Kenyans not taking up loans, or Kenyans are going to abide by their loans?
The issue of non-performing loans would probably arise on 2 fronts. One, if lending rates jump very high. If we see lending rates trending towards 20% or well over 20%, probably even 30%, then of course it means that a majority of these borrowers, even if their businesses might not be making margins or profit margins sufficient enough to be able to make profit after borrowing. So definitely that might compel them to get into trouble with their lending. But then the other thing also that might determine now the non-performing loans issue is the general state of the environment. If business conditions continue to be harsh, then of course it means whoever is borrowing is taking a very high risk at whatever rate, and they might not just be able to get to the term of their loan because of various factors in the market that might be beyond their control. As we've seen with these companies that have gone out of business, that are continuing to lay off people, that are experiencing difficult conditions. So by and large, it is also up to the government to ensure that the business environment is conducive, more friendlier, that also will inspire confidence. Because let's not forget, even before you come to lending rates or any other metrics, the key driving factor in an economy is confidence. Confidence by the consumer to be able to buy and do stuff, confidence by the business community so that they can actually be able to invest into the economy. Without confidence, and confidence draws from the general climate, a favorable operating environment. Without that, then it won't matter what happens to the interest environment. We will not see the desired effect in terms of boosting the economy.
As we almost come to a close of this conversation, we want to play a bye by Honorable Jude Njomo, who is one of the people that sponsored the Finance Bill 2019 that also was prescribing a repeal of the interest rate cap. And he did not sound defeated, but he was like, this is where we are at. However, should anything change, Parliament still stands, and it's something we could revisit. Let's hear what he had to say.
We don't know what the banks are going to charge after this, because they say we are very risky, very, very risky. They could jump from 13% to 25% or to whatever they want, now that they will have the independence to do that. But I can tell them one thing, we are watching them. very, very keenly. We know they have mistreated our people in the past. We know they have a high affinity of mistreating them again. And we know that we have a responsibility to protect our people. The law tells us that we cannot reintroduce this same law within a span of 6 months. But after 6 months, if we feel that the banks are overcharging our people, are mistreating our people, we shall revisit.
Shall revisit, okay? So how do we ensure we strike a balance between politics and economics? Because these two have to coexist. Yes. If members of parliament feel that their people are being exploited, then they'll go back to parliament. And this could become an in and out routine after every 6 months. So how do we ensure a correlation of the two to the benefit of the Kenyan and also the banks because they're in business?
Oh, wow, that's a bit of a challenging one, because again, when you say you're operating in a market economy or a free market economy,
yes,
then the normal assumption is that you're not supposed to interfere in the markets. So any attempt to control prices is normally regarded as trying to interfere in the market. But then again, I guess before we even get to that, we need to address one question, because whether you look at government securities or whether you look at rates on government securities or lending rates, why are interest rates high in countries like Kenya? And when you go to other countries, especially the developed world, right now they're actually struggling and they want to see how they can raise their rates, which is really it's a bit of a paradox. So you have people there borrowing at rates below 3%, 2%, very, very long term, as far as 30 years. And why is it that here we are struggling with our interest rates and they are always volatile? And I guess it all comes down to the economy, performance of the economy. So we have to ensure at least that the growth that we are seeing is inclusive, that it's well spread out, it's being felt. There's a general boost to majority of the population, lifting them up, and with the additional uplift, they're able to participate more in the economy. And of course, with less government borrowing, we have more money available for lending, and all this will continue driving the system, and the outcome might be much, much better than all these occasional threats by government, by so and so, consumers always complaining. 3 months, 6 months down the road, we'll probably be at the point where we are all pleading with the banks to lower their rates to spur lending, and we're back to where we were. So without that, really, the main structural reforms to ensure that the economy is performing well, it will be a very defeating game.
Finally, one might argue that banks are going to have a field day they're going to enjoy. But banks on the other side are saying, listen, we are not in the business of extorting Kenyans, we're just in the business of ensuring that we accord them the credit extension that they need to run their businesses. This is what Joshua Igara had to say on the matter of raising interest rates high.
We don't see a change in the rates, that are today existing for current customers. So I also want to just remove this view that banks are reckless, that tomorrow, let's assume that the cap was removed today, the banks are going to price 20% on their interest rates. I want to say that this is not something that will happen in our industry. The regime of the 20% interest rate is long gone.
30 seconds. The regime of the 20% interest rate is long gone. Your 2 cents. Will bank hold their word?
It's a double-edged sword. And in any market, it doesn't matter whether it's banking or any other market. There's such a thing as pricing yourself out of the market. If they raise, and don't forget, banking is a very, very competitive industry as it is. So if some banks decide to go back to the 20s or 30%, they will stand to lose. Why? Less people will go to them to borrow, and the ones that they lend to might end up not performing on their loans. So they have a commitment as well to ensure that rates are affordable so they can make money and reduce their non-performing loans.
Hold on to that thought. We want to take a short breather, but when we come back, we have so much more lined up for you on the other side. As you know, it's always time for Social Watch. My mic goes off and your voice comes on. Log on to social media at Metropole TVKE, Atundiro Ganga, hashtag Metropole Debrief, and tell us what your 2 cents are on the interest rate cap repeal. We'll see you shortly. conversation Isaac and I have been having during the break, but we can't loop you in on that because my mic is off and your voice is now on. Welcome to Social Watch, and we want to sample some of the feedback that you've sent us on social media and some of the things that people had to say with regards to the repeal of the interest rate cap. So we want to cross over to Twitter now and just sample some of that feedback. How do Kenyans feel? What do they think about the repeal? Do they think it's a good thing? Do they think it's a bad thing? Or they just misawa too? So we cross over to Twitter now, the magic of social media. Abracadabra, say it with me so that maybe it might pop up. Okay, so as we fix our technology, let's cross over to a video comment, and we want to hear what they had to say with regards to the interest rate. Listening.
We remind the executive that it is not Father Christmas distributing money to every single project that people want. Then obviously we bring our debt under control, or rather the deficit under control, and that manages the debt, and at the same time send signals to the market that, look, you are not supposed to be lending to government, you're supposed to be lending to enterprises.
Well, about that by Kwame Owino saying the executive is not for the Christmas to be lending out to Kenyans. Isaac?
That's very true. I guess we have to look at the economic dynamics, and I think prudent borrowing or prudent economic management is really the way forward to avoid most of these problems that you're finding ourselves in.
Okay.
Yes.
Now let's take a look at a tweet also before we cross over to another video comment. At C. Rollins says, the thing is, we start by recalling those MPs who did not attend yesterday's passing of the interest rate cap. Let the media houses tell us how many MPs and their names who skipped the motion in parliament, and we deal with them huku mashinani. Yeah. Kenyans feel betrayed by the legislators who did not show up in numbers to achieve the 2/3 quorum that is needed to overturn the presidential memorandum.
I think there's a valid concern there because I guess these are the people's representatives, yeah, and they had a valid reason of supporting the people, or rather defending the people. Okay. But I guess also on the other side of it, you need to look at how they should have countered this particular situation. And just saying no perhaps was not a very, very good or, you know, a very convincing argument.
Yeah.
So we should have seen facts. We should have seen an attempt to look at modifying the rate capping in a way that would have, you know, striked a balance between banks and between borrowers, and would have left everybody at a fair ground, as opposed to just taking hardline positions. We don't want the rate cap, or we want the rate cap, but what is the solution apart from that? So
okay.
those definitely some, you know, some solutions. The solutions were clearly lacking in that, and I guess that's why some decided to stay away.
Okay, yeah. Let's take a look at another tweet here. At Waidash says, for small businesses to benefit from the removal of the interest rate cap, the government should reduce its appetite for domestic debt. Banks should now lend to SMEs who need credit through the risk-based lending regime. This is something that you've also touched on. So let's cross over to one video comment, and then we'll come back and read the tweets again.
My version was for a more graduated regime, whereby we could have risk-based pricing based on credit scoring, and graduated whereby, in my scheme of things, we will never exceed 20%.
So Korea is proposing that let's go with a graduated regime and never pass 20%. How practical is this?
I think that is probably the kind of debate we would have wanted to see in the House. So in as much as they were saying we are here to defend the common person from, you know, very high lending rates, they should have been presenting very, very solid arguments as the one that has been presented. Modified, we should have probably seen some consultations with, they actually have a think tank that advises Parliament on technical matters. Okay. We should have seen more informed, more technical debate, more positive debate, also to compel government to come to their point of view, and probably not lift the rate caps per se, but come to a middle ground that is more refined, that would have been for the better for all of us.
Okay,
yes.
Let's take a look at another tweet here. At Governor Anwar Guru says, interest rate cap removal can only benefit us if government's borrowing from commercial banks is reduced or stopped, or government interest capped at a maximum of 50% of lowest commercial rates. Otherwise, she goes on to say, it will be unaffordable loans and terrible suffering for Kenyan borrowers, something that you've also touched on, government borrowing. Let's take a look at also another tweet. This was a tweet by Governor Waiguru. Someone was replying to the tweet. Mwige Ken says, Governor, you are 100% correct. President Kibaki and Finance Minister Mwirwaria resurrected Kenya's economy in 2003 by simply bringing the T-bill rate to zero, and goes on to say, and removing government from competition for funds with its citizens. Tell them maybe watakusikiza. And this is also something that we had talked about briefly before the break, of just the discord between the two regimes and also what they did right, as the gentleman has rightly put it.
That is correct. I think the T-bill rates were actually brought to a level of below 1%. And as a result of that, banks were awash with cash, and that is what brought about the market for non-secured lending, which is vibrant today. So it didn't start until that event.
Okay, let's now cross over to a video comment from David Nthumbe. Listening.
And one of the ways is to look at sharing the risk. And how you can share the risk is by mentoring the SME sector, so that then you reduce their risks and banks will find them friendly.
To a close, how are we mentoring SMEs? Very briefly, how do we mentor SMEs so that banks don't term them as high risk?
I guess it's also a bit difficult to look at all these SMEs in terms of, in the same category, put them all in one category. SMEs, by and large, we are referring to the informal economy. The informal economy right now is the largest employer. About 14 million plus individuals are engaged in various business activities in the SMEs. So we really need to look at what activities are they engaged in, what kind of businesses are they engaged in, instead of looking at them as one monolith that can be treated in the same way. Yeah? Okay. So until we understand those dynamics, it will be very, very difficult for a uniform approach or a more informed approach in terms of how credit should be accessed to them and at what rates and so forth.
Yes. Our great director has made time for 2 more tweets, so let's sample them. Herbert Onyango says banks will employ since their profitability will increase. There will be circulation of money in the economy they'll remove stringent restrictions on lending. He's more for the repeal.
Well, I would probably agree on the part of profitability to a certain extent, but on the part of employment, we all know right now that it's a very digital economy.
Yes.
So when we've actually seen the same banks also cutting down on their workforce because they're able to do most of those functions using technology. So we might not necessarily see an increase in employment, but of course bank profitability might just be able to sustain itself at current rates. But by and large, is that a good thing for everybody? Well, I guess the other thing is, as you scroll the numbers for the stock market, people need to cross over and buy those shares of those banks to benefit there as investors, because that's the only way you can get to reap from what is happening right now.
Okay, last tweet before we wind up at K Bonim Tetezi. He says the interest rate cap had choked credit to small businesses, damaging our economy and exposing individuals and SMEs to unregulated borrowing from Shylocks and mobile lenders. MPs have done well to lift it. He is for the repeal of the... Your facial expression is... What are your 2 cents, very briefly?
That's very difficult. I would probably say let's leave that to time. In the next 6 months, in the next 1 year, I think the data that comes out will be able to inform us whether the rate cap per se worked or the rate cap did not work.
Okay.
But I think it's too early in the day to conclude that SMEs might gain.
Isaac, we're very grateful that you made time. This has been a very insightful conversation. But before we let you go, 30 seconds, look straight into camera 2 and just tell us, where do we go from here now that the interest rates are back?
The discussion that we need to have right now is why are lending rates or interest rates in the economy by and large high? And I think until we address these factors, and I think the top of the list is really the government and its borrowing activities. So if we can have a discussion around that on how borrowing can be contained and more money availed to lending for everybody else, then the private sector will be able to take this money and be able to do more productive activities. And the jobs that are being lost currently will probably be recovered and even more made. And in the process, we'll have a more prosperous economy with more inclusive growth. But as long as the issue of borrowing, runaway borrowing is not addressed, then it won't matter what administrative or legal actions we take, lending rates will continue to be dicey and everything will continue to be volatile.
Thank you, Isaac. Well, we've come to a close of the show. As we always say, every good thing has to come to an end. But before we finish, we must dose each other with a bitter dose of the truth, right? Now, in case you didn't know, Senate has voted and approved that the government can raise its debt ceiling. However, if interest rates are to go down, then the government must reduce its appetite for borrowing. But the government, which says it wants to increase credit to the SMEs at whatever cost, wants to borrow more from wherever and whoever. Not concessional, but commercial, because they have not even told us how they're going to restructure that debt. So for you who's thinking you might be borrowing at good rates, you might want to think twice. Buckle up, the economy is about to get tougher. Njoro Ganga, Metropole Debrief.
Hi guys. What does it take to run a business that succeeds?
What does an entrepreneur need to do for his business to scale up and outgrow his dreams?
What does a CEO need to know to make a decision?
What exactly makes the stocks move up and down?
Strategy, insights, innovation, growth, leadership, analysis. In an economy that's fast-moving, we are ahead of the game. Armed with data and analysis, we delve deep into the numbers that count, with analysis on key sector and company performance. Join me, Terry Anchebet, on the first of its kind in East Africa, a show that unpacks industries, speaks to business leaders, decision makers, the movers and shakers who steer our economy. The Capital Point, at this time only on Metropole TV.
What sets you out from the rest? What makes you stand out? Get the most outstanding and credible business information. Only on Metropole TV, Kenya's first business channel.
On Celebrity Profile, we look at Adeyodeji. Professionally known as Wizkid, was born in July 1990 in Lagos, Nigeria. Wizkid's music career started at age 11, where he managed to release a collaborative album with a group of church friends known as the Glorious Five. He then went on to sign a record deal with Empire Mates Entertainment in 2009, where he started his professional music career and released the Superstar album in 2011. He started his own record label, Starboy, signing artists such as Malik Berry, LAX, Mr. Easy, and R2Bs. In 2006, Wizkid achieved international recognition following his collaboration with Drake on the global hit One Dance.
There's never much love when we go OT. I pray to make it back in one piece. I pray.
Which reached #1 in 15 countries, including the United States, United Kingdom, Canada, and Australia. In addition to his solo work, Wizkid has collaborated with several other artists. His best-selling album Sounds from the Other Side debuted in 2017 and reached 91 in the UK, 107 in the US, as well as 58 in Canada. His great success in the music business has led to him having an approximate net worth of $12 million US.
Hello and welcome to your #1 premier business channel, Metropole TV, and welcome to your #1 premier tech business show, Game Changers. My name is Tabitha Muthoni, and let's have a look at tech trends that are shaping Kenya's tech market. We begin with Safaricom. Yes, can tap here. All right, Safaricom Home Fiber, new fiber plans not cheap for business customers. And now we see that Safaricom fiber services and related products have been around for a while. The fifth to the home is the most popular product and serves homes that are close to areas connected by its fiber network, which include many parts in Nairobi and central Kenya, as well as select towns in the country. Now, the other product is fiber for business customers. Unlike fifth, business coverage is not as robust but matches a similar product offered by the likes of Telkom. Safaricom says it has connected 3,000 buildings so far and plans to push that number to 4,500 by the first quarter of 2020. And moving on to another tech trend that is shaping Kenya's tech space or tech market is consumer benefits of using fintech for diaspora. Now, diaspora remittance for most Kenyans living abroad sending money back home can at times be a costly and a complicated ordeal. Traditionally, most of these Kenyans in the diaspora have always relied on traditional banking methods and other money transfer operators to send their remittance. Now, using these financial service providers has, however, been costly. The senders have always found themselves spending a huge percentage of the money as transaction charges, meaning the family and friends they send money to receive less money. That is actually true because now fintechs are, however, disrupting this space by offering cheaper alternatives for people to send and receive money. These fintech companies like Opesi Money Transfer are taking aim at the steep cost of international money transfer. Recent data from the Central Bank of Kenya showed that diaspora inflows in the country rose to 30.4 billion Kenya shillings in June compared to 25.1 billion Kenya shillings in May. Now, this is the highest amount ever. Fintech companies played a huge role in this, providing a faster and reliable alternative for people in the diaspora to send money back home. And moving on to another tech trend shaping our tech market. Equity Bank's diaspora remittance volumes, another remittance issue in the tech space that hit 100 billion shillings in just 9 months. All right, now Equity's diaspora remittance volumes hit 100 billion shillings in the 9 months to September. Now, this helped boost the lender's forex trading income to 2.84 billion shillings in the period. The volume grew by 28% compared to the same period in 2018, when the bank handled 79.8 billion Kenya shillings, which means that it is now on track to account for equivalent of over half the remittances coming into the country. Equity Group CEO Dr. James Mwangi said the lender is leveraging on its fintech partnerships to drive the volume of remittances it is handling. Now, the direct commissions earned from handling the remittances rather stood at 602 million Kenya shillings, having grown by 8% from 557 million Kenya shillings in the same period in 2018. And that's all we had for tech trends that are shaping Kenya's tech space. Now we take a very quick break, but when we do come back, a lot more lined for you. Welcome back. You're watching Game Changers. Now, next we shall be looking onto how landlords can engage with people who are looking for property or rentals, and there are people who are called finders. These are the people that link the landlords and the seekers, and they go by the name Export Company. Now, joining me is Nekoye Nzaule, hey, quite tough name, Chief Operations Officer from Export Company Limited. Welcome, Nekoye.
Thank you so much.
So actually, no, I think Export is a very interesting name, but maybe you can tell us how you came about to form the name Export. What does it mean?
Export, when you look at the pod, we took it from the perspective of a bean seed. It is inside a pod, and when it is inside a pod, that is its safety place. So for us, Export, you're looking like if you're looking for a house, you need to be safe. And the X is supposed, if you look at it carefully, it's a cross. So it means coming together. So you're coming together at a safe place where we are having seekers being safe and the landlords are safe. Yes.
All right. So let's go to the kind of services that you guys offer. What kind of services do you guys offer?
We offer, if you're looking for a property, it might be a residential property, a commercial property, or land. So our services are, we make it easier for you to get what you want with the technology system currently. Everything you can do it on phone. That's why we thought if you can get your food through the phone, you can get your transport through the phone. Why can't you go ahead and get what you're looking for, property, which is one of the basic needs, through the phone as well.
Okay, so maybe, for example, I'm looking for a one-bedroom house in maybe Ruaka. How do I go about it? We have seen what is on your website. The first thing that I see, the beautiful colors that you have, and now these are the features that you are there. And then now about us, you have told us, and then now how it works. Maybe you can go and see. Yes, now I'm looking for a one-bedroom house. How do I go about that?
So you have your location, the place that you want the house or the property to be. So you come here and...
okay, so maybe our graphics personnel can type from that end, Ruaka.
You're looking for a house in Ruaka. That is the location. And then,
Ruaka town,
you're specific on where you want, Ruaka town, and then you put the number of bedrooms that you're looking for in that location.
2 bedroom, okay.
And then, okay, if you want a garden, you put the size of garden that you're looking for, and apart from the size of garden, you can put the other things. you want a place in Ruaka town that has a parking that is close to a certain school or a certain amenity. You're looking, let's say, to have a gym or a school, depending on the on your family. So you put everything that you need there, and then after you're done with the thing that you want, you put your budget. How much do you want to pay?
Okay, 50,000.
Yeah.
Okay.
So after you've keyed in that, it will show you the
The
button
next
next.
option.
Yeah. And then it will show you that what you're looking for is residential and supposed to be in Ruaka town, and your budget is 50,000. So in that 50,000, you're going to pay a fee to the finder. The finder is the person who has the information about the property. They know there's a house in Ruaka that is residential, and
Which
it has
is you guys now.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it has 2 bedrooms,
Yeah.
and it has a gym at the same place. It has a parking.
Yeah.
So you need to pay a fee of 10,000. So when you agree with the fee, you'll go in and key your name.
The fee comes with for example, no, how much the price that you are looking for depends with the fee depends with the price that you are looking for.
Yeah, with the rent that you want to pay, and also the location.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because it varies, yeah?
Yeah, it varies.
Yeah.
So all that is calculated with the app. Yeah, but it will show you before you go ahead that this is your fee.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so my fee will be 10,000 Kenya shillings.
Yes.
Okay, and then how do I move from there?
Yeah, you put your name in, and then you put your phone number. After you've put your phone number, the message will come on your phone from Expod.
Yeah.
And then it will tell you, you confirm the things that you say you wanted, and then you'll be able to pay your fee. After you pay the
Is it real time? Does it take longer to send the message?
Everything is
real time.
Yeah, real time. So you pay your money,
Yeah.
and then the finder, as now,
Yeah.
a person in Ruaka, one of our finders, will get the message that there is a seeker looking for a place in Ruaka and the specification, and any finder who has that specification, they will accept it from their phone because they are connected to the app as well. So once they accept, it will go back to Export, and you'll be notified, you the seeker, that the place that you're looking for, there's someone ready to show you.
Yeah.
And we usually give a minimum of 3 places to see, but the 3 places has the specification that you need. Yeah.
Yeah, no, that is the relationship between you and the seeker, the person who is looking for property.
Yeah.
How is the relationship between you and the landlord?
The landlord might be a finder as well, because you have the property.
Yes.
So you can go and put your property, that I have this property and these are the specifications. So if someone is looking for it, you can take that offer to show them, but you can't show them just the one property. We said it is a minimum of 3.
Yeah.
But at the same time, if it is not the landlord who is included, the finder now goes to the area around them and look for the property. So you're able to know the landlord.
Physically, yeah?
Yeah. And then when you accept the request, you take the seeker to the landlord. That ensures that there's no hidden cost. As long as the finder has connected you to the landlord, now it is between the two of you.
Wow.
You are looking for a property, I've shown you the property, this is the landlord. You guys can agree on what next. Yeah.
And you guys do that to ensure that whatever you're offering your clients is genuine, there are no hidden costs, and there is no line that send me this, send the amount, and then when they come, they don't find a house.
No. Everything is done on with the app.
Yeah.
And even the finder, before the finder is paid, after you have seen the places, and you go back to the app and say that you have seen the place, and if there's any complaint, there's time for you to raise it. So your money is still being held by the expert. So if you're looking for a 3-bedroom and you're shown 2-bedroom, that was not to a specification.
Yeah.
So if it is a genuine complaint, you are refunded your money.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. And how much do the landlords pay? What's their fee? Do they have a fee?
No.
Okay.
The landlords don't pay anything.
It's free.
Yeah, it's free for them.
Wow.
Yeah.
And so far, you've been in the market. You started this year, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah. So being in the market for that duration, how is the uptake so far? And looking at your market research, how is the uptake on your end?
We are doing well.
Yeah.
So far, being a new thing in the real estate, you know, in bringing in about innovation and technology. Because I think people are tired with this thing of the agent, real estate agent,
Yeah.
who promises you that you're going to see a house. But at the end of it, they tell you that so many people have called me.
Yeah.
They want to see the same property. So the only way I can assure you that you have this property is you need to pay the deposit
Upfront.
prior to.
Yeah.
And as now so many people are busy, you're like, I'm going to miss that house, so let me just pay the money.
Yeah.
Before you know it, that number that you use is not working.
Yeah.
But with this one, it's safe. And now everyone wants safety, and also it is time. You know, working on your phone is very easy. You can do it anywhere.
Yeah.
That's why I think people are picking up to it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, great. And so far, this is the last page. This is where I will end my sachet.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. You don't have houses that you showcase on your website, like, you know, that is good for people to see, like, I'm buying a 3-bedroom, this is how it looks like.
We don't have the photos. Reason being, now with technology is good. We say technology is a necessary evil.
Yeah.
I can go to a room,
Yeah.
you want a 2-bedroom, right? You want a master bedroom, and you want a smaller room. But I can take, depending on the angle that I'm taking the photos, you don't know the size of the bedroom.
Yeah,
so you think
true.
it's a master bedroom, but they're both tiny bedrooms.
Yeah.
And I can edit the thing, because I know what you're looking for, so I'll edit it so that you can fall for it.
Yeah.
And actually, we have had some people who are looking for houses, and they're saying, don't show me the photos, show me the real thing.
Yeah.
Which is good, because with the photos, you can be shown anything. You can go and download photos from any app and show to a person, and then they fall for it.
Wow.
Yeah, that's why we decided, this is what you're looking for, we'll show you.
Come see it yourself.
Yeah.
Wow. All right, so what other challenges have you faced?
Making people to pay before seeing the property is a bit of a challenge, because people are used to being conned.
Yeah.
So to convince them that here you're not being conned, this is real, is a bit of a challenge, but I think we'll get over it, because marketing can do well with a word of mouth. So someone who has used our app and they found it's working and they were not conned with anything, will help us tell the other people that this is okay, I've used it.
Yeah.
And another thing, we said minimum of 3 properties. It's a bit of a challenge to get 3 properties of the same specification.
Yeah.
In one location.
Yeah. All right. Any other challenge?
Another thing is, just about
the trust.
Yeah, the trust with the seekers, which there's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah.
Some of us have been in the same place.
Yeah.
We have had our money, you shop online and then your money disappears. You can't report because it was an online thing. But export, we want to reshape the real estate market.
Yeah.
You can trust the online app. Your money is safe.
Yeah.
What you're looking for, you'll find it.
Wow.
Yeah.
And what's your mode of payment?
Our mode of payment is M-Pesa. That's why the message comes back to your phone. And when it comes back to your phone, it also brings for you a code. That, So you key in the code to verify that you are the one looking for the place. That's all still about safety. And then you're the one who is going to pay. Because if you put somebody else's number, it means you can't verify that property.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. And as Export being there for 1 year now, the uptake is great so far. What future are you looking into?
Our future, we just don't want to be buyer and seller,
Yeah.
That is the seekers, and they find out selling what we have and they're buying the property.
Yeah.
Yeah, we are looking to venture into development and like the real estate, the whole of the market, get export into it. Yeah.
All right. Thank you so much, Nekoye. Quite impressive what you guys are doing, and all the best.
Thank you.
All right. And we take a short break. Game Changers will be right back with more. All right, a very warm welcome back to Game Changers, your number one tech service show whose aim is to bring you and me up to speed on trending and emerging technologies that are adaptable in and out of our daily interactions. Next, we shall be looking into how best we can enhance trust in the e-commerce space. And to help me discuss this on how we can go about enhancing trust is Mr. Robert Kamaru, founder and CEO, Escrow Kenya. They have been in the industry for over now 13 months. That is 1 year, 1 month. We can say we can trust them, right? Okay, so welcome, Mr. Robert.
Thank you so much for having me, Tabitha.
All right, I love the name Escrow.
Thank
and I love
you.
the fact that you guys have been there for now 13 months,
Yeah.
1 year,
Yeah.
1 month,
Yeah.
which is quite commendable.
Thank
Looking
you.
at what you guys have done so far.
Yeah.
And maybe you can start with understanding what is Escrow. How did you come about with the name?
Now, escrow is, it's not exactly a creative name, it's actually an English word.
Yeah.
It describes arrangements in where a trusted middle party holds money and instruments on behalf of two other parties who are transacting, and ensures that these two parties fulfill their obligations. In case there are any disputes, then they help in arbitrating the disputes. And that's where we borrowed. It's very common in the property market. We are kind of just replicating that in the e-commerce space. Online buyers do not trust online merchants. You're selling me a phone, I don't trust you, I don't know you. So we come in between the two parties, we hold the buyer's payment, ask the seller to deliver the items that are being bought, and then when the buyer confirms that they received the item, we release the money to the seller.
Okay.
Just simply like that.
Yeah, you're the intermediary between the customer, not the buyer, and the seller.
That's correct.
Yeah, so maybe you can look at with a lot of cyber crimes affecting business transactions in the country, this has been a trend, yeah? So how do you deal with the uptick on your end?
Now, for one, when you mention cybercrime, apart from the point of say now where people take others' money and they do not fulfill their obligations, we have issues of, say, like credit card fraud, where somebody uses another person's credit card to make payment. Now, for us, we are currently not accepting cards, but we have plans to be accepting cards in the future. But then that would be determined by whether the card processor would restrict payments to be only from coming from cards that have 3D verification. With 3D verification, you get that you not only key in the card details, but you also maybe get an SMS with an OTP, or you get an email confirming that you're actually the one who owns that card. Yeah.
So maybe we can look at how it works on the ground. Yeah? I want to buy something that I have seen online. Maybe from Amazon, a certain dealer, someone is selling maybe a dress, a shoe. How do you go about that?
Now, here's how it works. We have two ways through which transactions can be created and executed on our website. One is where they are created manually on our website. Amazon would be quite ambitious. I'd probably look at maybe on a Facebook group or on platforms like Pigiami, or Gigi, these digital marketplaces.
Kenyan Tech,
I'm like, I really like what you're selling, but then I don't know you, I don't trust you. But there is this company, Escrow Kenya. Could we at least transact through that platform? So once we agree to that, either the seller or the buyer can initiate the transaction. So they just come to our website, escrowkenya.com, sign up, and then we have a start transaction button where you click, you get an order form where you indicate, I am selling, say, a phone, selling it for this much. We've agreed that it should reach the buyer, say, by the day after tomorrow, 21st. I indicate that date, and then I provide their phone number or email address. Once I create that transaction, the other party, that's the buyer, gets an SMS, gets an email inviting them to join that transaction. So they'll just, if they haven't registered, then they register, then they'll find the transaction already created in their account. So they just accept that invitation, and the next thing they make payment. We have two payment options.
Yeah.
Customers can make payment using M-Pesa, or they can make payments for large transactions, say in hundreds of thousands. They make payment using transfers to our bank. So we receive the payment, and it's updated automatically. The seller gets a notification. We have received money in escrow. You'll see it in your account balance. Proceed with delivery. So the seller logs in, confirms, oh, the money is actually here in my Escrow Kenya account.
Yeah.
I can proceed with delivery. So they deliver the goods and then just sit back. When the buyer receives their goods and they confirm that everything is okay, just log into their Escrow Kenya account, open the order, click approve order, and the money is released to the seller. In case the buyer does not receive whatever they were buying, there's a waiting time. Say we've said it's supposed to reach the buyer by 21st. So on 21st, the buyer will see another button there. Beside approve order, they'll see a button, dispute order. So they are, by clicking that, they are letting us know there is a problem. I did not receive the goods, or whatever I received is significantly not as I expected. So they raise a dispute. They have the option to communicate with the seller on our chat system. If they resolve the dispute, then the buyer can just withdraw the dispute and the money is made available. Alternatively, they can escalate the dispute to us. We contact the seller, ask them to provide proof of delivery. We verify the proof of delivery. If we are able to validate it, then we deny the claim. That's how we protect sellers as well. In that we continue holding the money until we establish that delivery was actually not done. But if the seller is unable to provide that, or they provide fake information about delivery, we rule the case based on the buyer's favor, and the buyer gets a refund.
Wow.
Yeah.
Quite challenging. Have you had cases where you have returned money to maybe a buyer?
Yeah, out of we have about 440 something. As of this morning, there were 444 transactions. Out of those, we've had 12. We've had 12 where there were issues. Out of those 12, 10 were genuine, where we refunded the buyer. 2 were not genuine. The buyer was attempting to scam the seller. So we were able to get the proof of delivery. We were able to validate it, and we denied the claim to the buyer. Yeah.
So what, besides the trust issues, what other challenges are you facing?
Currently, I'd say the biggest challenge we are facing is that, because in a way, not even in a way, we are removing trust issues between the buyer and the seller. But then in effect, we are transferring the trust issues to the two party against us. Because for a transaction to happen, then both the buyer and the seller must be sold out on using our service. So to counter that, we are creating massive awareness about our services. I know it takes time, especially given it's a really new business. Nobody else has done this in Kenya. So yeah, but I'd say we are kind of dealing with it well.
And in terms of creating awareness that you've just mentioned, how have you stood from the rest of e-commerce service providers in the country?
Like I mentioned, we are really a new business, and it's a totally new concept in Kenya. So we don't really have people we can benchmark with. But of course, we do a lot of digital campaigns on all social media platforms, even on YouTube. We've been lucky to be consistently featured in the media every now and then, and even recently in the KCB Lions Den, we were there. So all these factors are giving us good credibility, which is very much needed on a day-to-day basis.
And looking at maybe legal requirements or any other requirements that I would need to set up this kind of business, what are these legal requirements that one would need to set up an online trade just like you guys? To
set up an internet escrow service business? That's an interesting question, because just now we've come from having a meeting with CBK. It happens to be a really new area, and like with most tech products, especially fintech, there is constant need for formulation of regulations and policies on that. So at best, we are working with CBK, who is our potential regulator, in what requirements
Yeah.
we would need, or we would what policies we would need to have in place. Yeah. So the important thing is that we are working with the regulator. Yes.
And there are risks involved.
Yes.
How do you manage that?
For one, I'd say the most serious risk we would be facing would be regulatory risk, where you are operating without compliance to regulations.
Yeah.
You don't want a situation where you're growing and then once you've grown, you're shut down. So which we are already addressing, like I've mentioned. The other risk would probably be now fraud, outright fraud, where somebody uses another person's financial mode of payment to make payment, and then there's a whole case. That's why we are currently staying away from cards.
Yeah.
But like I mentioned, we are looking for ways to to take care of that.
Yeah. Great. And so far being featured on KCB Lions Den, getting all this media publicity out there, what can we say? And you have mentioned something very important, 444 transactions that you have done today so far.
Yeah.
So what future are you looking into?
Oh, and I forgot to mention, I mentioned only one way through which transactions can be created. We have a second way, which is our core business strategy. We have an API offering through which people who have e-commerce stores, you sell products on our website. We can just give you some code you put on your website, such that a buyer will have the option to either pay through escrow or just pay to you directly. This we are also offering to digital marketplaces, the likes of Gigi. Gigi was the former OLX. The likes of Pigiami. When they put that on their marketplaces, we will be able to secure transactions on that website in the background. Yeah. So that would really help, especially with digital marketplaces. You'll find that there are certain marketplaces where you mention this and they are like, oh, those guys, that's a place full of scammers. We're going to get rid of that. That's actually our core strategy, where we are the team working in the background, making payments and business on digital marketplaces secure.
And before we come to the future and conclude, how is your team like? What number of people are you working with?
Right now we are a team of 8. We are myself and my co-founder, and 2 more shareholders. Then we have we have a team of 2 in the office taking care of operations, and another one who is the developer. As the business probably grows, especially with the coming of the API, then we'd probably need more people, especially in the customer service and support.
And maybe extend or rather have more services?
Probably have more services. I can't say we are not ambitious. We are quite an ambitious lot. We would definitely be looking toward the property market, because we get a lot of inquiries. People in diaspora, I want to buy land, but I'm not sure if I send money to family, watakula, friends, all such things. Yes, we are definitely very ambitious. We'll be looking forward to that, but for now we are just growing. We are a baby. We are just growing.
You're making it in the Kenyan tech space. So what future are we looking into?
The future we are looking at is where we are. You'll find us on major digital marketplaces, not only in Kenya, even in East Africa and the rest of Africa, and who knows, even the rest of the world.
Wow. Wow. All right, so that is your camera. You can tell people they can find you on social media, and maybe even your physical location.
So you can find us on all social media platforms. We are at Escrow Kenya, Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, even on YouTube and LinkedIn. You can find us on our website, www.escrowkenya.com, and also you're always welcome to our offices along Thika Road, opposite Garden City Mall, a building called Blessed House, first floor, suite 56.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you so much for having me, Tabitha.
Quite a game changer.
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, so there you've had it, and the best thing that you can do as Kenyans is support upcoming tech game changers in the tech industry to improve Kenya's tech market. From me, Tabitha Muthoni, I'd like to say thank you very much for watching Game Changers and enjoy the rest of your viewing.
Although it's commonly associated with Hawaii, the pineapple is not native to this island. Ananas commosus, as it is known by its botanical name, is native to South America. Christopher Columbus is credited to have discovered the pineapple in 1493 on the island of Guadalupe in South America. The pineapple was introduced to Kenya by Portuguese explorers who planted the crop along the coast of Kenya. There are many varieties of pineapples, but in Kenya 3 are mainly grown: Smooth Cayenne, MD2, and Sweet 16. The pineapple has a short, stout stem and 50 to 180 centimeter long, waxy, strap-like leaves. At blooming, the stem elongates and enlarges near the apex and puts forth a head of small purple or red flowers. Each flower is accompanied by a single red, yellowish or green flower. This stem then continues to grow and acquires at its apex a compact tuft of stiff, short leaves called the crown or top. Occasionally, a plant may bear more than one head, or up to 12 fused together. Pineapple contains potassium, vitamin B, C, and A, ascorbic acid, iron, calcium, zinc, magnesium, iodine, and manganese. Pineapple fruit can be eaten raw or as juice extract, and the pulp can be made to jam. It can also be made into pineapple wine, pineapple vinegar. The byproduct is then fed to cattle. Pineapple grows well in altitudes of starting at sea level all the way to over 1800 meters above sea level. They thrive in a climate that is warm, humid, and free from extreme temperatures. Pineapple grow in temperatures between 18 degrees centigrade to 45 degrees centigrade, with 25 degrees centigrade being the optimal. They require rainfall of between 600 and 1500 millimeter, well distributed across the year. In places where rainfalls are unreliable, irrigation can be used, but only overhead and drip irrigation, avoiding flood irrigation. Well-drained sandy loam with a high content of organic matter is ideal. The soil should be easily crumbled to a depth of at least 60 centimeters. The optimum pH value is 4.5. Pineapples are mainly propagated through vegetative propagation. 3 areas are used: the crown, the leafy growth on top of the fruit; slips, the leafy shoot growth arising from the fruit stalk; and suckers, the leafy shoot from the base of the plant where roots grow. Of the 3, the suckers are the fastest, taking 18 to 22 months to start flowering. Slips take 22 to 24 months, while crowns take 25 to 28 months to start bearing. When planting, it's advised you plant double rows 40 centimeters apart and 60 centimeters between the rows, with 20 centimeters from one plant to the other. This will see you harvest up to 110 tons per hectare, with a further 40 tons per hectare for the ratoon crop. In Kenya, pineapples are mainly grown in Kiambu, Malindi, Kisii, Migori, Kericho, and Homa Bay counties.
Welcome to another intriguing and captivating edition of The Hustle. This week, tunaangazia mambo talanta. Je, talanta yako inakusaidia kivipi? Talanta yako unaweza kuifanya vipi kuwe ni biashara ambayo unaweza kuitegemea? Haya basi, ungana na Mponi ambapo naenda kukutana na kijana mmoja mzee ambaye watu kweli wanamfahamu kwa kazi ambayo anaifanya. Kazi yake yajizungumzia yenyewe ama yajiuza yenyewe. Moha Graphics is the man of the day.
Okay, mimi jina yangu ni ngumu. Naitwa Mohamed Kartar Chand Bagatram Rala Ram. Hiyo ndio jina yangu full.
Ati Mohamed
Kartar Chand Bagatram Rala Ram.
Let's roll.
Naitwa Moha. Ilikuwa jina ya mtaani Moha nini. Alafu vile nikakuwa mimi mtu napenda kuchora. Niko na labda kwa sababu mimi mwenyewe ndo ninafanya everything. Nikasema acha niite hii kitu mimi nafanya graphics. Unajua at that time tukianza mambo ya graffiti ilikuwa bado watu wajui. So ilikuwa mtu anaona kitu unafanya ni graphics. So nikasema tu nishikanishe hiyo Moha na graphics, ikakuwa Moha Graphics na pole pole ikashika na nashukuru Mungu. Unajua kila kitu ni Mungu.
Ni God, ni God. Kila kitu ni God.
Na mimi job yangu mimi ni mimi ni mtu nafanya job zote but passion yangu mimi ni kuchora. But nimejifundisha a lot of things in the last like 25 years ya kukuwa na opportunity ya kufanya hii kitu. Mimi ni painter, mimi paint gari zangu zote. Mimi ndio hufanya graphics, mimi ndio hufanya mambo ya fiber na nini because kwa workshop yangu I don't deal with peke yake kuchora. Nilifanya field yote because I get students, I get young people from everywhere. So mimi sitaki ati niwafundisha only one type of art because ilikuwa time kwa life yangu wakati kuchora peke yake ilikuwa hizi nilisha. Ilibidi ni diversify kwa vitu zingine lakini kila kitu inahusu gari.
Art is a talent that is beautiful when it puts food on your table. Sasa hapo kwa kulisha na kudepend on vitu zingine, biashara gani nyingine uliwahi fanya before uanze hii ya graffiti?
Okay, mimi nilikuwa nimeandikwa job, nilikuwa nafanya kama salesman. Okay, salesman ni baadaye. Before that nilikuwa nafanya kazi ya cleaner, nilikuwa kampuni nyingine nilikuwa nawafagilia, iko tu hapa karibu. Nilikuwa cleaner kwa store. Alafu ndo nikaenda kufanya nikakuwa store bado kampuni nyingine. Alafu nikaenda the last company nilikuwa kabla niache nilikuwa salesman. Nilikuwa tembea na diary, nimechora bado na kuandika contacts.
Na sasa what pushed you toke kwa hizo makazi specify kwa hii?
Mimi sipendi mtu kuniambia nifanye kitu. Hata nikiwa shule no one told me to sit down and read. Ni mimi mwenyewe nilikuwa napenda kujipush. Lakini sasa unajua job ya kuandika unapushiwa. Letter sales. Nilifanya job like 3 months day hata 1 shilling. Unaona? Lakini mimi naweza sema nashukuru Mungu. The last boss I had alifariki, Mungu amrehemu. Yeye ndo aliniambia Mohai, kazi unafanya si yako. Wewe pursue kitu unataka. And that day mimi nikatoka nikaenda garage nyingine iko pale Auta inaitwa Catskill, nikasimama kwa gate. The rest ni hii sasa hivi.
Sasa hapo mahali ulianzia, umefika kwa gate umesimama. Where did you start?
Mimi kitu kubwa na believe in Mwenyezi Mungu. I don't know there is God. I believe there is God. Because whatever Mungu amenifanyia kwa maisha yangu, hata mtu akuje na 10 million hawezi kusaidia. That day nilienda kusimama kwa hiyo gate. Nilikuwa najipatia courage kuingia ndani kuuliza job. But the problem is see it problem that funny thing is when nimesimama hivi jamaa fulani akatokea, jamaa wa Isili. Unajua pia before nikiwa shule nilikuwa nafanya kwa ma3 because my parents died when I was young, so nilikuwa nafanya vitu mob, nilikuwa naingia nikitoka shule naenda kwa ma3 na kwa makanga. So kuna mdosi fulani nishamfanyia job akaniona akaniambia Mohau unafanya nini hapa? Nikamwambia sikizi nachora ma3. Akaniambia nachora ma3 na sijui. Sijawahi hata gusa matatu hivi body kuchora. Akaniambia kama na gari yangu hapa.
Yote ilikuwa tu imagination kwa akili yako unaweza do.
I think till now mimi nakuwa na ile problem, sometimes I don't believe naweza fanya. When I do it, the people tell me it's good because hata hiyo matatu mliona nilikuwa nachora na uliza watu kwa sawa, every matatu mimi nachora na ulize kwa sababu because mko naogopaga sioni kama iko perfect. So that time moja maka akaniambia ingia, tukaingia ndani.
Wewe ulikuwa mwaka gani?
1999 huko I think. Sasa kuingia akaonyesha ma3 ndio hii. Sasa unajua wakati hizo ma design walikuwa wafanya vitu zile tunafanya sasa hivi. So niko na tu watu wanafanya hivi, niko na mtu anaeka tape, mwingine anakata sticker. Uzuri hiyo gari ilikuwa hajafikia mahali ya kupigwa rangi. So I had like 2 days kuzunguka pale kuna what do people do. So mimi kuona niko na I can do better. Because kitu moja mimi naamini hakuna kitu mimi maisha yangu ishanishinda. So ile kuona hivyo ndio nikaanza hiyo ma3 but it was not that good because ilifutwa because haikutokea poa. Mwenyewe alijam karibu hata nipige but nasema it was because at that time I didn't give up because nilirudi home nikilia nikiambia sistangu ile gari nimechora imefutwa. Sistangu akaniambia unajua but at that time ilikuwa ni normal mtu kimaliza shule uandikwe job. Sana sana na Wahindi uandikwe job na Wahindi ufanye job. Sistangu akaniambia utarudi huko job, nikaambia hapana. So hivyo tu pole pole nikakuwa natembea na bagi yangu nazunguka tu kwa magarage. Nashukuru Mungu kapata na mzee fulani hapo California. Garage moja ilikuwa inaitwa Intersport, mzee Kabodi. Akaniambia kuja nitakupatia job hapa. Kule jamaa alikuwa anaweka tinta hapo nini aliendaga. So ilikuwa kama opportunity nikaingia. So hata sikuanza kuchora immediately. Nikakuwa napatiwa job, fagia hapa, niletee kitu, enda kwa duka, enda na dereva kwa rangi. Pole pole tu nikaanza kuget ile feel ya kukua kwa
kuna magari.
Kuna magari. Nilikuwa napenda gari. Mimi babangu alikuwa mechanic. So nimekuwa na gari kutoka nikuwa mtoi. But sikuwa ifikiria kuwa hiki na mimi sikuanza nikisema itanilisha. Mimi nilianza tu kwa sababu sasa acha nifanye kitu napenda. At that time I never knew kuwa passion inaweza kulisha.
Wow.
And that time no one knew that what you love can pay you.
The creative sector is globally considered a cornerstone of economic growth with an emphasis on creativity, originality, and the abilities of the creative. In Kenya, they spread across different industries such as culture and heritage, design, arts and crafts, literature, music, gaming, radio, television, performing arts, visual arts, architecture, interior design and museums, fashion and technology. To help grow this industry, the government has put in place policy and institutional initiatives. These are laws such as those that protect intellectual property rights, Kenya's national policy on culture and heritage, among others. Despite these regulatory and institutional developments, the creative economy is not fully exploited.
Sasa ndio watu wameanza kujua hivyo.
Yeah.
Before wazungu walikuwa wanajua wananacha talent za watu iwalishe. But sisi wa Afrika tumekuwa na shida, tunaona ni prototype life. Toke shule, university, college, job uandikwe. Toka job, endelea na maisha.
Yeah.
So mimi nikianza ilikuwa tu pole pole. Paka Mungu akanisaidia nikachora basi moja. Nakumbuka hiyo basi nilichora I think a whole month.
Wow, basi yako sasa ya kwanza.
Basi ya kwanza. Juu hata ndio ilikuwa gari ya kwanza basi. Because ile material nilichora ikafutu. Sasa basi ilikuwa inachorwa circle moja kubwa. It took me like a whole
month,
2 weeks thinking how I'm going to draw a whole circle.
Wow.
But ideas ikakam nikafanya. Ilikuwa poa but si poa vile. Sasa ndio pole pole nikakuja nikapata Nissan fulani. Huyo chali alikuwa anaipiga rangi, alipewa doa kahepa. Mimi sasa kwenda pale nikaangukia. Nikamwambia unachoraga sina konaga pale mali fulani. Nikamwambia wakaniambia basi tupatie design. Nilikuwa na kitabu fulani nilikuwa nachora ma design usiku. Nikawapatia hao hiyo dinga walikuwa waindi. Wakaangalia ma design. Hizo tushafanya. Nikamwambia hizo nishafanya. Hii gari ziko wapi? Nikadanganya iko Eldoret sijui nini na ziko. So aka decide moja. Sio moja kuidecide. Next morning yake nikaenda nikanunua mastika nini nikaifanya, and that was the hit. Hiyo matri ndio matri ya kwanza tuleka zile mguu kubwa Nissan, tuleka zile mguu kubwa nyuma, tukainua ile kwa kunywa maji. Hiyo gari nakumbuka nikikaa ndani tunaenda town baada nimemaliza. Watu wanasimama, kuna masimu siku hizo ya kamera. Watu wanasimama kustare.
Wow.
Au nilikuwa natetemeka the whole day. Siku imagine hata inaweza fanya kitu kama hiyo.
And that was your breakthrough.
That was my breakthrough. Lakini sasa hapo bado Mohali kwa julikani. Julikuwa bado baada hiyo gari sikupata job nyingine. Nilikuwa hiyo gari kiingia job mimi nakakitia nyuma.
Na walikulipa how much?
9,000.
9,000. Hiyo time 9k ilikuwa domo.
Ilikuwa pesa kidogo juu 7,000 yote ilikuwa material. Sasa sikukuwa najua kulipisha.
Yeah.
Unaona? Na sikuanza na capital ati niko na nini. Nikaifanya sana nikakuwa nikikako hiyo matri nyuma. The same person alifanya mimi nifanye hii gari. Hiyo garage mtu mwingine tena alipatiwa doa akahepa. Mimi substitute. Always because I was not the best. Nikaitwa nifanye matri nyingine lakini ilikuwa private. Ilikuwa South Sea. Hii nilifanya ilikuwa Isili. Hiyo South Sea kufanya wewe mwenyewe akaniambia andika jina lako hapa. Moha. Sasa kuandika hiyo jina Moha sasa ndio hapo watu wakaanza Moha. Pole pole nikafanya gari moja, mbili. Ikafika time sasa
na uliweka Moha na namba yako ya simu. Ama ilikuwa tu Moha?
Namba ya simu ilikuwa itokea.
Yenye hakukuwa na simu.
Simu ilikuwa ya wadosi. Alafu sasa ndio wakati hiyo ndio sama simu zinaingia. Wakati line inauzwa 2,500 na credit ya chini kabisa ilikuwa 250. Sasa leo utaaffordaje?
Uwezi.
Ulikuwa pesa unapata at least ukishafanya kila kitu unabaki na 200 so
na unatosheka.
Na life iko sawa. Na nakwambia there was a time wakati hakuna job naweza itiwa na mtu job upande ya Mlolongo. Ilikuwa hapana si Mlolongo. Doni huko Kangundo Road. Natoka Isili mguu natembea paka Kangundo Road. Naenda kuandika jina ya lori zingine Homeland Freight na Paintbrush napigwa na narudi mguu.
Fast forward tufike mahali Moha amefika. Moha anajulikana almost Kenya nzima, worldwide, vitu zako ziko huko nje. What inspires your creativity?
What inspires me ni kuportray kitu, yani Unaona hiyo kitu nimepewa. Me always work na theme. Si work blindly. Gari zangu zote it has to have a theme. Without a theme I will not work. Nitakwambia because brain yangu haita register. Kitu inani inspire mimi nifanye kitu ni mtu kwanza kuni believe. Kuwa na trust kwangu. The moment actually trust I can work wonders.
Wow.
Hiyo tu. Alafu I just take my earphones niweke. I have my artworks, niko na picha nafaa kuchora ndio hii. Design will come. I never plan for the design. Always muka na customer chini, tuna decide on the pictures, on the color, the rest naambia please niachie. Because I don't know even myself. I'm not those kind of guys I draw down what I'm going to do. And niko nafanya hivyo before. But now nimefika mahali I let my creativity work for itself. The moment tu nishapiga gari rangi, mimi piga gari zangu zote rangi mwenyewe personally. Nisiwezi andika jina Moha Graphics kama sijapiga hiyo gari rangi. Mimi gari nikiletea ishapigwa rangi, nichore style kama Moha Graphics. Because I don't want to take credit for what I've not done. Hata kama nimechora imetoka kali, nimefanya finish ya wazimu, but kuna mtu pia alipiga rangi, so I will not take that credit. Hata mtu anilete gari imeandikwa jina designer fulani, mniambie mwana rekebishia hapa, nitarekebisha na sitatoa hiyo jina.
That is integrity.
Na respect kila mtu. Na mimi siwezi chukia designer yoyote because mimi nimefundisha madesigner wengi. Wale madesigner wako kule nje wengi wamekuwa inspired na watu mimi nimekuwa nikifanya.
Alright, and on that note, tunachukua a very short commercial break. Yes, The Hustle will be right back. Alright, a very warm welcome back. You're watching The Hustle. Hii ni show ya Mwananchi sababu hapa ndio tu pale, hii ndio base ambapo tunakuletea various business stories ambapo wewe unaweza pata an idea or two jinsi ya kuanzisha na hata pia kuikuza biashara yako. Leo tuko na Moha, yani yule msee wa graffiti. History yake Moha. Sasa umemaliza kuchora majobs. Umemaliza kwenda pale na pale. Ulifikaje ukasema ati wacha sasa niweke yangu?
Okay, ilikuwa hivi. Nilipata simu kwa jamaa fulani ana matri ya Embakasi. Alipigia simu akaniambia Moha, nataka kuletea gari lakini nataka gari yangu inyoroshwe, ipigwe rangi, unichore, utanipelekea wapi? Unajua nani anafanya hiyo kazi? Nikamwambia mimi. Na mimi niko nachora na kupiga rangi. So akaniambia basi kujia gari, nikaenda Embakasi nikachukua gari, nikaenda nao kwangu home Isili. Nikapark gari pale nje ya gate, nikaenda kutafuta fundi wa kunyorosha, fundi wa kusugua. Na hapo ndio ikaanza. Nilianzia kwangu home. Na nilianza na capital ya 0 because ile deposit alinipatiaga ndio ilikuwa capital yangu because sikuwa na machine, sikuwa na tools yoyote. But ule fundi nilikuwa namuita wa kunyorosha alikuja na tools zake, ule wa kusugua akakuja na tools zake, mashine ya rangi nikakuwa na haya. Hiyo gari nikaifanya poa, nashukuru Mungu, but nilienda loss ya 3000 because at the time akimaliza kunilipa balance nilikuwa tayari nimechukua vitu mahali, kulipa nikakuwa -3000. So ikakuwa the next job naanza tena naanza 0. So mimi naweza sema nilianza na 0 capital, but si kitu naweza advise mtu always aanze hivyo because always I think that was a mistake which I did, of which sometimes hata inaweza kuvuta nyuma kiasi kwa kibiashara. At that time haikuwa ni kitu kubwa because to me it was a passion. Nilikuwa nafanya kitu wala hata nisipopata pesa nasikia raha. But ikafika mahali nikakuwa na family, nikaanza kuwa na mtoi. So the thing is at that time ilibidi nianze kujua kulipisha dinga, nianze kujua kusave money because at that time nilikuwa sijipigi rangi. Nilikuwa napigiwa rangi. So mimi mimi am good in painting. Nikaanza kujipaintia, reduce cost ya kulipa fundi because at that time nilikuwa tu mtu mdogo, napata gari moja, maybe in a whole month naweza fanya hiyo gari, maybe nifanye job 1 week, nikae 3 weeks niko hivyo. So nilikuwa try save as much. Pole pole job ikaanza kushika hapo home, ikakuwa sasa imeanza kuwa nuisance kwa neighbors.
Na sasa which year was this yenye umeanza yako
2002. Sasa nilikuwa naanza kutoa madingo. Unajua wakati hizo Nissan zilikuwa zinakuja mpya every week. Sasa ilikuwa kila wiki gari kali, kila mahali moha. Nilikuwa siwezi hata tembea town. Nikitembea town moha. But people at that time, watu walikuwa wanajua ni watu wa matatu. Watu personal walikuwa juu ni nani. Because at that time mtu angebelieve kijana Mwarabu anaweza fanya job kama hii. But people never knew background yangu. Mimi sikuwa tumezaliwa family na pesa. Mimi nimejaribu ku work hard to kitu nafanya. Na nashukuru Mungu nikapata garage nyingine hapo section 3. Nikaenda nikajenga, nikafanya. Nikakaa hapo almost 15 years. 16 years nikakaa huko. Ndio sasa nikakuja hapa. Hapa niko na 2 years hapa industrial area.
Wow.
Yeah. Na yote ni Mungu, si mimi.
Sasa uko na hiyo branch iko huko section 3 na uko na hii.
Okay, pale nimeachia makanika wangu. Nataka pia yeye agrow. Vile mimi nilipata opportunity ya
yani
kukuwa
umefungua tu place ukaachia msee.
Nimekaa nao all those years.
Na sasa hapo uko na wafanyikazi wangapi? Kazi umegawanyisha kivipi?
Okay, hapa niko na almost 15 to 20 people working for me. But naweza sema kama 5 6 ni ma students. Wale they come na wafundisha. Okay, all of my guys here, they were once my students. What I mean, ndio nimewafundisha kunyorosha, kupiga rangi, kuchora, kila kitu. They were once my students.
Nao ni vijana wa mtaa, mtu
mtu anakam. Okay, there are some kulingana na background yao I do like charity, but kuna families wengine wanakuja they want to pay. Wakinilipa, so unajua bado inaketa for a lot of things yeah. But kuna wale mulipisha, kuna wale musaidia because in life there are some pia wana shida. So lazima niwasaidie. Nisipowasaidia mimi Mungu atanisaidia.
Na sasa kila mtu kazi yake anajua.
Okay, na job sasa hapa iko hivi. Tuko na departments tofauti. Kuna department ya kuna upholstery, mali viti zinatengenezwa. Kuna watu wa kunyorosha. Kuna group ya kunyorosha, kuna vijana wa fiberworks. Kuna sisi vijana wa rangi na kuchora. Pia niko na wasichana pia wale nafundisha because wengine wameona kufanya hizi kazi za kawaida, let them waingie kwa job. I think hata umewaona. Muambie hapa kuna chalia au dem, kila mtu ni same. Fanya kazi, tujifundishe because kama mimi tungekuwa tunaangalia between chali na dem, mimi ni Mwarabu singefanya kazi ya garage. Ningekuwa boss. But hapa boss anakaaga sasa ile kuna customer.
Sasa challenges gani ambazo umeweza kukutana nazo na pia umekabiliana nazo kivipi?
Okay, kwanza kwa upande matatu ni gava, vile sometimes tunapatiwa rules nyingi, unachora gari zinafutwa. So upande yetu ya art sometimes tunakuwa depressed sana. Hatuna nafasi ya kuexpress everything. But nashukuru the president kuna wakati alitukubalia, but ndio tulikubalia but bado tukapatiwa limitations. Usijaze kwa kioo nini. But tunasema tuna work tu na hivyo. But tungependa ingekuwa kama kitambo. We just do our thing because it's a culture. Mimi nishaekwa paka kwa Forbes magazine kwa sababu ya kuchora matatu. Wewe niambia hao watu wa New York wamejua Kenya inachoma. Their public transport zinafanywa graffiti. Na si illegal, ni legal. Okay, challenge nyingine, let me tell you the truth. Sometimes nakuwa overwhelmed na majukumu of which nina ma students wale na wengine na walipia nyumba, na walipia food. Sometimes you don't have those funds. Na mara mob tunasemaga gava inafaa kusaidia youth, but sitakudanganya. I don't think the government helps the youth. Kuna watu kama sisi tunasaidia youth na hatukui recognized. Tunaonesha watu ile kazi tunafanya, but the people we help alafu kesho wanaenda kule nje. We imagine if I didn't start this mambo ya graphic, vijana wangapi wangekuwa nyumbani? Kando na wale mimi nimefundisha, kuna wale wenyewe ni artists wanaingia kwa industry, wanajaribu vile mimi nilianza, because wengi wakisikia story yangu they go out, they wake up and go and do it. Unaona? So kama hii mambo ya graffiti ingekuwa hakuna, vijana wangapi wangekuwa jobless? Uwizi ingekuwa juu because wewe unajua ukiwa kijana unataka kufanya kila kitu. Unataka ufanye kitu get something in return. Na uwizi ndio rahisi. They are very fast. So hiyo challenge kama hizo za funds na nini. Alafu pia unaona kama mimi hapa I pay a lot of very high rent. So mimi hata kuna wakati niko na approach wakubwa na wanitafutie mahali, they give me a place because if they give me a place I can take in more students, be able to take care of them, unaelewa? If mimi napata mahali Hata I can set up a place for students to learn,
An
not
academy.
even mingling with the customers. Tunaweza kuwa na like 2-3 cars pale zetu za shule. Anyone in the government, watu wanaweza jitolea. Mtu atupatie go down to set up like one section ya students, one section ya kazi. Unajua tutapata vijana wengi mpaka hata watoto wa shule, because me sometimes skuli zikifungwa kama sahii, wazazi unipigia simu, Moha, nataka kijana wangu akae kwako ajifundishe kabla shule ifungue, because many people know the kind of person I am. Mimi ni mtu nataka watu wafanye the right thing, because mimi niliteseka when I was young. So mimi sipendi kuona mtoto mwingine akiteseka.
Haya basi, ile siku nzuri yenye Moha ametengeneza kutengeneza, amechora magari kama inado, unaweza chora magari kama ngapi?
Hawezi chora gari mbili. Ni gari moja. Okay, hata naweza maliza gari moja. Because unajua kuchora ni kazi kubwa. Kuchora takes like 3-4 days.
Wow. Na sasa ile siku nzuri ama ule wakati mzuri unaweza kuwa umetengeneza kama how much? Na pia ile siku mbaya yenye umekaa piga kasheshe hapa umerudi home mangapi?
Naweza kuambia hivi, hii job yetu hainaga ati pesa. Useme ati ndapata pesa fulani siku fulani. Sometimes unaweza kaa a whole week unaona ndururu. Alafu next week mtu akuletea gari apate deposit ya 20, 30. So tunatile a daily budget kwa hii job yetu. Because the moment utasema una get a daily budget like this whole week, hakuna customer amekuja mpya au nini. So I'm still working on those cars niko nazo. So huwezi kwa ile exact, but maybe mwisho wa mwezi unaweza sema umelipa rent 200,000, umelipa stima, so huwezi kosa kama 300,000-500,000 at the end of the month baada kulipa expenses.
Na sasa your mode of marketing, kama sasa ushabobea, umejulikana, what is your best means of marketing yenye imekuwakia?
My best means of marketing ni ya kwanza, I do a very good job. I try and do my best kind of job. Sometimes hata sieki jina Moha kwa gari. Kama recently I think I don't even put Moha. I try and work so hard on one car, itoke perfect, ikienda nje na niletea job 5.
Wow.
Alafu another thing, niko na Instagram na Facebook, so I'm post whatever I do. So the only way uta market kazi mzuri, mtandao at least weka, tag some people who you work for them. Kama nimefanyia watu wanajulikana this pia ina ni boost kidogo. Nikiona nimefanyia mtu kama DJ Moi wa Bwana Size 8, nimefanyia Rashid Abdalla, au watu unawafanyia at least una appreciate watu kama hao kukuona wewe, that's a blessing, unajua.
Na pia umefanya Money Heist yenye na feel inafa kwenda international, ifikie hao ma producers.
Unajua always hata niko na ukweli. Watoto wangu, mabeste zangu, unasikia mtu Money Heist, Money nini? Kuna customer amekuja hapo huyo mwenyewe gari akaniambia niaje mama, ushasikia Money Heist? Nikamwambia ushaiona nataka tuchore gari. Nikamwambia uko serious? Akaniambia nataka uchore gari. Tunaongea na yeye nikiresearch. Nikamwambia niko na picha moja hiyo nisha download. Nikamwambia si hawa?
Hawa ni yule msee.
So hivyo tunajua. Na nashukuru Mungu hiyo gari nilimwambia wewe ni believe na usiniambie anything.
Paka masks ni ulichora
tulichora kwa sababu ya nini? Mtu akikutrust please return a favor. Yaani wewe rudisha. Unajua kila siku si juu ya ile pesa. Ile pesa utapewa hata sasa hivi nikupatia 100,000. Wallahi siku mbili unaweza imaliza. But wallahi ukibuild trust na ukabuild friendship na mtu, it will last forever.
Biashara yako ni talent yako. Ni kitu ambacho kiko ndani yako. Sasa kuna ule kijana mwenye amemaliza chuo ama yenye hana do, amepitia life kaa yako, but huyu msee ako na passion, there's something in him or her yenye ana feel anaweza bring out, akapata the right person to go to. Alafu kuna ule pia mwingine mwenye alishamalizanga shule but hana do ya kuendelea. Na pia kuna huyu mwingine mwenye mimi nangoja kazi ofisi, mimi siwezi fanya hivi, ni maslay queens sijui nini. Na pia kuna wale wameketwa wanasema Kenya hamna kazi, sijui afanye nini, waanzie wapi. Advice mseka huyu mwenye hana hope na ule pia mwingine mwenye hamna lake.
nilisikia saying fulani ya Waluya. Wewe ni Mluya, best yangu aliniambia. Yani ukikaa chini utakula tu chini. Yani you sit down hautaikula kitu yote ya juu. Utakula tu vitu ziko chini. Mimi naweza sema ni perfect example kuwa passion na whatever you love will itakulisha. Mimi nilikuwa mtu mmoja nilikuwa naogopa taku. When my mother used to be, wakati alikuwa alive, nilikuwa naogopa taku kufagia. Nilikuwa mtu kama useless. So mimi always nilikuwa nafikiria nikiwa mtoi, nilikuwa nashangaa mimi kutoboa in life. Then Mungu akachukua mamangu na babangu kunionyesha nao utatoboa. Hiyo kutoboa nilifanya nini? Kitu nilikuwa napenda nilijaribu kuifanya. Na mimi kuifanya wala ilianza kunilipa. So mimi naambia vijana, sasa hii kila mtu anaenda kazi, nataka kazi, hakuna. Nataka hii, hakuna. What do you do? Think of what you can do. Mtaani watu wanapenda nini? KDF. Enda kwa bakery, itisha KDF, anza kuzungusha. Hiyo kuzungusha kwa KDF, unakuja kumeet the right person, ule atakupatia breakthrough.
Haya basi, let's look at a business anyone can conveniently put up. Car wash business. Did you know that over 7,500 new vehicles are introduced on Kenyan roads every month? Well, that's according to the Kenya Bureau of Statistics. But how do you tap into the car wash business and smile your way to the bank? This is how. Identify an open space or yard by the roadside. Identify your source of water. Have soap or detergent, oil for shine, buckets and water pipes, brushes as well as hand towels. Determine price according to services offered. Save, and as you grow, you can add a lounge area with drinks and snacks for your customers.
Haya basi, kutoka kwangu Tabitha Muthoni.
Na mimi Moha Graphics, endelea kuangalia The Hustle, au sio?
Yeah, and see you again next week.
Macadamia originates from Australia, where it was discovered by a colonist in Queensland, Australia in 1857. Macadamia derives its name from John McAdam, an Australian statesman and botanist. It was introduced to Kenya in 1945, but was not popular till after independence, when various small-scale farmers started to plant the crop. Macadamia trees commonly grow up to 20 meters high. They have shiny leathery leaves that are 20 to 30 centimeters long. Fragrant pink or white flowers are borne in clusters and are succeeded by bunches of up to 20 fruits. The fruit consists of a fleshy green husk that has spherical seed inside. The spherical seed hosts nuts that are round with a surface that is smooth and are 1.3 to 2.5 centimeters in diameter. The shell is tough, fibrous, and difficult to crack. The nut is white with uniform quality that shrinks slightly after harvest. The nut is white in color and is a rich source of fatty acids, protein, iron, vitamin B6, magnesium, which is required for enhancing metabolism and strengthening of bones. Macadamia grows well in an altitude of between 1,500 to 2,000 meters above sea level. And it requires rainfalls of between between 700 to 2,600 millimeters per annum, with optimum temperatures of 15 to 29 degrees centigrade. The soil should be deep, fertile, well-drained loams or sandy loams with a pH value of 5.5 to 6.5. It is propagated mainly through grafting, as trees grown direct from seeds take up to 7 years before they start to yield. It is advised that you plant the trees with a spacing of 7.5 to 10 meters by 7.5 to 10 meters. Therefore, an acre of land will hold up to 70 trees. Some grafted varieties start to yield within 2 to 3 years. After flowering, it takes 6 to 8 months to mature. Then ready nuts are harvested, husks removed, and dried within 24 hours of harvesting. Well-kept trees produce up to 80 kilograms per tree. And in Kenya, macadamia is mainly grown in Kiambu, Murang'a, Meru, Embu, and parts of Rift Valley.
On Celebrity Profile, we look at Adeyo Deji. Professionally known as Wizkid, was born in July 1990 in Lagos, Nigeria. Wizkid's music career started at age 11, where he managed to release a collaborative album with a group of church friends known as the Glorious Five. He then went on to sign a record deal with Empire Mates Entertainment in 2009, where he started his professional music career and released the Superstar album in 2011. He started his own record label, Starboy, signing artists such as Malik Berry, LAX, Mr. Easy, and R2Bs. In 2006, Wizkid achieved international recognition following his collaboration with Drake on the global hit One Dance.
There's never much love when we go OT. I pray to make it back in one piece. I pray.
Which reached #1 in 15 countries, including the United States, United Kingdom, Canada, and Australia. In addition to his solo work, Wizkid has collaborated with several other artists. His best-selling album, Sounds from the Other Side, debuted in 2017 and reached 91 in the UK, 107 in the US, as well as 58 in Canada. His great success in the music business has led to him having an approximate net worth of $12 million US.
Focus of body and mind is crucial for a productive day.
Work on the obliques.
We'll look at trends that affect your business day.
Who has a bird's eye view of the whole economy?
These are things that the government should be able to spell out for Kenyans.
An in-depth analysis of the markets.
Markets have been very fearful.
Deploy the capital into investment opportunities.
Business headlines covered extensively.
71 years.
Inspire the whole spectrum of entrepreneurs.
I maneuvered in the harsh economies and all that.
With financial and business literacy in a language easy to understand.
At the simplest form,
contracts. The creation of the human mind.
As we look at the boss lady in her element as a woman and a boss.
That women can have access.
As we journey you through farms and produce markets.
This is money.
Taking a breather and even in that, learn a thing or two.
Global map of growth rates.
Taking a look at the business of entertainment.
Movies, fashion, beauty.
Following the money in sports.
Then you widen your stance.
Before switching off our mics and let you have your say.
The economy is undergoing a serious hardship.
Looking at technology as it affects your day-to-day business.
The customer will get notification.
This is Metropole TV.
Businessmen are doers. Businessmen, they're also thinkers. Businessmen are innovators. How did you come up with this idea? How did you decide to give back to it? And where is the need? Where's the gap?
It was a natural gravitation.
So the doers, the thinkers, and the innovators all catch up on the Entrepreneurs Lounge with me, Ingrid Nantege, every Monday at 7:30 p.m. only on Metropole TV.
We know that business growth directly results in job and wealth creation, and this remains our ultimate goal, prosperity for all. And for this to be realized, both government and the private sector must work together to create an enabling environment and develop solutions that will allow business to thrive. And this is exactly the reason that guided the design of this year's program. We will have panel discussions outlining key developments in trade and investments in the region and Africa as a whole, and how these developments impact business growth. The Africa Continental Free Trade Area panel, Prosper Africa panel, the trade facilitation initiatives in East Africa are particular ones to look out for, as they outline or will outline opportunities for the private sector, address important challenges such as how to improve competitiveness, and detail the support available for businesses to counter these challenges and help them take advantage of opportunities available. Sector forums will facilitate in-depth discussions on specific industry sectors with a solution-focused approach and a forward-leaning stance to the future of these sectors. How to enable these nascent industries in the region to leapfrog, future-proofing them to assure long-term prosperity. We will also get to hear from different countries represented at this year's summit on doing business in their countries, as well as the US government support available to businesses looking to play in these markets.
Hello and welcome to the Capital Point, the show that brings you the voice of business leaders and policymakers who are shaping our economy. My name is Terry-Ann Chebet. Let's start with a question. Should you retire today or lose your job, what kind of lifestyle will you live? Will you be able to afford your home as it is today, your children's fees? Because saving for retirement is one of the biggest challenges that many Kenyans face today. With competing priorities, the culture of saving is almost non-existent. In this week's episode of The Capital Point, we focus on retirement funds, trends in the pension space, and the state of Kenya's pensions industry. Now, today about 1.5 trillion shillings sits with pension funds in Kenya, but only 20% of the working population are covered. Now, that means that only 2 out of 10 employed Kenyans have a pension scheme in place. The concerns of the pension system in Kenya are many and relate to 1, the lack of longevity insurance, low coverage, unfunded liabilities, imprudent asset management, non-payment or delayed payment of pensions, as well as weak enforcement of pensions laws. Now, according to the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, that's OECD, assets in retirement benefit schemes totaled 50.7% of GDP in the OECD countries and only 19.7% of total GDP in the non-OECD jurisdictions. It is clear that most non-OECD countries have a long way to go in the growth of the sector. Now, in Kenya, let's come back home. The retirement benefits assets as a percentage of our GDP stands at about 13.4%. That's compared to more developed markets like the USA, which is at 84.1%, and the UK, quite staggering, at 105.3%. The industry has registered great growth from both member contribution and good performances, leading to the assets under management growing to about 1.5 billion. That's in 2019. Now, we will take a short break, and on the other side of the show, we'll have with us Godwin Simba, the Managing Director of Octagon Pension Services, and he'll be delving with us deeper into what we need to know about the pensions industry. Do join the conversation online. The hashtag is #TheCapitalPoint. Follow us on @Metropole TV Kenya. See you in a moment.
Over the last couple of years, we have had several engagements with the United States government as well as US business leaders. This most recent includes a meeting with President Trump in August of last year, and also the American Chamber of Commerce. We also met last year here in Nairobi, plus a further meeting with some of you in New York in September of this year. All these engagements have been motivated by our desire, I think by both our countries, to raise the level and quality of our trade and investment partnership to a scale that truly reflects our long and indeed strong ties that bind us closely together. And there are several reasons why we seek this fundamental change in our partnership. But today, just let me highlight 3 of these. First, as a country, Kenya recognizes the very critical role played by the private sector in driving not just our economy but innovation, which holds the key to job creation and its contribution to tax revenues that we need to finance public services and public investments. So we therefore seek to anchor our long-term economic ties on a strong platform of business-led partnerships to promote investments while at the same time driving trade. Indeed, participating in this summit today, we have a strong contingent of the Kenyan private sector, who I'm sure are very keen to develop that partnership with you. The second point is that we know that in this multipolar world of fast-paced change and innovation, we need partnerships that are convenient but also resourceful and which cut across sectoral barriers and geographical boundaries. Some of your companies have managed to rise to this expectation, including, for example, General Electric and Coca-Cola, who have been represented in this country for many years. I'm indeed very happy to say that they have been responsive and also adaptive to our needs, with the result that both sides have benefited immensely from that partnership. So I also urge the companies that have signed some $100 million worth of deals last year, and the many more that we expect to sign this year, to emulate these two companies. This approach advances Kenya's development agenda, while at the same time grows your businesses. The third point that I'd like to raise is partnerships are also increasingly multifaceted and interlinked. Together with our neighbors in the region who are participating in this forum, we are proud to be part of our East African community. Kenya is also a member of the Common Market for East and Southern Africa, COMESA, and we were amongst the first signatories to the Continental Free Trade Area Agreement. All these partnerships are built upon our shared desire to develop regional value chains, enhance interregional trade, and achieve economic prosperity, not just for Kenyan citizens, but for citizens of our entire region.
Welcome back. You're watching The Capital Point. If you're joining us online, the hashtag is The Capital Point. Do follow us on @Metropole TV Kenya. I'm now joined in studio with Godwin Simba, the MD of Octagon Pension Services. Thank you so much for making time to be on Metropole TV. Now, of course, the issue of pensions, touches each and every human being, especially because at one point we have to retire, whether it's because of age or illness or work. So we have, as a country, 1.3 trillion shillings in pension funds. It seems quite a big number, but in terms of GDP or in terms of share of GDP, it should be higher. What is your deduction of where we are as the state of the industry?
Thank you, Terry, for having me for this session to just elaborate more about the retirement benefits industry. The retirement benefits industry at large has really been on a growth path. When you look at it from the last 10 or 15 years, we've been actually in the industry has moved tremendously from a low of 100 billion to, at the moment, you're talking about 1.3 trillion in terms of the fund sizes. And this ideally represents close to 15% of the GDP. The reason for growth has been the need or the sensitization in the market regarding the pension savings, as well as also you notice that when it comes to pension coverage, we still, of course, not where we are supposed to be, because you're talking about close to 19% of pension coverage in the Kenyan market. Comparatively to the most developed economies, you're talking about over 100% when it comes to GDP. And essentially, the pension industry really plays a key role in the economy because it fuels investments into the capital markets. Yeah, you also find the pension industry invests a lot in property and also private equity. So there's a critical role which the pension industry plays. And the more that we have funds in the economy, then you may see a higher growth rate in terms of the economic GDP. Yeah.
And just if we can split that 1.3 trillion, 1.16 is in private pension funds.
You're right.
0.2 is in the public pension fund, which is NSSF.
Yes.
Why is there such a huge disparity between the two?
Over a long time, most of the pension savings has actually been driven through NSSF for the longest time. NSSF was enacted in 1964. And in those very old days, people used to contribute as low as 100 shillings. Now, over time, NSSF has started to improve its own contributions, but at the moment, we are still at a ceiling of 200 shillings per contribution from an employee and 200 shillings from an employer perspective. So when you look at the growth of the NSSF funds, it's not been substantial enough. And comparatively to the private sector pension funds, you're looking at almost 31% of the funds in the NSSF funds being the total of the pension assets, and about 61% coming from the employer's pension savings. Now, the reason why you've seen the employers or the occupational schemes growing faster, or the private pension schemes growing faster, is the fact that the contribution rates in employer-sponsored schemes are always high, and the average in the market is currently standing at around 7.5% to around 10% from employer and employee perspective in terms of contributions. You even find in civil service or parastatals, they contribute as high as 10% and 20% from both employer and employee perspective. So that has really driven the assets in the pension industry quite a lot. The NSSF as well has also tried to increase the coverage of the membership. We're talking about close to 3 million Kenyans, both in both the private and in the NSSF membership portfolio. And ideally, you realize that for every 2 in 3 people who are employed, most of them are actually in NSSF. So you find members who are in NSSF funds are also members in the private pension schemes. So that also can tell you the fact that as you look at the numbers deeply, the 3 million people are actually people in the formal employment. So there's actually a more need to discuss more about those who are in the informal sector as well.
Absolutely, and we'll look at that in just a moment. But I want to break down a little bit some of the investments, and you alluded to the impact or the impact the pensions industry could have on the economy as a whole. Just looking at how these pension funds are invested, 35% in government bonds.
Yes, right.
20% in listed companies, 19% in property, 14% in guaranteed bonds, and the remainder about 12% in bonds, deposits, some offshore, etc. What are some of the new areas that these funds need to look at?
Over the years, we've seen most pension funds investing in traditional investments. These are what you've listed: government bonds, stocks, corporate bonds, as well as short and long-term, call and fixed deposits for that fact. But then increasingly, pension funds have become more agile to new investments. We're seeing more focus towards infrastructure investments, such as public-private partnerships, which actually more focuses on infrastructure investments. We've also seen schemes moving into new asset classes that the capital markets have, rolled in the market, like derivatives for this purpose. We've also seen rates being rolled out by the capital markets over the last 2 years. So pension funds have also increasingly moved into that. And again, why the drive for the move has been because you find the investments in the pension funds have been a bit volatile. So if you look at the equity investments for the last three or so years, we've actually not been performing very well at an average of perhaps 5% return. And members who are retiring are demanding more of, a good return, and therefore trustees or the people who manage pension funds are actually on a high, search for stable and high return investments.
Talking of stability, the government seems to have identified, that pot of gold in as far as the Big Four agenda is concerned, but we've seen some fund managers saying, developing cold feet and being apprehensive about it, saying we are not sure about the risks associated with that. What are your thoughts on it?
Yeah, I think that the investment into public-private partnerships is quite a good area to look at. If you look at most developed economies and also most of the big pension funds in the world, even in South Africa, the government pension fund for South Africa, they've done quite a lot on private-public partnerships. It was quite a new area when you look at it from the Kenyan perspective, because it's quite a new area that the trustees are trying to understand, also the industry trying to understand. And that also is more driven by the legal framework existing for pension schemes to actually invest. And remember that these pension funds are ideally members' funds. And the first priority or objective for any pension fund is to preserve the capital that this member has contributed into. So that means you have to really be cautious when you're taking risks, in as much as you also want to balance the return perspective. So you find that pension funds are a bit cautious, looking at the legal framework, looking at the risks, and by then, if you look at the introduction of that asset class, we're still at the early stages, and I think there's a lot of awareness that needs to be done, in as much as also we are assessing the legal framework to support the objective of pension funds.
Let's talk about coverage of pension funds, specifically with the SME space, where the majority of Kenyans today are actually employed by. However, many of them are not formal, and even though NSSF is supposed to be mandatory, the majority of SMEs do not actually pay to NSSF for their members of staff. In what ways can the SME space get more engaged?
When you look at the current statistics in the market, the coverage rate, as mentioned, is around 19%. Now, out of the 19%, we do have close to 15 million Kenyans who are in both formal and informal space. So that tells you have close to only 3 million saving for pension. There's been need for the sector to look at the informal sector, employers, and trying to create some awareness about saving for retirement. The key challenge that has been, of course, faced in the Kenyan market is the fact that pension is always a long-term objective. Secondly, pension has always been seen as a voluntary benefit that the employers normally put in place. So there has to be a sensitization between the employees on the need to save for retirement, and also for employers in the SMEs to look at pension as a key motivator towards retention and recruitment of the employees. And also, coming back to the informal sector, these are individuals who perhaps do not have a structured saving. So the industry also needs to look at the aspect of creating products that are actually centered around the informal sector. And this would be driven by technology, instead of the mortar and brick where people have to walk in to be serviced and all that. And there's quite a lot of developments around that space, right from the launch of Mobikeza, the launch of Mbawa Pension Plan and all that. So coming to look at it from a perspective of adequacy and sustainability of retirement benefits for the Kenyan population, we are currently speaking about close to 37% to around 40% old age poverty rates currently. So meaning even the people who are actually in retirement at the moment, they are not enjoying a good life, in as much as you're having a small pension coming through. So those are the conversations that the industry is really looking at and trying to say, how can we net off now? How can we bring into the net these more than 15 million people or 14 million people who are actually ideally are supposed to be saving for pension?
Let's, some of our viewers are, SMEs, and probably wondering, why should I really care? What would you tell an SME who's an employer?
Yes.
Why should they care?
My advice would be to look at that employee from a perspective of when he leaves retirement, when he leaves employment. On average, most people actually work between age 25 and age 60 years. There's a high likelihood that that particular individual would work for you until age 60 years, which is close to 30 years. But then the probability is also high that the same person would be able to live for another 30 years. He only has those 30 years is working for you as an SME to be able to accumulate something sustainable for them to take care of old age. And when you look at the aspect of promoting life in retirement, it's actually a conversation that begins from the employment perspective. Why would an employer, for example, care for your medical, get you medical now when you're working, or probably get you good perks, get you a good pay, but then immediately you leave employment, you become destitute in employment. You don't have any income to sustain you. That's where when medical challenges crop in, and probably also you find old age support systems are no longer sustainable. So you find that people are on their own. So for an SME who has employees, I think the care should be more about the current benefits that are for pre-employment, but also should extend to post-employment. Yes.
And what's the role of the individual, let's say the employee,
yes,
who may be working for an SME that's not paying NSSF, for instance? What can they do to encourage, what are some of the conversations they can start having with their employers?
I would encourage them to, as an individual, you first have to have your retirement goal as an individual. First of all, try to understand what happens after employment, and not even nowadays after employment, because there are many risks that comes in before you even get to the retirement age. There's a risk that you can lose your employment before you get to your retirement age. There's a risk that probably the investments that you have done may actually be utilized for other pre-retirement, expenditure. Like now, education, you're focusing on education, you're focusing on housing, and also personal upkeep. But then you have to look and say, what is life beyond the employment that you have? And that would be answered if you start having a retirement goal or a long-term goal towards your savings. You may want to invest, for example, even if you invest in a SACCO, for example, which I see majority of people, SACCOs are more popular in terms of savings. But then SACCOs normally are aimed to achieve the short-term needs. You may want to borrow, for consumption, buying a plot, property, and all that. But then the long-term nature of it is that at some point you will retire, and you need to have accumulated enough funds to take you for even more than 20 to 30 years of your retirement life. Currently, maybe just to look into the statistics of longevity, our current, we are looking at people currently living at an average age of 74 years. So meaning you have like 15 years on average, if God allows you to stay more than 60 years to live. You still want to maintain the same standards of living. So those conversations need to happen at an individual level, and to start from saving. So have a conversation with your employer, and if your employer is not ready at that moment to start contributing for retirement, there are so many personal pension plans in the market. There are close to almost 30 registered personal pension plans. For example, we run an Octagon personal pension plan that has close to 5,000 individuals. And we launched a product for the informal sector 2 months ago, where we have onboarded close to more than 10,000 individuals within 2 months because of the flexibility that comes with the technology.
How much? What's the minimum for your pension plan?
We're looking at actually no minimum. You can actually deposit as low as 1 shilling through your mobile phone, and it's a product we have called it Mobikeza. It's quite a convenient product that if you're out there and you're an individual who you want to start saving for your retirement, you don't have to wait for your employer. Just put it in your funds through your USSD platform and start saving for retirement. Yeah.
That's interesting because there have been campaigns I've seen, especially at community level, where people who have house girls or nannies or gardeners and watchmen being told you need to start contributing or encouraging your staff within the household to also start thinking about their future.
Right.
So another question that comes to mind with this is the rise of the gig economy, the future of work as it's called, where reports and research is showing that in the next couple of years, many young people will not be or even want to be in the formal economy. What will this do to the formal pension system?
First, it probably, when you look at the key risks we are addressing currently in the current structure we have, is actually to address the population that we have currently, the current workforce that we have. There are emerging trends that are really either they may work for or against, but ideally sometimes if you don't plan well as an individual, it may work against you. Key example is the gig economy you've mentioned. These are individuals that would not want to stay in a job for a long period of time. You probably don't go into a formal employment. What does that have an impact towards your savings? It's because then if you don't structure your savings well from start, when you start earning that income, it doesn't have to be a payroll. It could just be that you've gone to that gig, you get some money. You must start having the discipline of starting to look at and say, out of every income I earn, how much should I be saving? And we advise everyone in that particular cluster to save at least 10% on the bare minimum and let the 90% of your other income, you use it for other reasons. But then when you look at the impact of that to the current savings is that most of the savings that we currently have in the pension space, in the pension sector, are actually savings that have been accrued from people who are in formal employment, long-term formal employment. So meaning if people lose employment or you opt to go for short-term contracts and all that, you potentially lose out from the structure. And therefore, that would mean then you, as an individual, you have to look at how do you balance that by enrolling into a private pension scheme that you can contribute into.
All right. Now, members of parliament, clearly not friends of the pensions industry, have decided to scrap the age limit.
Right.
What will this do to whatever is already there, given that if we look at this year alone and what has happened in terms of job losses, retrenchments, and many of these people will want now to go and access their funds.
Yes.
So what happens now?
Ideally, when the regulations came in June to actually preserve the employer portion of the funds that members have contributed to the scheme until the retirement age, the industry looked at it as a welcome move because then it was going to promote the longevity or the sustainability and the adequacy of pension funds for these members. The challenge that we face as an industry has been where members are actually putting in money to the pension fund. And when you look at the percentage of the funds they are putting into is close to around 5%. So ideally when members of the pension funds contribute, we actually take out almost 5% of their salary. Which goes into the pension fund. So they are left with the other 95%. Now, the portion that the employer is contributing is ideally a voluntary contribution. So the perception has always been that the employer portion, even if you are allowed to access your employee portion as an individual, plus the income that has accrued, at least the one that is been accrued from the employer's side should actually hold on until when you get to 50 years. Which we saw that would have actually promoted, adequacy of the funds in retirement. But then I think because, of course, we live in an economy which people have, they have to express their, there's what we call public participation, which members felt that, it may not be wise to lock the employer portion, and that portends a big risk, actually, to most members who have saved for pension. Ideally, when you look at the current withdrawals that we pay out to individuals, we pay out close to, because the employer portion tend to be higher than the employee portion in most cases. So that means the current people exiting from the funds, they actually access a bigger portion from the employer portion. So that means then you are likely to have a big risk coming in retirement.
So what advice do you have for somebody who maybe has lost a job?
Yes.
They have a pension scheme in place and they are thinking, now that I may need some money in the short term, I can go and withdraw now that the rule is this particular rule is in place.
Yes.
So what advice would you have for them?
I would advise that as soon as you set in to start saving for pension, just put it in your mind that it's a long-term investment. It's a long-term saving. It's not a short-term saving. In the unfortunate event you lose your job, and you still of our working age, you still have the energy to work. Perhaps you're looking at people who are below 50 years. What you may want to do as the first priority is just to assume that that money for pension is not there, because that was not the intended objective. In as much as you're allowed to withdraw, the first thing you probably need to do is that look at for other alternative sources of income that you can sustain yourself in the meanwhile as you look for employment or alternative means of sustaining yourself. But then in the event you have to access your benefits, look at it from a point of view where you are accessing it for a purpose of purposes of investment, not for purposes of running, your day-to-day, needs. Because then, if you lock out the pension funds from the scheme, it means then you are losing out on the interest. And normally pension funds have given an average of around 12 to 13% income for the last 10 years, if you look at the average statistics in the market. So even if you are going to do investments which is outside the pension space, just look at the risk and the return that comes with it. Because we've seen most people who leave employment, the first thing they get that letter that you are leaving employment, they want to actually withdraw that money. And withdrawing that money has a bigger risk, because then the intended purpose will not be achieved.
As we wind up, what's your outlook for 2020 for the pensions industry?
Perhaps to look at it from an industry perspective, we saw the regulator, Retirement Benefits Authority, launching a strategic plan, 5-year strategic plan, quite an ambitious one. And we believe that it sets the tone for the industry in terms of coverage. We're seeing more of conversations coming around increasing awareness, and we are likely to see more uptake of pension products from outside the formal sector employees. So we pretend, and we are likely also to see more informal sector employers, coming in, informal sector employers and also employees coming in to add into the basket of retirement savings. The second thing that we are very positive about is the investment outlook. We've seen quite some stable economic outlook in the Kenyan market. However, when you look at the returns that the pension funds have been getting over the last few years, 3 years or so, it hasn't been quite attractive as such. But over the last 2 months, we've seen a rise in terms of returns from equities, government bonds. So we potentially look at a future where the returns will be more attractive for people actually to retain their funds in the retirement benefits industry. The last thing that we are more, that I'm personally convinced, the fact that there are products that are coming out in the market that are more attractive for any individual to save for retirement. With the use of technology that we do have on a day-to-day basis, I would advise individuals to be on the lookout for products that would give you convenience, comfort, and also it will be more easier for you to enroll in terms of pension, as well as look also for products that would also give you pension and also augment it with insurance. Because there's one thing to save for pension, and you insure that risk that you are likely to live for long. But also there is the element that you want to safeguard yourself just in the event something happens before you retire. And that would mean then you may want to take a life cover. You may also want to make sure that your families are safeguarded by ensuring that you have put in place a document or a will that would ideally protect your loved one. So as we move towards more sensitization, there's more to discuss around embedding the pension products, especially to serve the formal and the informal sector, with insurance products, so that you are giving a bouquet of quite some comfort or security in retirement.
All right. Yeah. Thank you so much for your insights and for making time to be with us on The Capital Point. I have been speaking with Godwin Simba, the MD of Octagon Pension Services. You've been watching The Capital Point. My name is Terry Ann Chebet. Have a good night.
Focus of body and mind is crucial for a productive day.
Work on the obliques.
We'll look at trends that affect your business day.
Who has a bird's eye view of the whole economy?
These are things that the government should be able to spell out for Kenyans.
An in-depth analysis of the markets.
Markets have been very fearful.
Deploy the capital into investment opportunities.
Business headlines covered extensively.
71 years.
Inspire the whole spectrum of entrepreneurs.
I maneuvered in the harsh economies and all that.
With financial and business literacy in a language easy to understand.
At the simplest form, contracts. The creation of the human mind.
As we look at the boss lady in her element as a woman and a boss.
That women can have access.
As we journey you through farms and produce markets.
This is money.
Taking a breather and even in that, learn a thing or two.
Global map of growth rates.
Taking a look at the business of entertainment.
Movies, fashion, beauty.
Following the money in sports.
Then you widen your stance.
Before switching off our mics and let you have your say.
The economy is undergoing a serious hardship.
Looking at technology as it affects your day-to-day business.
The customer will get notification.
This is Metropole TV.
Yes, I was doing great. I was really doing well. And then I got sidetracked like anybody in business when you think you're making money. One decision turned to another bad decision, turned to another, before I realized I was being auctioned.
When it rains, it pours.
How do you get a depression with children? I don't know how I did it. As the auctioneers are coming, you're trying to figure out how am I going to pay this, and first and foremost, how am I going to feed my kids. My first production we did in the house, just to see what was there. So we mixed a shampoo in the house. With this, you can do up to about 4,000 lipsticks. My name is Lucy Kimani, CEO and founder of Dawn Industries Limited, and this is the Boss Lady.
Lucy Wahu was born and raised here in Nairobi in Uhuru Estate, the Eastland side of Nairobi County. She comes from a big family of 8 siblings, 7 sisters and 1 brother. Her mother was an entrepreneur and she would sell mitumba clothes, or if you wish, second-hand clothing, while her father worked with the City Council of Nairobi. She attended Harambee Primary School till class 8 and later joined Aga Khan High School. She went to Kenya School of Professional Studies to study procurement, which she later dropped it for seeking for job opportunities. Her search led her to Copenhagen to pursue hotel cleaning. While being hosted by a friend, she climbed the ropes from hotel cleaning to housekeeping, and here she saved her money, which she later used to travel to Malaysia, where she did her diploma in pharmaceutical studies. However, today she owns the Dawn Industries, a company that self-manufactures cosmetics right here in Nairobi. But first, this is what you need to know about cosmetics in Kenya. Over the past 10 years, the cosmetics and personal care products industry has expanded beyond a market solely for women to include men and children. Many products are regulated due to concerns over health and performance. Equipped with proven expertise in cosmetics testing, auditing and certification worldwide, the cosmetics industry offers a broad range of services and products. though it is not easy to establish the share of beauty products in the Kenyan market that are manufactured locally, a cursory tour of supermarkets in Nairobi's central business district shows that there are many imported beauty brands on their shelves, such as some companies with production plants locally like Unilever and Nivea, who manufacture some of their products elsewhere in the US, China, Europe and South Africa and then ship into the country. The annual cosmetics imports have risen steadily since 2010 to date. Kenya currently ranks 61 in ease of doing business, up from position 80 last year, according to the Doing Business 2019 report by the World Bank. However, the report, which sampled Nairobi only in Kenya's case, indicates that the ease of starting a business in the country, which includes securing a trade license, has not improved since last year. Even with all the attention from abroad, the market's potential has not gone unnoticed. Locally, socialites like Huda Monroe, Vera Sidika and today's boss lady are among the few Kenyans seeing business opportunities in cosmetics. Before we get to how Lucy Wahu started, here are some of the things you need to know about Lucy Wahu. How did Lucy start?
When I was in Malaysia, of course, like you go to any other country, you have to register. So I went to register with the Kenyan embassy, and that's where I met another, like I said, my life has been blessed by meeting really fantastic, great people who have more or less made me be who I am. The political attaché, is it a political or trade attaché, was called Mr. Lemoshira. He's the one actually who told me about pharmaceutical companies, and he knew 2 companies that actually really wanted to come to Africa. So he gave me the address, I started communicating, came back during my holidays, did my research, talked to people at Pharmacy and Poisons, got to know what was required. So I was able to close an agency, sole distributorship for Kenya. So when I got here, of course you cannot run a pharmaceutical company without a pharmacist. So I got a pharmacist who we teamed up with. The company in Malaysia were willing to give me goods on consignment and of course participate in the marketing, and that's how I started out.
You were doing well.
Yes, I was doing great. I was really doing well. And then I got sidetracked like anybody in business when you think you're making money. One decision turned to another bad decision, turned to another, before I realized I was being auctioned.
How? What happened?
I just lost focus. I started spending more time outside the company. I started investing in other things, personal things. Of course, there's also, you see, in business, there's a personal and then there's a professional side. So I got more involved. When money started coming in, I got comfortable. So I was spending less and less time in the office, and I was spending more and more time doing my own personal things. And that time, of course, like any other person who pays little attention to their company, I started losing money. I wasn't there to notice it. By the time I noticed it, I was being sent show cause letters. I was being auctioned, being proclaimed. So, yeah, so I went bankrupt.
And then let me get this straight. By this time that you're being auctioned, or by this time that you've signed a consignment with the pharmaceutical company in Malaysia, you're already a mother.
Yes, I was. No, that was later. I became a mother later, after I already started the pharmaceutical company.
All right.
Yeah.
So when you now came back home, how were you able to juggle the fact that you're a mom and now with a pharmaceutical business?
I don't know. That's a very hard question. Any working mother will tell you somehow they work out. You go to work, you go home. My baby, the last born Donna, when she was a baby, when I don't have a house help, I'll carry her with me. I had this really big box next to my office, which had a nice blanket inside. She used to play there, and my assistant that time used to babysit for me. She was a beautiful woman called Rose, so she used to babysit for me. I don't know how I did it. I can't really tell you how I did it. It just...
But it happened.
But it happened. They just grow somehow.
Yes.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
So you get auctioned. What next?
I got auctioned. I had bills. I owed the whole world money, from the company in Malaysia to where my office was, the landlord, to where I was living, which was a rented house. No, how do you get a depression with children? You don't. Your mind races. As the auctioneers are coming, you're trying to figure out, how am I going to pay this, and first and foremost, how am I going to feed my kids? You don't stop to think. You do what needs to be done. That means you juggle. The little money you have, you just need to juggle. So after I paid a couple of bills, I was left with very kidogo. I had 10K. Now this 10K was not enough to pay my rent for my house. It was not enough to pay school fees. It was not enough to do anything. But like I said, the people I have met are the ones who give me these brilliant ideas. So I went back. So when I met Kyoko, and that's where Kyoko was like, by the way, you can start with what you have. You don't need a lot of money. We can just start slowly, and then we grew from there. And that's how I started with 10,000.
With 10,000. So what exactly did you do with that 10,000? You've paid your bills, but as you said, the bills, once you pay bills, doesn't mean that they'll stop coming. You'll still have more bills coming in. You still have your rent. You still have your kids. As you said, they need to be paid for school fees. You still need to eat. With 10,000 shillings, how did you rebound?
I can say, during the time when I was working or running the pharmaceutical company, I got a reputation for somebody who keeps their word. I actually went to my landlord and I told my landlord I actually don't have money. Things are a bit tight. This is what has happened. If you can give me a bit of time, I'll be able to sort you out. So with my 10,000, I actually told him exactly what was happening. Where my office was Kilimani Flats. I had been paying my rent for, my pharmaceutical company rent for 10 years. And there's no one day that I delayed my rent when I was able to. So the agents who used to manage the NSSF houses, I went and I sat down with them and I explained to them what the situation was, and actually I requested for time. That time I had no idea what I was supposed to do, but I knew I had to keep my word. Kyoko, when he came and told me what we were able to do, the figures that were there, he actually took me to some places in downtown where we were able to buy raw materials in small quantities. And then we went to General Plastic, we bought minimum quantity. And actually my first production we did in the house, just to see what was there. So we mixed a shampoo in the house, and it worked. I tried it on my sisters, I tried it on myself, it worked very well. And then we thought about registering at Kenya Bureau, because there's no way you can put products in the market, because it was my advice. He was telling me the next stage is to do Kenya Bureau. When we went to Kenya Bureau is when they actually told me that I cannot manufacture from the house and be licensed to do that. So the next stage was to look for a place outside the house to be able to get certification to go to the next level. So of course there I will go back to my families when I went, and I had to borrow money from my sister. And my rent was what, 6,000 shillings? Because I got somewhere in Rongai, huko ndani. It was a house, but it was like sort of kind of neglected. So it was, I paid 6,000 for rent, 6,000 for deposit. And then there was 2,000 for electricity. So when I got the house, and I manufactured my first products, we got the labels done at downtown. It was not many, we did about 10 pieces. So with the 10 pieces, when we went back to KEBS, of course they have to come and collect the samples. The inspectors who came were really beautiful. I think sometimes my path is graced by God. Because they came, they took the samples. Of course, it did not meet the standards, but they were willing to give me a chance. Of course, they advised me how I needed to set up, what it is I required. But the first thing they told me, before they do anything, they had to analyze the product to see whether they pass, and which they did, and the products passed. And I was issued with KEBS certification. That time it was not as strict as it was now. Once you get the KEBS, and of course you have the KRA, and you register with VAT, then it was the next level, which was the small salons. Of course, it took a bit of time. It took a couple of weeks for me to sell my first shampoo, but I did. and it was 250 bob.
With 10,000 shillings for production, a 12,000 shilling loan for rent, and a selling price of 250 shillings per bottle, Lucy started her business and supplied along her neighboring surrounding in Rongai. We take a short break. When we come back, we take a look at the production process of Dawn Industries. Don't go too far.
Is this the most important part of your production and the end product?
Yes, it is. The reason we were so strict, we have access control, is because of cross-termination. Cross-termination is, and of course security, but mostly it's cross-termination. The people in the factory have to have the safety gear. So we don't allow anybody, even now we don't have safety gear. So we're going to be here for a very short time.
All right.
Yes.
So the safety gear, of course, is the coat that the gentleman, or rather the coats that the gentlemen are wearing.
Yes.
Okay. So once you check in here, shift yao imeanza, ama shift yako imeanza, munaanzianga wapi?
Depending with what you're producing. This side is where we do what you call hot mixing. That side is cold mixing.
Okay.
Depending with what we are producing, we have a quality control manager. The quality control manager first have to go and get what we call a picking list from the system. We have a manufacturing software. With the picking list, depending with the numbers and what you're producing, it goes to the store, the raw material store, where the products are measured, or rather the raw materials are measured. If it's cold, it goes to that site, and then the mixing starts according to the formulation. Once we mix from there, they're put on the conveyor belt. There's a filling machine. It can be either or side.
Either the hot or cold.
Or the hot or cold. It goes to the filling machine. As you can see, those are the empty bottles. They're arranged there. They are filled, then they're put on the conveyor belt, and they go all the way to the end. Now from this direction, the filling machine, it goes to the cupping, where we cup the bottles.
So what exactly do you deal with in the hot section, and what do you deal with in the cold section? What's the difference?
The hot section is where you need heat. Things like lotions, creams, treatment, hair food. That is a combination of hot and cold, where you mix oils and water. Now, they have to be at a certain degree for them to be able to blend in. Yes.
All right.
Yeah.
Step by step. Please tell us what each and every machine does here. Starting off with this one, of course.
This is a petroleum jelly machine.
All right.
It is actually the mixer. It's actually what you called a jacketed tank.
Okay.
It is heated through water system. The water goes through an element in here. It's pumped up and it circulates. So it maintains a certain temperature.
Okay, so what are we mixing here?
Here we are mixing petroleum jelly. Those are waxes and oils that are mixed from there. Or hair food is also mixed from here. Then we use this machine for packing. It's very precise and it will pack to the quantity that we require.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay, so now this for the raw material.
That is for, actually this is a mixing tank. Okay. Yeah. This is for lotions and creams. We get hot water. Normally you use a jacketed tank, but because of the space, we had to improvise. So we heat our water to a certain degree. You can see a thermometer that is there. And then our hot products, this heats the waxes. This is water, which we mix here. So when we mix here, it comes out to be either a lotion or cream, depending with whatever it is that we are manufacturing, or even treatment. We use the same tank. Now from here is when it goes to the filling machine. Now this is a filling machine. It is precise. It fills according to the measurements you're filling. Either we are packing 500 grams, 250 grams, 50 grams, or 100 ml, depending. So this, we adjust it, and then that's what we use for filling.
So like, let's say this is?
This is 250.
All right. And?
Yeah, this is 250. Right now, what we have in the tank is actually none of the oil, because today we are not manufacturing.
Okay.
So what we have done is a sort of a small formulation, but this is water-based, it's not oil-based.
Okay.
Yeah, so we just use this for you to see how we feel it.
The process.
Yeah, the process. This is a pneumatic machine. Tony, you want to come and operate it? Come and operate it.
Tony, come and join us. Yeah.
This is Tony. Tony Chege. Don't mind the hair.
But you know that's what smart people do, yeah?
Yes, yeah.
Professors
He's
in
too
university,
brainy to comb
they're
his
too
hair.
brainy. They don't have that time.
Yes, for a person who manufactures cosmetics, he loves his hair the way it is. Tony is a quality control manager. Tony's background is industrial chemistry, and he's the one who keeps the quality. He's the one who does everything here. Yeah, and him and his team. Yeah. So Tony, can you show us how to operate the filling machine? Yeah.
This is the pressure meter. Then this is the gauge for the depending on the capacity. So this is the mixing, the gauge.
This is where it comes off. It has to be long because we feel it from there, but in this case you're going to do it from the table, so it has to be long to get to the level.
Okay.
Yeah?
Just nozzle here for the leg and for the hands.
Okay. Why do you need the jug, Tony?
That's the jug for the spillage now.
Okay.
I know it's very, very foamy side because of the pressure now. So now we need to make sure that it doesn't get compared to the level.
Yeah.
So we see now it's because of the foam it has to go down, then you have to calibrate it better now.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Normally the jug he just uses it to calibrate. You see, because you keep on adjusting depending with the quantities, and you're trying to avoid spillage because of safety. So he'll just measure. Once he gets the required quantity that is required after he calibrates, that's when now he'll remove the jug and you start filling directly on the bottles. Yeah, this is just for calibration purposes. Okay. Yes. That's why we're using semi-automated.
Okay.
Yeah. This is for warming or heating waxes. It actually can be a small lipstick machine.
Oh.
Yeah. It mixes, it's a small tank because lipsticks you pack them in 10 ml in small quantities, 10 or 15 ml. You don't need a big tank. So with this you can do up to about 4,000 lipsticks.
What?
You can do, if it's 10 ml, you can do up to what? 10 ml, Tony? At
the capacity is 15 liters.
It's 15 liters. So 15 liters multiplied by 1,000, you get the mls and then you pack. So you can get up to 4,000 pieces.
So you guys have done 4,000 pieces of lipstick?
Yes, we have. Yeah. So that one is a heating tank and a mixing tank. Yeah.
Okay. I don't even know if I'm allowed to touch stuff. I'm not, right?
No, you can touch.
Oh, okay.
That's stainless.
So what does this do?
This is for cold mixes. This mostly we use for shampoos, and that tank there we use for detergent. Not detergent. We use it for face wash and shower gels. This one we use for shampoos. That's where we do our mixing. It's called mixing because there's no heat that is necessary. There's required.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, and we have this very long, I can say table, I guess.
Conveyor belt.
Conveyor belt.
Yeah.
That looks like a table.
It moves like this. Is it on?
So once Tony is done with
Once
this
we fill,
section,
it needs to be looked at. This is what I talked about, delays that comes with production.
how much did setting this up and having all this equipment here cost?
Oh, Jesus, it can be tricky. I need to compile it, but for this equipment, I got this equipment from China. It costed about 2 million shillings.
2 million shillings.
Yes, 2 million. Yeah. Wow. And it's what do you call it? Semi-automated. Yeah, equipment. Yeah. We put the products here. They move to this side. That is a cupping machine.
So it goes.
It goes to the end, this side. Then we take the product from there and cup it on this other side. Okay. So once we cup the machine here, this is a cupping machine. We cup the product here, then we put it on the labeling machine. Yes. Okay. So from the label machine, it's put in boxes, packed and ready to be shipped out. This is a sealing machine. This seals jars, petroleum jelly jars, any jar, plastic jar filler. So what you normally do, you put a container here, press it, it seals. It does that inner seal. Yeah. But you normally do it with the container on top. Yeah. So normally we only use this for products that needs to be sealed or products that are going to be shipped far. Yeah, yeah. So once these are the two labeling machines, you can see their labels already there.
Yeah, that's what I was looking
So you place a container, it rolls, comes out so semi-manual. So it labels, it does about 100 labels a minute. Yeah, it does 100 labels a minute. Now from here, this is a finished store, the finished product store. Once they are put in cartons, they go to the store and that's where they're locked in. As you can see, they have an access control. Yes. So the only person who can remove it is a man in charge of stores. Yeah, when it goes to the customers.
Okay.
Yeah.
So,
So it's a whole line. Yeah.
So the final product is right here.
Is right here. Yes, on the labeling. And you store them. Yes, this labels and it also does the batch expiry. This is a batching and expiry machine. Yeah, which is normally done with a sensor.
On that note, we take a look at the Boss Lady quote of the day. Boss Lady quote of the day. Pursue the things you love doing and then do them so well that people can't take their eyes off of you. This quote is by Maya Angelou.
From my past to where I am, yes, I can say I'm a success. Yeah.
And there's no sleeping on the job.
There's no sleeping on the job.
There's no sleeping on the job.
Yeah.
All right. Well, Wahu, this has been a wonderful interview, and I must say, if there's anything I learned from Wahu, first thing I learned is, don't give up. You're not allowed to give up at all. The second thing I learned is that it's okay to hit rock bottom sometimes. How you pick yourself up is what matters. So without further ado, I'd like to say thank you so much. You're such an inspiration, especially, I speak for myself, you're such an inspiration for me and to me. And feel free to look at the camera. You can sign out on camera for us. It's the Boss Lady Show. Go ahead. And then maybe I can vibe her to give me some products.
Oh, yeah? You don't have to. All I can say is keep on doing what you need to do. Failures do not determine you. The sort of person is you who decide you're going to be. Just keep on it. It will pay off at the end of the day.
Drop smile. That was Wahu, or rather Lucy Wahu Kimani, who's just given us, opened the door for us in her industry and even allowed us to check into her factory, just giving us the nitty-gritty so that you and I can be more motivated. There's nothing that a woman cannot do. And yeah, it's okay to hit rock bottom. How you pick yourself up is what matters. My name is Nina Shaban. Thank you so much for keeping it Metropole TV. I say this all the time. Thank you so much for being loyal to the Boss Lady. I'll see you next time.
With the dynamic entrepreneurial youth population, a pioneer in innovation and financial inclusion, as home to the Silicon Savannah and one of the fastest growing economies in Africa, as I already mentioned, we were co-hosts of the 2018 AmCham Summit, a first of its kind gathering taking place during PAC-DBIA. And thanks to our ongoing and close partnership and the dedication of Ambassador David Gicheru at the Kenya Embassy in Washington in the US, we've hosted several successful foundational engagements in Kenya, including the launch of the direct flights between New York and Nairobi and the 2019 bilateral strategic dialogue. Our members see the market potential in East Africa and are engaging in the market in the long haul to enhance energy access and power infrastructure, create state-of-the-art manufacturing facilities, improving infrastructure, locally sourcing agriculture, including coffee, tea, and developing agricultural value chains, and enabling the vibrancy of the banking and financial services sectors to support digital transformation. The private sector embraces the government of Kenya's plan to create an investment-led, growth-oriented economy in which businesses of all sizes attract investment by investing in the big four job-creating sectors of affordable housing, manufacturing, healthcare, and food security. For a few areas of enhanced cooperation, we see tremendous potential to expand the benefits of trade. Despite the fact that East Africa has been the fastest growing region in Africa and home to several of the fastest growing economies of the world, trade between the United States and the region's economies still remains limited. Across the region, historically, the commercial relationship between the United States and East Africa has yielded significant results. And while most tariffs have been removed, there are still significant obstacles limiting U.S. trade with East Africa, including non-tariff barriers and infrastructure bottlenecks. And with Kenya just in the region being our 97th largest export market in 2017 and the 86th largest supplier of goods imported in 2017, the expiry of AGOA in 2025, I think, creates some uncertainty that's disruptive to the long-term planning, sourcing decisions, and capital cycles that investors need.
Businessmen are doers. Businessmen, they're also thinkers. Businessmen are innovators. How did you come up with this idea? How did you decide to give back to it? And where is the need? Where's the gap?
It was a natural gravitation.
So the doers, the thinkers, and the innovators all catch up on the Entrepreneurs Lounge with me, Ingrid Nantege, every Monday at 7:30 p.m. only on Metropole TV. To another educative and intriguing episode of The Hustle. This week tuko ndani ya Kariobangi South Market na tunaenda kusoma mengi kuhusiana na mambo ya ufundi. Ama kwa ufupi tutakutana na Julia ama Mama Wanja, fundi wa nguo za wasichana, material hapa na pale. Haya basi, ungana na Tabitha Muthoni tukiwa ndani ya hii soko ambapo tunaenda kusoma na kujua mengi. Karibuni. Kenya's textile and apparel sector has the potential to play a key role in propelling the country's deeper movement into middle-income status and in serving as a source of gainful employment for its fast-growing young population. A sector that's not new has seen a lot of families put food on their tables, and one is the story of Julia Monjiro, a tailor in Kariobangi South Market. Alright, sasa Julia nimekutambulisha kama Julia ama Mama Wanja, lakini nataka wewe ufanye proper introduction. Tueleze majina yako na tena watu hapo wanakufahamu kama nani.
Majina yangu kamili ni Julia Monjiro. Yaani Kamau ni baba yangu. Na nimeolewa na Mr. Francis Jino. Ambaye ni mchungaji.
Wow, amen. Na sasa watu hapa wanakujua kama nani?
Sasa watu hapa wananijua Mama Wanja kutoka kitambo.
Oh, Mama Wanja. Haya basi, sasa wacha mimi nitakuita Mama Wanja ndio watu vile wanakujua waendelee tu kukujua hivyo.
Hata kasa wananijua Mama
Wanja. Na sasa hii kazi yako ulianza mwaka gani?
Nianza 1981.
1981. Hey, sasa before tufike 1981. Where were you? Where was Julia? Where was Mama Wanja before akuje hapa?
Before Mama Wanja akuje hapa?
Yeah.
Mama Wanja amezaliwa Nyandarua District. Hapo ndio amelelewa, akakuwa mama yake akakufa 1971. Sasa ndio nikakuja nikasoma mpaka class 7. Ndio nikajileta Nairobi.
Aya, sasa 1981 umekuja Nairobi.
Nilikuja Nairobi 1976.
Alafu ndio sasa ukafikiria mambo ya kazi ama ilikuwa vipi from 1976 to 1981? Ehe.
Nilikuja hapa Nairobi. Nikikuja kwa kutafuta kazi ya nyumba.
Aha.
Na nikakuja, kuna rafiki yangu naitwa Margaret alinileta Nairobi. Tukatafuta kazi ya nyumba na nikaandikwa. Lakini ile kitu naweza kuongezea hapo, mimi nilikuwa nimeokoka kutoka utoto wangu. Kujua kuokoka nilijua 1967. Ile unaweza kusema najua. Sasa nikaanza kufuata Mungu. Na ndio nikakuja hapa Nairobi nikafanya hiyo kazi ya nyumba all along. Alafu ndio nikapata bwana na akanioa 1980.
1980.
Nilifanya harusi 1980 Mathare Christian Center.
Sasa hiyo yote sasa imepita.
Hiyo yote imepita.
Sasa tukuje kwa kazi. Nini ilikusukuma ukasema nataka kazi ya kushona ama nataka kuwa fundi wa nguo? What pushed you ukuwe fundi wa nguo?
Sasa ile ilinileta kwa kazi ya kushona ni dada yangu. Aliyenifuata. Huyo dada yangu wakati niliolewa na yeye alikuja tukakaa na yeye. Alionekana kwa kuzaliwa anapenda kazi ya kushona. Na kuna rafiki yangu bado alikuwa jirani yangu huko Ushago, alikuwa anaitwa ninamuita Wambui. Wambui akakuja huko akawa anafanya repair kwa duka ingine na hapa Store 1. Sikuanza kwa hii duka. Nilianza na hapa nyuma Store 111. Sasa huyo msichana alikuwa 112. Sasa huyo mama akaniambia kuja twende huko karibu South kuna kazi. Sasa dada yangu amejifundisha kushona. Na sasa huyo rafiki yangu akaniambia tukienda huko karibu South unaweza pata ya kazi ya kushona.
Na before ulikuwa naishi wapi?
Huruma.
Okay.
Kwa naishi Huruma. Sasa Huruma ndio huyo msichana alikuwa anakaa. Hiyo Wambui. Sasa Wambui akaniambia tu, sasa alijua sister yangu anajifundisha kazi ya kushona. Lakini kabla sasa ni huyo Wambui aniite, sister yangu akaniambia ajifundishe kushona na akawa anajifundisha kushona na akajua kidogo. Sasa ndio akaniambia tukuje huko Kariobangi South. Wakati tulikuja Kariobangi South tulikuja hiyo store nimekuambia na hapa nyuma 112. Mabuya alikuwa anashona 111 na mimi nikaenda 112. Tukaanza kufanya repair na kushona tuguo watoto. Haikuwa rahisi.
Kuna mtu anafunza kushona.
Sasa dada yangu ndio alikuwa amejifundisha kushona, mimi sijui kushona hata kidogo. Sasa dada yangu sasa tukakuja tukaweka mashini, dada yangu ndio anashona. Na mimi naangalia. Na bwana yangu huyo nimekwambia ni pastor na yeye alikuwa anakuja anachukua uto tunguo. Tulianza na tunyasa kwa watoto. Tukaenda kusugushia korogosho, Huruma, hivyo sasa ndio hivyo hiyo kazi ndio tulianza pole. Ndio tukaendelea tukianza kujifundisha kazi ya kushonea wa mama.
Umejua kushona, umekuwa mtaalamu, alafu sasa ikakwaje?
Sasa nimejua kushona. Okay, sasa mimi sikujua kushona siku zote. Sasa nilikuwa naangalia dada yangu anafanya nini, anakata shingo, anafanya nini na mimi naendelea kukata. Sijafundishwa kushona na mtu.
Kuangalia tu.
Ni kuangalia. Na macho. Sasa kutoka hapa naenda najua kukata skirt. Ninaenda najua kukata dress. Sasa ndio ikakuja tu nikakuwa tu expert na kushona.
Just by kuangalia tu mtu.
By kuangalia mtu akifanya. Sijawahi enda shule kwa mtu mimi.
Sasa fast forward ushakuwa mtaalamu kabisa.
Sasa najua kukata.
Sasa unajua kila kitu, hata soko umeielewa.
Kabisa.
Sasa tuingie hapa mali ulianza sasa kujisimamia wewe mwenyewe. Sister yako hayuko ama bado mko na dadako?
Tumefanya kazi na huyo dada yangu
mpaka wa leo.
Hata wa leo ni vile hayuko.
Ulianza aje sasa biashara ukasema ni yako, ukatoka huko kwa kuandikwa kazi? Tuanzie hapo kwa pesa. Ulianzia na pesa ngapi ndio ukaweka duka yako?
Nikiwa kuko Huruma, nilianza kasoko kakuuza boga na uto na mtumakaa na mafuta ya taa.
Na sasa ulikuwa unauza saa ngapi Mama Wanja?
Mama Wanja ameolewa na ameingia kwa nyumba. Na sasa si unajua shida inatoanga mtu kwa nyumba. Ikanitoa kwa nyumba, nikaona nimepata huyo mtoto wangu wa kwanza. Sasa nikawa nimeweka kaduka hako kasoko ka nje. Sasa katika hiyo kasoko nikiuza nilikuwa na safe. Kitu kadogo 50. Kwa hivyo hizo pesa nilikuwa naziweka chini ya sofa set. Unajua sofa set taxi tambo zilikuwa 600. Nilianza hiyo kazi nilianza na 600 shillings.
Hiyo ilikuwa mwaka gani?
Nimekwambia 81 hapo ikiishia 1981. Yes, exactly.
Hiyo inaonekana ni kama pesa mingi huo wakati.
Okay, si nyingi lakini bado ni nyingi. Ilikuwa na value kabisa kwa sababu ilikodesha mashini 100.
Mashini 100.
Mashini kama hii moja ilikuwa 100. Nae duka tukalipa 150. Hiyo ni 250. Sasa ndio tukanunua stock na hizo kama tuseme 350. Ndio tulianza naye.
Sasa stock. Uko na mashini na uko na nyumba.
Sasa niko na nyumba.
Sasa umebakisha tu material.
Ni material
Sasa material yako ulikuwa unatoa wapi?
Material zangu tulianza na hizo vinyasa za watoto, tulikuwa tunaendea River Road. River Road. Alafu tulikuwa tumeanza kushona na tunyaza. Sitakumbuka vizuri tulikuwa tunanunua mita ngapi lakini pesa ngapi, lakini hiyo ndio tulianza naye. Alafu baadaye tukaanza nguo zingine zaidi ndio tunaweka lining. Hii lining unaona inaitwa stretcher. Kuna stretcher ilikuwa ya maua, sijui kama naweza pata hiyo stretcher pahali.
Kama hii.
Ka lining ka stretcher kama hii. Vitu zingine zilikuwa hapo zinashona viti siku hizi. Kulikuwa na za maua siku hizo. Sasa ile ndio tulianza kushona tuguo twa sakura. Sasa kutoka hizo finyaza kuzunguka tuguo twa watoto tunaenda tusunguza na unazunguza na unaenda na utauza kitu chochote lakini hauwezi fujika moyo. Tulikuwa tunafanya hivyo. Ni hali ya maisha. Sasa ndio tukaenda tukajikuta kwa hizo nguo. Hizo zinaitwa ilikuwa inaitwa hizo za crippling, ni kama crippling tu hivyo. Ndio tulianza nazo.
Tufike mahali umefika sasa. Tataka kuelewa umekuwa ukisave namna gani? Sema kama kuna ule mtu mwenye kusikiza huko nje anasema kama ule mama alianza na 600 hata mimi naweza anza na pesa fulani. Sema kama sasa tuseme 1000, 2000 hivi. Sema mtu anaweza anza nayo. Labda akondeshe mashini, alipe kwa siku. Mtu kama huyo unaweza muadvise aje kuhusiana na mambo ya savings?
Habari ya savings ina depend na mtu kibinafsi. Kwa sababu kuna watu wanafanya kazi lakini hawawezi kusave. Ile kitu sasa ilinisaidia wakati nilianza kazi, nilisikia nilianza na mashini ya kukodesha. Ndio kitu ya kwanza sikufanya saving. Nilienda nikanunua ile mashini iko pale. Kwa Singa.
Hiyo ulinunua pesa ngapi?
Ilikuwa shilingi 15,000. Na singeweza kulipa zote. Nilienda kuanza kulipa na installment. Sasa hiyo ndio ilikuwa project yangu ya kwanza, ile mashini kulipa pole.
Na mpaka wa leo iko.
Hiyo mashini inaendelea tu.
Ya mguu haitumii stima?
Haitumii stima. Kwa ya miguu. Kwa tunashona naye. Sasa hiyo ndio mashini yangu ya kwanza kununua. Ndio na nikailipa na installment.
Tunaenda mdogo. Mtu asikufe moyo. Anzia
bali unaweza
kupanda. Kwa kama ulianza na hiyo mashini na sasa umepanda mpaka mahali huko. Hiyo ni success.
Kabisa. Naweza sema ni progress kwa sababu tuliendelea nilipomaliza ile mashini. Sasa ndio nikanunua hii. Bado nikanunua hii mashini sasa hii. Kwa hivyo maisha inaendelea.
Kwa hivyo sasa savings zako ulikuwa unanunua tu stock yako.
Nilikuwa nunua mashini. Alafu baadaye hiyo store 112 ndio kitu yangu ya kwanza nika-invest kwake.
Uka-invest namna gani?
Si nikanunua.
Ukanunua store?
Niko na store.
Kwa hivyo tuseme ni kama nyumba imejengwa, alafu unanunua.
Nusu ya haka, unaona duka kama hale. Ndio nilikuwa nashona na hapo nyuma. Ya hii duka.
Sasa ukinunua unapatiwa title deed ama iko namna gani?
Pana allotment letter. Sasa unajipanga kwa kanju.
Okay, na ulipi pesa mingi kama vile unalipa mwenyewe?
Sasa unajua mwenye kukodesha kuna zile pesa analipa, lakini ukinunua ni cheap. Sasa maisha inaendelea kuwa cheap.
Sasa tukuja hapa 2000s, yeah? Wakati maisha imeadvance, watu wamejua fashion ni nini. Tuambie kuhusiana na designs zako. Unatoa wapi hizi design na pia material zako unatoa wapi?
Okay, sana sana ku design nguo iko kwa kichwa ya mtu. Design unatoanga kwa kichwa. Unaweza kuona kukutana na mtu uone upende, unaweza kuona kitabu upende, lakini ile sana sana kushona ni kichwa ya mtu.
Sasa nikakuja na design nikwambie uchore, unaweza nishonea kitu exactly kama hiyo?
Tunatoa hiyo kitu. Hata kwa vitabu ambazo tuko nazo, tunatoa hapo kwa vitabu na tuna nini.
Nashona exactly hivyo.
Nashona exactly hivyo.
Na sasa material zako unatoa wapi? Sasa hii maisha imeendelea, imeadvance, kuna watu wengi wana hizi material. Wewe kama mfanyabiashara, unatoa wapi material zako?
Sana sana tunanunua material textile, Nairobi textile. Huko ndio materials ziko zile the best. Na tena tunaendanga Isili.
Bei yake nafuu?
Bei ya Isili ni nafuu kiasi, lakini quality material ukitaka iko Nairobi textile.
Na material mingi zinatoka nje ama zinatengenezwa tu?
Material zinatoka nje. Sana sana zinatoka nje. Hata hizo 1980s tukishona tulikuwa tunatolewa material TZ. Sasa wakati tulikuja kujua sasa nguo za wamama. Kuna watu walikuwa naenda TZ, wanakuja nazo ni kama mageto hivi wanauza Kenya. Sasa ndio ikakuwa free market ikakuja tena. Sasa ya material zikaruhusiwa kuingia, zikakuja Nairobi textile. Sasa tunanunua free. Watu wale wanaendea nguo China na nini wameharibu biashara. Kwa sasa hii biashara iko chini kabisa. Biashara imekuwa chini sababu watu wa China wanakubaliwa Kenya wakuje wanadump kila kitu hapa. Kwa hivyo watu wanaenda huko for cheap. Sasa watu kushona wanakuwa na kazi ngumu. Na sasa tuseme nguo tu ya kawaida, nguo simple, unalipishaje? Ama kulipisha customer unalipishaje? Ina depend. Huwezi lipisha customer kila mtu na bei moja. Ina depend yule mtu umepatana na yeye. Kwa sababu kuna watu wako na pesa na wengine hawana na wote ni wetu. Hailingani na material. Okay, inategemea. Kuna wale wanakuja na material zao, kuna wale wanapima nguo zetu. Na sasa wale customer wako wenye frequent, wenye ukuja sana sana ni wagani? Ni wale wapita njia ama ni wenye ushaitengenezea nguo before ama customers wako na bado tumefika? Sasa hii ni customer wako wa kitambo, si wale wa new. Market iko juu, yani kuna watu wamekuja baada yetu, sasa wa young tax. Sasa si unajua young tax inaenda kwa young tax. Kwa hivyo sisi tuko kwa wale wazee wa miaka yetu. Ndio wengi tunashonea watu kwa tunashonea kitambo. Na unaona unaweza fanya nini ndio uweze kupenetrate kwa hii market ya youngsters? Fashion ni kukibizana naye. Ile inakuja new, sasa unajaribu kukibishana. Unaadapt wewe. Sasa kuweka biashara kama hii nahitaji space, nahitaji machine na nahitaji material. Nini ingine nahitaji? Nahitaji mafundi. Mafundi? Sababu hizi shona wewe peke yako. Sasa itakuwa challenge. Saa zingine umeenda kutafuta materials na uko peke yako, kwa hivyo kazi itakusumbua. Sasa kuna wale customers umezoea kushonea, kuna watu wa harusi, wa mama wa chama. Uko na watu wagani kama hao? Okay, wanakuanga wanakoya kama sana sana siku hizi tunashonea wana guild, wa PCA, wanakoya kama hiyo ni kwaya ya Roy, unaona hapa ya green. Sana sana sasa hivyo. Lakini sana sana mimi na depend sana na customer one on one, mmoja kwa mmoja. Hao ndio tuko sana nao. Na wewe umeweza kupenetrate kwa social media?
Like unapiga picha za manguo zako unaweka huko Facebook, Instagram. Umeweza kufanya hivyo?
Ndi sijaweza kufanya hivyo. Najua miaka naye sasa wasichana wale ndio nataka waingie kwa hiyo nini ya kwenda hivyo.
Wewe vile unakanga hapa, nani huwa unaangalia huko nje? Unasikia ameku-inspire kuendelea na kazi yako ya kuwa fundi wa nguo?
Hapo kitambo, lakini saa hii sasa miaka vile inaenda. Ni vile tu nataka watoto wa inherit wale wako hapa waendelee na hii kazi.
Aya, so asante sana Mama Wanja, and on that note we take a very short break, but when we do come back we are going to understand the challenges that Mama Wanja has faced and what her future looks like maybe in the next 5 years. We'll be back. Alright, a very warm welcome back, and yes, welcome to The Hustle. Hii tunasema ni show ya Mwananchi, na leo tuko ndani ya Kariobangi South Market na tuko na fundi wa manguo. Kweli ni mtaalam, na nataka sasa tuambie zile challenges ameweza kupitia. Mama Wanja, najua vile umefika hapa umepitia so many challenges from 1981 mpaka mahali umefika. Sasa wewe umeweza kupitia challenges gani, na pia umeweza kukabiliana nazo kivipi?
Zile challenges zinakuwa nyingi sana, ni customers. Customers anakuja na pima nguo. Zingine mmekuwa marafiki, anakuambia wewe shona bila deposit, nitakujia. Alafu anaenda. Unamtrust, lakini yeye sana kufail. Hata kujia nguo. Anaenda. Mmepima watu kama 10 kwa harusi. Mmoja amesemekana deposit yake wacha isimamiwe na wale wengine. Sasa wengine hawawezi hata lipa. Sasa hizo ndio challenges za hii kazi. Unaweza shona nguo ya mtu haribike, bado sasa lazima ujue utalipa. Sasa hakuna kazi haina challenges.
Na sasa nini wewe umefanya yenye imefanya ukae kwa market? What have you done differently or unique yenye imefanya ubaki kwa hii market?
Hii market wale customer nashonea wa kitambo sana, wanajua kazi yetu. Ile kitu sana sana si tuko nayo ni finishing. Unajua watu wanapendezanga wana finishing ya nguo.
The end product.
The end product. Kwa hivyo ukishonea mtu lazima ukue na quality na finishing kitu. Ati mtu akivaa hiyo nguo ako smart na anapendezwa, si ati unamshonea nguo by tomorrow ishararuka, by tomorrow ishatoka kifungo. Sasa ile kitu na mimi najua kwa kazi ya kushona ni finishing na kukua neat. Hiyo ndio inaweka customer sana. Na wakati mwingine ukimwambia utakuja Wednesday, isikuwe ile food. Kukua food si vizuri, kwa sababu watu wote wanasema wafood ni watu wabaya, lakini sisi tumejaribu sana kuweka hiyo. Ukimwambia kujie nguo, ina keep your date.
Na sasa tuseme ile siku nzuri, ile siku nzuri yenye Mama Wanja ameuza kuuza, hata hana masaa ya kukula lunch. Tunaweza sema umeuza kama how much hivi?
Kenya today hapana. Kenya 1990s yes. Sasa hii huwezi kusimama na kitu fulani useme uko kwa biashara umepata kitu fulani. Sasa hii hakuna. 1980s hizo zilikuwa na hizo pesa.
Kwa hivyo sasa tu ni kubahatisha.
Sasa hii ni kubahati. Sasa hii biashara ni kubahatisha. Lakini kitu ya maana sana, usikufe moyo. Every day ukiamka you commit your ways unto the Lord. Ukicommit sasa ile atakupatia. unatosheka nazo, lakini nashukuru. Haziwezi sema hii biashara haijanifanyia kazi, imenifanyia kazi nyingi sana. Shanunulia mpaka shamba.
Na sasa tuseme nikupatie 100,000 kazi ya ofisi. Niseme Mama Wanja kuja kuandike kazi ya ofisi 100,000 per month. Alafu achane na hii kazi yako, unaweza chagua gani?
Mimi naweza kuchagua kazi yangu kwa sababu iko na freedom.
Freedom kama
okay, you work on your own pace. Exactly. Na sasa ukizoea biashara hauwezi kwenda kwa mtu ati inaweza kuwa ni ngumu sana kwa kulingana na miaka yangu sasa.
Haya basi, in the next 5 years Julia ama Mama Wanja tunamuona wapi?
Kwa bilangu Mungu anipanue na niweze kusupport watu wengi wasimame, kwa sababu wakati mko na watu wengi unaona wanaendelea vizuri, hiyo ndio kitu yangu, hiyo kuacha a legacy. Hiyo ndio unaweza penda. Miaka yangu ya kushona inaendelea kuisha, lakini nataka kuanza legacy kwa hii kazi na niwachie mtu awe anaendeleza hii kazi na iendelee mbele. Na yeye asaidika kama vile mimi nishasaidika.
Mawaidha yako ama advice yako kwa hawa wana youth wenye wametokea siku hizi, wenye wanakaa nyumbani, wamemaliza shule, wamefunzwa na mzazi, lakini wanakaa nyumbani wanasema mimi nangoja kazi ofisi, ile ya mama wacha ikae yoni yake, mimi nangoja kazi ofisi. Ama pia kuna yule mtu mwenye tu amekaa tu pale nyumbani, mama kama wewe ama mdogo wako bado anakaa hivi, hajui atafanya nini, bado anafikiria atafute kazi, aandikwe. Watu kama hawa, huyu mwenye anangoja tu kazi ofisi, ile kazi nzuri, kazi safi, na huyo mwingine mwenye bado hajajua atafanya nini, unaweza wa advise aje?
Mimi ile advice naweza kuwa naye, kazi ni kazi. Unaona hata hii kazi ya kushona, si nimekwambia ndio nimesomesha watoto wangu naye. Kazi ni kukubali ndani ya roho yako, useme hiyo ndio kazi yako na unaomba Mungu akusaidie. Na tena hivyo wanayuthi wanakaa idle, hiyo ndio vibaya sana. Mtu anatakiwa utoke, uende ujifundishe, hata kama ni kusona. Unaona hata kama ni repair peke yake, repair inaweza kukuweka na ukue mtu ambaye anaweza kuendeleza maisha yake. Kwa hivyo mimi naweza kusema neno la Mungu nasema we don't despise the small beginnings. Kwa hivyo usikae nyumbani kwa sababu nyumbani haitakusaidia, lakini ukitoka Mungu anabariki kazi ya mikono yetu. Na kazi ya mikono ni kazi mzuri sana hata kuliko ya ofisi. Mimi naipenda kwangu.
Alright, thank you so much Mama Wanja, kazi nzuri unayoifanya na najua Mungu atakusaidia, utapata mtu ambaye utamwachia kazi, mtu ambaye ataweza kuipush to the next level. On that note, let's have a look at a business one can start with as little as 5,000 Kenya shillings. Mitumba handbags business. Every lady is more often than not carrying a handbag, hence high supplies demand. Therefore, the best way to venture into this business is to identify where to source for the bags. A very good example is the Gikomba Market Bill section. This is where new arrivals are opened and sold out. For starters, a few handbags would do. You can resell each at 300 shillings or a price depending on how much you bought the bags at. Always have profit making in mind. After all, business is the order of the day. Identify where to sell. An example of a good location is where there are a lot of ladies and female students. Busy streets are also a very good market. Market tools are of great essence. A lot of people are targeting social media as their go-to market. Besides that, word of mouth and a signpost would also work. Haya basi, kutoka kwangu Tabitha Muthoni na mwenzangu hapa
Mama Wanja,
tukitoka ndani ya Kariobangi South, tunasema Kariobangi South Market. Mimi kwangu nasema asante sana kwa kutazama kipindi cha The Hustle ndani ya Metropole TV, na tuonane tena next week. Na kutoka kwa Mama Wanja,
Mungu awabariki sana kwa kuja kututembelea na tuonane siku nyingine sana.
Kwaherini.
Asante.
Bye.
Two significant developments recently coincided. The entry into force of the African Continental Free Trade Area is a historic achievement that will increase regional economic integration, which is key to Africa's future. At the same time, the United States is deepening trade ties with the continent, including through transitioning to modern free trade agreements with African partners. In many ways, the East African community has been at the forefront of the regional integration efforts that lay the groundwork for the AFCFTA. Your governments have been leaders in promoting and achieving regional trade integration and have been among the most successful on the continent at creating a larger, more unified regional market. The AFCFTA embraces this vision and is advancing it on a continent-wide scale. The United States has long worked with East African countries to support regional integration efforts and boost economic growth. In 2012, the United States and the EAC elevated our relationship to a trade and investment partnership to help achieve these objectives. In 2015, we concluded a cooperation agreement on trade facilitation, sanitary and phytosanitary measures, and technical barriers to trade to help EAC countries strengthen core WTO commitments, increase regional trade, and improve competitiveness. This building block approach was intended as a model to expand areas of enhanced cooperation and engagement, eventually leading to a more comprehensive agreement. We remain fully committed to this important partnership with the EAC. We understand the benefits for your countries in achieving economies of scale. Our companies also benefit from having larger markets from which to source goods produced in Africa and to which they can sell their products. During the 2019 AGOA Forum in Cote d'Ivoire, AU Trade Commissioner Muchanga and Deputy U.S. Trade Representative Ambassador Mahoney signed a joint statement concerning the development of the AFCFTA. The United States pledges its continued support to help the agreement achieve its fullest potential. The statement reflects our common goal to deepen our trade and investment relationships across the continent. It also reflects our shared interest in lowering trade and investment barriers, boosting competitiveness, diversifying trade, and increasing investment flows to help African countries move up the value chain. The recent entry into force of the AFCFTA comes at a time when the United States is advancing trade ties with the continent. We have created new tools to strengthen our relations and bring greater prosperity to Africa. Prosper Africa is a new initiative that utilizes U.S. government resources to connect American and African businesses with new buyers, suppliers, and investment opportunities. This is a win for both the United States and for countries across the continent. The New Development Finance Corporation, the successor to OPIC, will help catalyze the private sector-led development and introduce new and innovative financial products to help bring private capital to Africa. In addition to all this, the Millennium Challenge Corporation now has the ability to sign regional compacts. This will facilitate regional value chains in countries that show a commitment to reform. These are just a few examples of the ways we are working with our African partners to substantially increase two-way trade and investment between the United States and Africa.
Good morning. Welcome once again to Shape Up. My name is Douglas. My team today in studio, we have Lucy, Bella, we have Kim, Gitao, and we have Shalom. Now, do you have a tire in your backyard? A backyard that you can use for your workout? Today, we are taking you through a workout that you can do with just a tire and your body weight. It's a full body workout. And we're going to start with some warm-up. So guys, when you're ready, take the knees up. These are very easy warm-up we're going to do. It's a squat. with a side lift. Squat, side lift. And we're doing this for 4. And then we're going to do a burpee, coming up from knee to elbow and taking it back from the top. Up, 2, 3, 4. We go down for a burpee. Then it's an elbow to knee. 3 and 4. Take it down. Lift it, down and lift. So when you're doing this, 2, 4, take it down. That's it. Elbow to knee. 2, 3, 4. Those are 3. We're doing it for 10 times. Down, down, down. Let's go down. Up for 1, 2, 3. Those are 4. Take it down. Lift, down, lift, down, lift, down. Let's go. For 4. 1, 2, 3. Those are 5. Keep going. Lift, 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 lift. Take it down. Elbow to knee. 2, 3, and 4. We got 4 more. Keep going. Keep going. Down. 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. We got 5 more. Strong. Up, down, and up. So when you're doing your squat, you have to make sure that your core is tight and your knee does not go past the top. Let's go. Just like she's doing. Up, up, and up. Let's go down. For 4. 1, 2, 3. We got 3 more to go. Up, 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 up. Let's go. Coming up. 1, 2, 3. We got 2 more. Strong. Take the leg slightly wider. Right here. You're doing your squats. Let's go down. Keep going. Strong now. 2, 3. Give me the last one. Let's go. Side. Down. 2 more. Let's go down. Coming up for 1, 2, 3, 4. Very nice. Now, you realize that's a very simple kind of warm-up. It doesn't complicate your workout. Now we're getting ready for some pre-stretching. Then we can get ready to take you through the entire body workout. So hold your leg down. Push it down to stretch your hamstring. When you're doing the pre-stretching, you have to make sure you stretch all the major muscles. The same leg, hold it up. You can hold on to something if your balance is not very good, but you can always find it. Let's change for the same. And push. 10 seconds. Holding it up. Right there. Take this arm out. Nice. Let's do the inner thigh and the side, and we're good to go. Bend it. Take this arm, take it in, over. Very nice. This stretches your obliques, and it also stretches your inner thigh. Let's change for the same step. Right there, bend, right there, take it in, and go. 10 seconds again. And lastly, we're going to do the calf right here. And the low back again. And bring it back. Keeping your legs straight. Yes, facing the same directions. Your arms straight up. Right there. 10 seconds. 2, 1, and change. Opposite side the same. Right there. Take it up. 10 seconds. Very nice. And now we're ready for our workout. We're going to do very easy exercises here. We'll start with the knees up as we flip. Once you're ready, guys, let's do this. Strong. doing the flip as we're cycling them up. Come on, let's go. Give me the flip for 3 times. Take the knees up. 1, 2, last one. Nice work, man. Now, as you cycle me up, let's go for the drag. Pull it back. Pull it. Pull it back. Pull it. Let's go. Strong. Strong. Cycle me up for the flip, man. Let's go. That's 1. Give me 2. 1 more. Nice work. Let's go, man. Pull it back. Let's go. Pull it. Take the knees up. Don't cool down as they're pulling. Come on. Don't cool down. Don't cool down. Come on now. Flip it. Let's go, let's go, let's go. High knees. Bring it up. Nice work. As you're flipping, let's pull it back. Let's go. Single. 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 Now as you're pulling this tire back, it is working on your back and the legs at the same time. It's an easy routine that you can easily do. Come on now, flip it for me, man. And as you're doing the flip, watch how his legs is, watch his posture. You're doing the bicep 1 more time, and that's it. As you're cooling down and organizing for our next workout. So guys, you realize that's an easy routine to go. That's a very easy routine to go. Then the second thing we're going to take you through is some upper body, lower body workout. And we're going to do it in 2. So how are we doing this? It's a mountain climber. 1, 2, 3, 4. Coming up. Squat and bring it down. It's an easy one. You ready for this? We can do this together. We go in 3, 2, 1. Let's go. 1, 2, 3, 4. Coming up. Squat and bring it back. 4. Now this one is working on your legs and your core at the same time. It's just a tire that you need, you guys. So there's no excuse for not working out. I think those are 4 counts. We have 10 more to go. Hey, stronger. Make sure you pull that knee all the way in. You have to keep your core tight the whole time when you're doing this. Doing good. Let's go, let's go. Keep going. Now we have 4 more counts to go. It's a mountain climber with a squat. Very nice. Make sure your full foot is on the tire when you're coming up. You don't want to mess up your metatarsals. 2 more now. Come on. Don't you give up. Come up. Very nice. And the second routine we're going to do is a lunge. Still on the tire. So you start with both legs on the tire. You drag this leg back as you lunge. Pick it up. Pick it up. And we're doing that for 12 counts on each side. When you're ready. All right now, let's do this. Bring it up. Up. Same leg. 2. Same leg. 3. Keep going. Find your balance. 5. Lunge it back. 6. Lunge it back. Take it down. Right there. Come up. 7. Lunge it up, Bella. Come on now, Shalom. Take it down. Right there. Bring it up. Let's go, let's go. Keep going. Bring it up. Bring it up. Nice work. Keep going. 2 more now. Come on. 1 more. Now let's change that leg. Going for the opposite leg. Once you're ready, from the top. From the top. Let's drag it down. For 1, lunge. Push it up. 2, push it up. 3, push it up. 4, doing good. Take the knee down. Stop cheating now. Take the knee down. Come on. There you go. Bring it up. Give me 5 more. 2 more. 3 more. Give me the last one. Nice work there. Now let's engage on some push-ups. So what you're going to do is place your leg on top of the tire, right there, with your arms down, bring it down. So you can do the modified from this position with your knees. Take it down, so it doesn't have to be entirely your toes on the knee. So once you're ready, let's get into position. Give me 20. Come on now, strong. Take it wider. Nice. Take your knees on the bench. There you go. Your knees come up. Let's bring the knees up. I'm gonna show you this one more time. Right there. Nice. Give me the push-ups now. Come on now, stronger. Nice work, Bella. Take the push-up down. Keep your core tight. There you go. Come on, how many have you done? 20, nice work. Now give me 2 more. 2 more. And the last one. Very nice. Now we're getting ready for the free again. That was a cool down. That was a cool down. Sip some water if you want. Let's get ready to go for another one. I have my water with me. Remember, it's important to hydrate each time that you're doing your workout. You don't want to miss this part. It's very important. Getting ready for the second round with the high knees up as you're pulling the tire. Let's work it. Go. Take it back. 2. Take it back. 3. Waiting. Take it back. Come on. 4. Come on. Bring it back. It's a free. Let's go. 2. Give me the last one, man. All the way up. All the way up. High knees, Bella. Nice. Let's go. Give me the high knees. Let's go. High knees, take the knees up, take them up, drag it back, keep going. Come on. All the way, let's go. Push it back, let's go. Push it back, let's go. Push it back. Your turn, man, let's go. Drag it, let's go. High knees, keep the knees up, keep them up. Come on. All the way. Come on now, stronger. Come on. Bring it back. High knees. Take them up. Take the knees up. All the way. Come on. Nice work. That's a good workout, buddy. Now, that's the end of round 1. We get ready for the second one. Second circuit. And we're starting with the mountain climbers again. There's no quitting. Once you're ready, you're okay there, you guys. It's okay there. Just keep it there. So it's 4 mountain climbers. 4 mountain climbers coming up for a squat. Once you're ready, let's do this together for 1, 2, 3, 4. Come up. Squat. Go back. Give me 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Come up. Squat. Let's go. 1, 2, 3, 4, keep going. Make sure you do a squat up there. Don't cheat. This is 3. Come on now. Squat. Give me 4. Make sure you step the entire foot on there. Time. As you jump up. Now give me a squat. Give me a squat there. Let's go again. Keep going. 2 more to go. Coming up. 3 more to go. Come on. Stronger. Give me 3 more. 1, 2, 3. Coming up. Squat. Give me 2 more. 1, 2, 3, 4. Coming up. And squat. 2 more. 2, 3, 4. Coming up. And squat. You ready for the lunges? Left leg up. For the so we are starting with this leg up. Okay? So from starting position. So that means we are pulling the right leg back. We go in 3, 2, 1. Pull it back. Push. Let's go. That's 2. That's 3. That's 4. That's 5. That's 6, 7, 8, strong quads, 9, come on, 10, I need more. Now give me 1 more. Don't you quit now. Changing leg. That means we're taking the left leg back. We start with both up. Don't you give up. You're doing good. Once you're ready, we go in 3, 2, roll, down, push, down, push, 3, give me 4, give me 5, this is after tire, in your backyard, very easy, 2 more to go, 1 more, give me the last one, give me the last one, come on, are you ready for some push-up? Now I need you to watch this. You can either do the full push-up with both your legs on top of the tire. Or you can do the modified push-up with both your knees on top of the tire. Very easy to do. So once you're ready, let's get ready to do this. Do it from here, bro. Nice work. Take the complete knees up. Right there. Keep your core down. There you go. Now give me those push-ups. Let's go for 1. Give me 2. Give me 3. Remember it's my count. 4, 5. Give me 6. Give me 7. Give me 8. Give me 9. Give me 10. Give me 2. 2 more. Come on. 1 more now. Strong. Nice work. Nice work. Let's come up. Let's cool down with some abdominal. I think these are as easy as you can get. With your arms back, just pull them. Pull them. This is the cool down and the last one. Once you're ready, we go in 3, 2, 1. Find your space. Let's go for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. You got it. Let's go. 1, 2, 3, 4. We're doing 20. 5. Come on. 6. Don't quit. 7, 8, 9, and 10. Nice work, guys. That's the complete 2 sets of the circuits. And we're getting ready to do just 1 more. Just 1 more. So don't you quit. It's the same circuit with the high knees. Now once you're ready, you need to sip some water. Should we proceed for the second one? Come on. Ready to go? Let's do this. Come on. So we're rolling for the third and last round. So we go with the high knees. Come on now, let's flip that time. Pull it. Come on, pull it back. Keep your core tight the whole time. Even as you're doing the high knees. Pull it. Pull it, man. Come on. Push it back. Let's go. Let's go. Give me the last one. Nice work. Nice work. We're getting ready to pull it. Getting ready to pull it. Yo, give me some high knees. High knees. Come on. Let's go. Strong. Go. Keep going. Keep going. Keep going. Good. Doing good. One. Let's go. Come on now. Stronger. Push it. Nice one. Let's go. Let's go. It's your turn, man. Take it up. Yeah. Turn. Pull. High knees. Come on. Knees up. Take the knees up. Let's go. Bring it back. Come on. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. All the way. Nice work, guys. Cool it down. As we set up the second circuit. Pulling the tire back to the center. Make sure you have enough space for the other routines. Right here should be. Nice work. So you ready? Now, if you're able to add a push-up with the mountain climbers, it's for the better. But you don't have to. Okay? If you're able to add a push-up with the mountain climbers, you can do that. Just to make the workout more intense. Once you're ready for the mountain climbers, we go in 3, 2, let's roll. 1, 2, 3, 4, push up. Here we go now. Up, squat. Let's go. 1, 2, 3, 4, push up. Up. Let's keep the push up. You don't have to do the push up, but if you can, make sure you do it. We are 3, 4. Up. Keep going. Push up. Up. Those are 6. We're doing 12. 6 more. Come on. We have 5 more to go. Hey, 4 more. Stronger. Keep going. Coming up. Hey, 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 come up. Come on, you guys. Push it. Doing good. Let's go. Up. 2 more. Keep your core tight the whole time. Engage your quads. Give me the last one. All the way up. Hey, remember, this is just a tire on your backyard, and you are able to do this. Next, we're going for lunges, and we're going to start with the left leg. So that means the right leg goes. Once you're ready, we go in 3. Both legs up. 2, 1. Let's roll. Down. Take the knee up. Come on. Take the knee up. Remember to lunge down. Let's go. Lunge and up. Those are 4. Those are 5. Those are 6. Those are 7. Those are 8. Come on. Those are 9. Up. Those are 10. Don't you quit. Don't you quit. 2 more. Very nice. Bring it back up. And we're changing the leg. So this time, this leg is up. That's the right leg. It means the left leg is going back. Once you're ready, bring both legs up. We go in 3, 2, 1. Let's work it. Take it down. Push. Take it up. Push. Take it down. Push. 4, 5, 6. Stronger. 7, 8. Lunge it down. 9. Lunge it down. Up. Nice. Give me 10. Come on. Give me 10. 2 more. 1 more now. Nice work. Nice work. Now, we're getting ready to do some crunches, which is more of just a warm-up, a cool-down. And this will bring us to the end of our workout. So once you're ready, holding on to your tire, right here, and pull the knee, And make sure you engage your entire core as you're doing this. So once you're ready, we're going to do 20 counts. I think it's the easiest workout we have. We go 3, 2, 1. Let's work it. Pull it. Give me 2. Give me 3. Give me 4. Give me 5. Give me 6. Give me 7. Give me 8. Give me 9. Give me 10. 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, 7, 8. Stronger. 9 and 10. Well done, guys. Well done. So you realize this is an entire body workout. All you're going to require is a tire and some space, maybe in your backyard. This is more of a boot camp workout. It's a very easy routine. It hits your body. And look at your timer. It has taken us maybe less than 30 minutes to complete this workout. Now we're going to take you through some very easy cool down, some stretchings, which are very important. They give you the energy to be able to work out tomorrow. So once you're ready, guys, let's do the stretchings. Let's do the stretchings. So we're going to start with some hamstring stretch. Take this in front. Try and reach as far as you can. So feel the back of your leg. So you want to bend this leg slightly. There it is. Makes you more free. We hold for 5, 3, 2, 1. Now the same leg. I want to pull it up. Now this stretch here touches on your psoas muscles. It also stretches your glutes. And we hold it in 3, 2, 1. And it's on the same leg. I want you to hold it in right here. Those are some easy stretchings. This does your inner thigh. It also does your gluteus maximus muscle. The same leg, I want you to hold it up right there. Stretch the arm up. Hold for 10 seconds. Nice one. Take the arm up. Oh, your balance is good. Very nice. Now let's switch. We're starting from the opposite leg. From that point and reach. You'll feel the whole hamstring group muscle stretching when you're doing this one. We stop in 3, 2, 1. Hold it up. Hug it close to your body. Nice one. 1. Very nice. The same leg, hold it in. Right there. This stretches your inner thigh and your gluteus maximus as well. Your glutes. Very nice. The same leg, hold it back. Stretch your arm in front. This is the quads group muscle or the quadriceps. 3, 2, 1. Very nice. Now we're coming for the calf muscles right there. So you want to bend this leg as far as you can. Take your arms up as Lucy is doing. Nice work, Bella. Doing good. It's 10 seconds. Doing good, Kim. Stop in 3, 2, 1. Now let's change. Opposite leg the same. Step it back. Right there. Pull the arms back. Feel your back. Feel your calf muscle stretching. So you need to keep the heel on the ground. We stop in 3, 2, 1. That's it. Let's stretch the neck. With 2 thumbs, push your neck up. 10 seconds. 3, 2, 1. Now with the palm of the hand, push it down. Right there. Again, 10 seconds. Very nice. Now tuck in your right arm back. Hold it tight. 10 seconds again. 3, 2. Now let's switch the opposite side and down. 10 seconds. Lastly, we're going to do the shoulders. Cross your arm and squeeze. And the triceps. Hold the arm up, the same arm, and pull. And let's change for the same. Cross your arm and squeeze. Take it from up and pull. That brings us to the end of our workout. Nice work, guys. You did great. Next time to push yourself more. Just remember to push yourself more. Let's go. Nice work, buddy. Nice work, Kim. So, stay tuned on Shape Up for more routines, for more tips on workout. Until tomorrow, I'm Douglas. Cheers.
Focus of body and mind is crucial for a productive day.
Work on the obliques.
We'll look at trends that affect your business day.
Who has a bird's eye view of the whole economy?
These are things that the government should be able to spell out for Kenyans.
An in-depth analysis of the markets.
Markets have been very fearful.
Deploy the capital into investment opportunities.
Business headlines covered extensively.
71 years.
Inspire the whole spectrum of entrepreneurs.
Maneuvered in the harsh economies and all that.
With financial and business literacy in a language easy to understand.
At the simplest form, contracts. The creation of the human mind.
As we look at the boss lady in her element as a woman and a boss.
That women can have access.
As we journey you through farms and produce markets.
This is money.
Taking a breather and even in that, learn a thing or two.
Global map of growth rates.
Taking a look at the business of entertainment.
Movies, fashion, beauty.
Following the money in sports.
Then you widen your stance.
Before switching off our mics and let you have your say.
The economy is undergoing a serious hardship.
Looking at technology as it affects your day-to-day business.
The customer will get notification.
This is Metropole TV. It's agriculture that supplies food for the masses as well as raw material for agro-based industries. But what does it really take to grow the crops or rear those animals? And how do you ensure produce becomes profit? Journey with me, Fred Makori, on my farm visits.
And this is the Farm Journal.
And my colleague Victoria Amunga,
Kwa kilo nausaga 200.
as she brings to you the market opportunities. And together, we take you through the journey of farming for profit.
The work that goes into preparation of a business story is special. It demands detail without waver.
The SME contribution to the Kenyan economy is immense. Data, more data, right? According to the Kenya National Bureau of Statistics, nearly 400,000 SMEs. And how many died? 2.2 million? We have it. Now to give you more perspective on the state of SMEs in the country, we're joined live.
In 3, 2,
we're live. SME contribution to the Kenyan economy has immensely grown from 13% in 1993 to nearly 30% in the year 2018, according to the Central Bank of Kenya. Now, in a 2016 survey done by the Kenya National
My name is Ndiro Ganga, and this is Metropole TV.
From street to street. Tunaangazia biashara kadha wa kadha ambazo kwa na as little as 5,000 shillings unaweza anzisha biashara yako na igrow. And from these businesses, you can get an idea or two on how to boost your business. Haya basi, ishakuwa kipindi ni The Hustle na mi ni Tabitha Muthoni ndani ya Metropole TV.
There's no news story that is in touch with the needs of the audience like a business news story. Therefore, as a business anchor, it is in my mandate to understand the source of the story and, most importantly, consequences of the story. Which means before I take that script into my hands, I have to be close to the story. I have to experience the story. Or simply, I have to live the story. It is Friday, the 5th of July, 2019. It's 1 p.m. So welcome to Metropole News at 1. My name is Nina Shaban.
Hi guys. What does it take to run a business that succeeds?
What does an entrepreneur need to do for his business to scale up and outgrow his dreams?
What does a CEO need to know to make a decision?
What exactly makes the stocks move up and down?
Strategy, insights, innovation, growth, leadership, analysis. In an economy that's fast-moving, we are ahead of the game. Armed with data and analysis, we delve deep into the numbers that count, with analysis on key sector and company performance. Join me, Terry Ann Chebet, on the first of its kind in East Africa, a show that unpacks industries, speaks to business leaders, decision makers, the movers and shakers who steer our economy. The Capital Point, at this time only on Metropole TV.
Hello and good morning and a warm welcome to Business AM and a warm welcome to Metropole TV, your #1 premier business channel that brings you up to speed on what's trending on Kenya's business space. My name is Tabitha Muthoni, and sitting in for my host and colleague Simba Elijah Charles Kiage, and happy International Volunteers Day. This is a day where we commemorate the International Day of Volunteers for the purposes of economic and social development worldwide. And now, as we bring you up to speed on what's trending on Kenya's economic space, we get to look at news making headlines, and we start with Jumia's exit from Tanzania, where Jumia is now operating in 12 out of 14 African markets. Later last week, online retailer Jumia Technologies shut down its e-commerce operations in Tanzania, saying it needed to review its portfolio and focus its resources on markets that bring the best value. The decision by the e-commerce company to exit Tanzania came less than 2 weeks after the retailer closed shop in Cameroon on November 18. Now, Jumia started out by dominating the African e-commerce space and was even referred to as the Amazon of Africa. However, over time, the company has encountered its fair share of challenges, which have seen its stock fall from a post-IPO peak of $49.77, which saw it valued at nearly $4 billion, to a current price of $5.7. Check the current price. Joining me in studio to help us, or rather that happened yesterday, let's have a look at that piece that was done between Jumia and the e-commerce model on the continent. All right, and moving on to other stories making headlines in Kenya's business space, KQ embraces technology to manage revenue. Now, Kenya Railways rolled out a new revenue management solution which will enable the airline to predict consumer behavior as well as improve availability and price offering to its customers. Following this move, KQ becomes the first airline in Africa to implement the Altair Network revenue management system to optimize returns from all bookings made and in turn increase overall airline revenues going forward. Sebastian Mikoja, Kenya Airways Group CEO and Managing Director, noted the importance of continued innovation and improved processes to meet the market dynamics and customer behavioral patterns change. Now, the rollout plan began in February 2019 following a thorough selection process of the implementation partner and is now part of the airline's turnaround strategy to keep growing revenues and continuously improve the customer journey. The Altair technology was implemented by global travel technology company Amadeus and is expected to help KQ underpin its growth and optimize on revenues. And moving on. Okay, moving on to another story making headlines on Kenya's business space. Stanbic November 2019 Purchasing Managers Index. Now, the Kenyan economy rather has registered mixed results, with some sectors registering slow growth rates while others improved despite the softening economic environment in the country. In a Stanbic Bank Purchasing Manager Index report for November, new business placed at Kenyan firms rose sharply in November, mainly due to greater advertising and a higher number of referrals. However, the rate of growth was also the slowest for 6 months and broadly in line with the series trend. Furthermore, purchase price inflation accelerated only slightly in November, following October's 40th month low. And crossing over onto the international scene, Russia has accused Washington of deliberately delaying the issuing of visas for Russian officials traveling to the United States, something it said it could further damage already strained relations. The U.S. Embassy in Moscow failed to issue visas to a Russian delegation of Treasury officials who were due to attend an international audit management conference in Washington on December. The Russian Embassy in Washington said late on Tuesday that the U.S. Embassy did not immediately respond to the allegations, but it has in the past said its consular section has been understaffed since Moscow ordered it to sharply cut its staff in Russia in 2017 during a major diplomatic row. The Russian embassy said it did not believe U.S. visas for Russian citizens were being held up because of a shortage of staff. And in quotes, we are concerned about the U.S. State Department's lack of will to ensure the proper work of its own consular organizations underlying pretexts. That's the Russian embassy said in a statement. Such actions by U.S. authorities are leading to a further degradation of already uneasy relations between the two countries. It added in September, Russia summoned a senior U.S. diplomat to protest over what it said was Washington's unacceptable refusal to issue visas to members of a Russian delegation traveling to the United Nations General Assembly. And moving on to another international story making headlines, Hyundai Motor plans to invest about 61.1 trillion won, that around $51.8 billion between 2020 and 2025. The company said on Wednesday with a third of the expenditure focused on electric and autonomous vehicles, but analysts want to see it deliver rather. Now, the South Korean car maker unveiled a strategy 2025 roadmap that envisages annual average spending of 10 trillion won, exceeding that of previous years and up from a 2018 figure of 6.1 trillion won. Shares in Hyundai rose as much as 2% on the news, only to give up most of their gains by the close of trade, with analysts waiting to see how its intentions translate into action. South Korea's top automaker is accelerating efforts to catch up in the race to bring self-driving cars to market. Hyundai Motor is also looking at developing flying cars, which could be commercialized ahead of the most advanced self-driving cars, its executive vice chairman Yusin Chung has said. Now, ensuring survival is a key task as the auto industry's shift towards zero emission and self-driving technology requires massive investment at a time of profit pressured by slowing growth, Hyundai said in a presentation to investors. Hyundai also aims to devote about 20 trillion won of the total investment spread across 6 years to future technologies. It also set an ambitious deadline of 2025 to place itself among the world's top 3 makers of battery and fuel cell vehicles, with annual sales of 670,000 electric vehicles, including 560,000 battery-based cars. Hyundai plans to cut raw material costs by 34.5 trillion Kenya shillings won through 2022. All right, that's all we had for trending on Kenya's business space and in the international space. And yes, my name is Tabitha. Let me do a proper introduction of myself, the producer for Business AM. And yes, I am sitting in for my host and colleague, Simba Elijah Charles Kiage, who is taking a well-deserved break. And today being the World International Volunteers Day, just to volunteer as the producer of the show, to just also come in and sit down and host the show. You never know, maybe tomorrow our director Ruchi might come in and host the show. Maybe, yeah, okay. As maybe Steph can also come in and do the show. You never know. It's a volunteers thing, but also it's another growth process for each and everyone here at Metropole TV. And now we should be crossing over, or rather we are crossing over to our social media expert, Stephanie Waswa.
Good morning, Tabs.
Morning, Steph. How are you?
I'm good. Good to have you here.
You're good?
Different face, yes.
Yeah.
The producer, come.
Come
Welcome.
You had a lovely night?
I did. How about you?
Oh, I was rained on yesterday evening.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah. And allow me to just take off my glasses. Done with reading. Now I can see you clearly.
Yes, like you said, today is the International Volunteers Day, so thank you for volunteering to Stephen for...
I still need to see that.
Oh, you can trade, okay.
Okay,
Thank you for volunteering to,
Thank
you know, to stand in for, or to sit in for Simba and Ondiro. Welcome. On International Volunteer Day, this is Fala Mustafa. I want to thank all volunteers in the, it's mostly huge in the States than in Kenya. But they celebrate it more than we do, but I think we should celebrate it as much because we need to, you know, appreciate volunteers because volunteering and not getting paid is quite, it's really
quite huge. And I actually yesterday attended it's called the VSO Awards Giving. It's about international volunteers, the hashtag IVD 2019. It was all about recognizing what people are doing in their various counties. They've actually been given awards and the Ministry of Labor representatives were there. So International Volunteer Day, I feel, is a day that needs recognition worldwide.
It's really underrated.
Yes, and actually Kenya, I feel like we have a lot of people who are volunteering.
We have so many people.
Which is a good initiative.
Of late, with the floods going on, I've actually seen people who are unclogging sewages. Yes. So such people need to get recognized.
Yeah,
so
sure.
It's a good thing. Anyway, let's go to our next story. The whole of this week to maybe next week, probably the whole of this month, we'll have to talk about the rains. For sure. We'll have to talk about the rains. So this is from the Kenya Met Department. Residents living next to the river are advised to prepare to relocate to higher grounds, avoid crossing swollen rivers, and be on high alert. On alert 24 hours. So they've said, there's a statement here, flooding in Budalangi. Kenya Meteorological Department issued the following red level severe flooding warning for Busia County, 9 a.m. on 4th December, that's yesterday. The warning applies to climate zone 1 specifically, Budalangi floodplain in Bunyala sub-county. This warning is forced from 9 a.m. until further notice. So until further notice, please take note. Heavy rain is expected, around 20 to 50 millimeter is expected in the Zoya catchment for the next 3 days. Already at 7 a.m. this morning, the water level at Ruambua Bridge was reported to be 5.1 meters high from the riverbed. Residents living next to the river are advised to prepare and to relocate to higher grounds. But I'm wondering if they are to relocate, where are they going? Because I mean, that's the question. You've been living here, and now you're telling me to relocate. Where am I going?
Where do you move to next?
Yes.
And also, Budalangi and Trans Nzoia County have always been affected when there's these heavy rains going on. Because now, it's 5.1 meters high. You can imagine in town when it rains, like you get your feet sunk in. That's what happened to me yesterday. Now you can imagine 5.1 meters. What does that really mean?
That means I can't get in. You can't even walk in. So we're left on. I think we should take measures because if you expected these rains, we should, you know, have a relief camp where people, if it gets this bad, people relocate to that relief camp. But we don't have that. This is
something that should be addressed because it has been ongoing. Like every time there are heavy rains, the same situation or rather repeats itself. Something really should
this
be
is
done.
Kenya, so I'm not sure.
We keep talking though.
On to our next story. High Court suspends Sonko's new parking fee. The High Court suspended the implementation of the 400 shillings new parking fee by City Hall, pending the determination of a case that has been filed by COFEC. The Consumers Watchdog has gone to court to stop City Hall from doubling parking fees from 200 shillings to 400 shillings. According to Consumers Federation of Kenya, COFEC lawyer Henry Kurauka, the decision to increase parking fees was unconstitutional because the Nairobi County government has failed to conduct a proper public participation exercise. County Director of Parking Tom Tinega had issued a notice stating that the new charges will take effect yesterday. Kurauka had argued that if the new charges were implemented, the rights of consumers will have been greatly infringed, even as they struggle with the high cost of living, which is true. Which is true.
The cost of living is really high.
It is
then
high.
You can imagine your normal transport, bus fare, maybe you pay 50 shillings or even 100 bob come into town. In the evening, 200 bob. Initially, it was 200 shillings and now to 400 shillings.
400 shillings.
just have your car, stay back at home.
But you see, I buy my car to drive it. I don't to
attend meetings here and there. Have your own good time.
And also the floods.
Yeah.
You see. So
it's quite high.
It is quite
high.
It is high. 400 is a lot of, every single day 400 is a lot of money.
It's
so I think it's a good thing.
Yeah.
They have refused it, so it is a good thing.
Because even if they are still looking at or rather recording a higher revenue collection at the end of the day, I still think it's eating from the Kenyan from our pocket. It's quite high.
And I'm actually happy about the parliament, because they said they have to consider the public.
Exactly.
So they have to have the public participation, which for sure, if they have the public participation, will refuse, because 400 is a lot of money.
It's a lot of money.
Yeah. And on to our next story. Government allows principal to increase school fees. The government on Monday gave school principals the go ahead to increase school fees in order to fund infrastructure development. Education Cabinet Secretary George Magoha said the extra funds will go a long way in supporting infrastructure development, which he acknowledged is strained due to the 100% transition policy that is now in its second year. But Professor Magoha said the decision on whether to pay the increase should be left to parents to decide, and no one should be forced to pay. The decision is a major boost to secondary school principals who have been seeking more resources, citing poor capitation from the government. But I feel like this is not, we shouldn't leave it to the principal to increase school fees.
Exactly.
This is because of infrastructure. The government should do something about it, because if a school needs infrastructure fixed or something, we need to, it's the government's work not to increase school fees so that we
and
have
also
it
there are also these various committees for various schools, colleges and universities. He's more on the universities. I think they should just sit down and decide, this is the amount we are going to be charging our students because of this and this and this. Imagine someone who is coming from the rural areas, coming to Nairobi for the first time to study at maybe JKUAT, at Kenyatta University, and they're being told to pay around maybe 80,000 in a semester. How? It's not even realistic.
It's not.
And it's not. And there is also something that came up about doing away with parallel degrees from Nairobi from Nairobi University. I feel they're the ones that bring in revenue. They're the ones that pay the lecturers.
But here we are getting rid of such things. So I don't know, this is unrealistic. I don't think government should allow principal to increase school fees. Probably some principals might increase school fees. Another time.
But it should come from the government, because these are public universities. It should definitely come from the government.
Yes. On to our next story.
Before we move on, what do you think of Magoha's performance so far? A year is not even done.
It's not even done. 6 months.
It's not.
I haven't seen anything tangible. What I've seen is just I've had complaints. He's just in a hurry to present results. So he's putting teachers who are marking the exams in such horrible situations, sleeping on floors just to get to meet their targets. So I think all we get is complaints. So let's wait and see.
He has been quite vocal, but personally I'm yet to see what he has done. Yes, Magoha was there. What did he do? What legacy will he leave behind?
Okay.
Okay.
Something exciting. Safaricom introduces Mali, a new investment tool powered by M-Pesa. Safaricom is introducing an investment tool dubbed Mali, which will allow M-Pesa users to invest as little as 100 for daily interest. M-Pesa users will be able to register Mali using the USSD code *230# providing a valid email address and a next of kin contact. The wealth management tool will give a return of 10% interest annually. Investors on the service will be able to access the investment instantly with interest subject to withholding tax. Mali allows customers to top up any amount between 100 shillings and 70,000 shillings. Mali will allow for instant withdrawals of either partial or all funds credited to the M-Pesa wallet. In case a customer wishes to withdraw beyond M-Pesa limits, the payment will roll over days until the full investment pays off. I feel this is a good thing where people are looking to invest more, and we're going to digital.
Yeah.
So this is really good. I'm yet to try it out. Will you try it out?
It's a good digital wallet, like looking into the future, and technology is evolving.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I feel like there's a catch here, because they're saying if you wish to withdraw beyond your M-Pesa limits, it's allowed. So probably there's a loan in there. So
definitely when they introduce something, it's because they want to cover up for something
for
else.
For sure.
Yeah. At the end of the day, it's business.
It is business. It is business.
Yeah.
So I don't know. This is a good thing. I'm made to try it out. Probably I'll give feedback once I do. But
just dial *230#
yes,
and follow the prompts.
Yes. Yeah. So I want to go to my next story, but I haven't really loaded. Can you give me time, Richie? Give me time.
Okay.
Richard, give me time. Please go to tabs and then I do something.
All right.
Okay. Gosh. Okay. Here we go. Oh, here we go.
Okay. Yeah. There we have it.
It's Thursday. I wanted us to TBT. So census guy on a bot. So see, bots in Nairobi 4 months later. This is why we need the bot.
Like seriously, how would I even traverse with a boat there?
It's true, you can't even.
There are stones. How?
You can't even start. But this is the situation in Kenya right now.
And even where do you even exit from? How do you even get in?
I feel like once you open the door, all the water goes in. So.
I can feel our sound technician laughing up there. Patan, maybe you have a boat?
Tell us, please.
Patan, do you have one? Yeah, he has one.
So probably he lives here. Patan is
from Nairobi. It's understandable.
Yeah, anyway, that's all I have for you today.
Awesome, amazing. Yeah, all right, so now we head over to agro commodities.
Yes.
And it's done because you don't have graphics, but I plan to visit the markets over this weekend and just see how things are turning over, because I expect from the 15th of this month food prices to go up. Because people are buying.
Yes,
it's the festive season.
Yes.
Do you have any plans for the Christmas?
Well, not really. Probably just travel to up country. That's my only plan. That's the only plan.
Wow.
Your plan?
Besides shopping this weekend, because I really want to go to Marikiti.
Yeah.
I want to be that Mama Mboga. Go do my shopping very early.
I'm sure what you want to get is avocado. Avocado is right now it's such a sparse commodity, which is very sad. But don't expect to get avocados.
Wow.
Probably if you do, a small avocado at such a high price. But yeah.
But I'm looking forward to having a lot of pineapples, watermelon, and just detox.
Yeah. Okay.
And have a good time since it's the Christmas season. Relax.
Please.
And pray a lot as well.
For sure.
All right, and on that note, we take a very short break, and when we do come back, a lot more lined up for you.
Boss Lady quote of the day. If you're successful, it is because somewhere, sometime, someone gave you a life or an idea that started you in the right direction. This quote is by Melinda Gates.
When you hear the word business, what comes to mind? Skyscrapers, fast-moving economy, technology and innovation, dollar versus the shilling exchange rate, financial markets, or better still, the US versus China trade war? Is there a magic bullet that can spark Kenya into economic growth? How about this? How is Africa the next economic frontier? What does that even mean? Questions that keep popping up. Is foreign aid helping Africa develop, or rather is it stagnating it? Does good politics translate into economic development? Well, on Metropole Debrief, we break down business, telling you why it matters and showing you how and when it affects your bottom line. This and much more on the new season of Metropole Debrief at 8 p.m, where we're bold and balanced.
Markets today is a place you need to be every single day on Metropole TV. We give you access to insights with regards to the financial market. What is happening? Where are people making money? Where are people losing money? And where do you need to place your money? We speak to the decision makers in this industry, the chief executive officers, the chief finance officers, permanent secretaries, people in the cabinet.
Money is starting to circulate.
Central banks globally are trying to offset that.
Consumer spending patterns.
Now let's look at the numbers.
We've not raised a single shilling of new equity capital.
To understand where is your money going to actually grow in the near term.
The market in which financial securities are exchanged or are traded.
On Metropole TV, and I am your host, Bife Mwema, and see you there.
Hi guys. What does it take to run a business that succeeds?
What does an entrepreneur need to do for his business to scale up and outgrow his dreams?
What does a CEO need to know to make a decision?
What exactly makes the stocks move up and down?
Strategy, insights, innovation, growth, leadership, analysis. In an economy that's fast-moving, we are ahead of the game. Armed with data and analysis, we delve deep into the numbers that count, with analysis on key sector and company performance. Join me, Terry Anchebet, on the first of its kind in East Africa, a show that unpacks industries, speaks to business leaders, decision makers, the movers and shakers who steer our economy. The Capital Point, at this time only on Metropole TV.
Dear obstacle, I will destroy you. Winning is my world. Defeat can never have it. They can knock me down. I will rise again. I won't stay down. I will rise again. They might win a battle, but they will never win my war. Winning is my world. Defeat can never have it. They can knock me down. I will rise again. I won't stay down. I will rise again. They might win the battle, but they will never win my war. They've knocked me down before, and here I am, still standing, still going, stronger than yesterday, wiser than ever, better every day. Obstacles, challenges, tests, I will not lose. You can't beat someone who refuses to give up, and that someone is me. Come at me, give me your best. I will rise to the test. I will defeat your best. Never be like the rest. Dear obstacle, stand down while you can. Run while you have a chance. Dear obstacle, if you want a challenge, pick me. I am your worst nightmare. Soon you will see. I just won't give up. I refuse to. Challenge me. I will destroy you. I'll win. That's what I do. Dear obstacle, you should know I just won't lose. I refuse to. You can't beat me. Not long term. Dear obstacle, don't take it personal. I do appreciate you. The challenge, the growth. But just know, I must destroy you.
From street to street. Tunaangazia biashara kadha wa kadha ambazo ukiwa na as little as 5,000 shillings unaweza anzisha biashara yako na igrow. And from these businesses, you can get an idea or two on how to boost your business. Haya basi, ishakuwa kipindi ni The Hustle na mi ni Tabitha Muthoni ndani ya Metropole TV.
What sets you out from the rest? What makes you stand out? Get the most outstanding and credible business information. Only on Metropole TV, Kenya's first business channel.
Welcome to the home of beaches, luxury and entertainment. County 001, Mombasa County. Mombasa County is Kenya's second largest city after the capital Nairobi, with an estimated population of about 1.5 million people. The county is further divided into 6 sub-counties, namely Mvita, Jamvu, Changamwe, Kisauni, Nyali, and Likoni, each headed by an elected member of parliament, and further divided into 30 wards that are each headed by ward representatives. It is under the administration of Governor Ali Hassan Joho, who is deputized by Dr. William Kingi, Mohammed Faki as senator, Asha Hussein as woman representative, and Evans Achoki as county commissioner. Mombasa is a regional, cultural and economic hub with an extra-large port and an international airport. Located on the east coast of Kenya, it is an important regional tourism center and is also a second capital to most people. Strategically placed along the Indian Ocean, it has been controlled by many countries due to its historical trading center. Being a tourism destination, it contributes largely to Kenya's tourism industry, which contributed a total of 294.6 billion shillings to the country's economy in 2017. According to a Jumia Hospitality report of 2019, the numbers represent approximately about 3.7% of the total GDP, which by the end of 2018 expected to rise by 5.2% to reach 310.1 billion shillings. Mombasa County is your number one holiday destination.
SMEs are actually the most important aspect of economic development in Africa. But the question that we've been asking ourselves is, how do we make these SMEs productive? How can we grow them? How can they scale to become global enterprises? These are the questions that we've been asking for many years, but we have not succeeded. And I think we are beginning to succeed when you listen to what Anne was talking about. Some of the problems are being solved by the government, but we still haven't quite put together that team that would bring this to what is desired. I say the team because the academia must work with the government and work with the private sector so that you can begin to see the SMEs scale. To start an enterprise, there are 2 ways of starting this. Either you are attracted to an opportunity or you are pushed by circumstances to start an enterprise. And many of the enterprises that you see around are people who have been pushed to set up enterprises. And these people are the ones we need to work with so that they can identify the correct opportunities. Because for you to succeed, you must solve a problem. You must solve a problem. So the problem and opportunity are the 2 sides of one coin. That if you are not solving a problem, you are wasting your time. And that's why we say most of the micro enterprises are actually wasteful. And I would explain that. Are wasteful because they don't look for an opportunity. They see what the neighbor is doing, they replicate that. Yeah, this is the biggest problem.
There's no news story that is in touch with the needs of the audience like a business news story. Therefore, as a business anchor, it is in my mandate to understand the source of the story and, most importantly, consequences of the story. Which means before I take that script into my hands, I have to be close to the story. I have to experience the story. Or simply, I have to live the story. It is Friday, the 5th of July 2019. It's 1 p.m. So welcome to Metropole News at 1. My name is Nina Shaban.
Organic farming is an integrated method of farming that strives for sustainable production in agriculture. Organic farming avoids the use of synthetic fertilizers, pesticides, antibiotics, genetic modification, and growth hormones. This concept was developed in the early 1900s by farmers who believed that the use of animal manure, cover crops, crop rotation, and biological-based pest control resulted to better farming system. In Kenya, organic farming started in the 1990s, and Kenya has been producing an estimated 5 million tons of organic food for the local and export markets. Of the total agricultural land in Kenya, only an estimated 1,469 hectares is under organic farming. Broken down in estimated acreage, coffee takes 240 hectares, vegetables take 598 hectares, cereals take 1 hectare, other crops like fruits and animal rearing take up the rest of the acreage. Organic farming is characterized by the following: protection of long-term fertility of the soils, maximum mechanical operation on soils, providing crop nutrients by action of soil microorganisms, ensuring nitrogen soil self-sufficiency by growing legumes, holistic management of livestock by addressing their natural adaptations, behavioral needs and animal welfare. Weed and pests are controlled through crop rotation, diversity, natural predators, and resilient crop. Yields from organic farming is 25% lower than that of conventional farming, but this is counterbalanced by the price organic food fetches in the market. Most of the organic farming in Kenya takes place in the central region. Other areas with potential include the coastal, eastern, western, Nyanza, and parts of Rift Valley regions.
Gratitude that it's only through the SME that we can sustain the development of the country. Gratitude for all the work you are doing, overcoming obstacles that are our own personal obstacles, like lack of proper financing structures, lack of proper development of strategic thinking in the businesses, lack of proper family structures that can support the businesses you have. the intergeneration contract of passing on business to the next generation is quite hopeless here in Kenya. It's useless. Watu wakubwa wanakufa tu, na wakikufa mali yote yenye wamefanyia kazi inafanya nini? Inafilisika hapo hapo. Na sitazama kwa nini. Nyinyi wa mama mnajua, watoto mnajua, si ndio? Lakini ni kutokuwa na macho ya kuona mbele, ya kuacha nchi yenye itasaidia watoto na vijukuu. Until we understand we are responsible for the intergenerational passing of a good life, we will always be going back 20 years away. And in the process, you know what happens, my dear people? What happens is that because we distribute assets, so we probably move only 2 people of those that we were in charge of ahead. 10 people go back to the slums, go back to a very difficult state of affairs. So you have to ask yourself as an SME, though I am thanking you for all the work you're doing, especially you mamas. It's true. You are the most successful in Kenya and in most of Africa. We are in the region of 60 to 80% of the businesses that are successful for a period of 6 years. Ni nyinyi wa mama. After 6 years, inafilisika. Inaenda. There are very few of you passing on the baton to the next generation.
A very warm welcome back and good morning from wherever you're watching us from. This is Metropole TV, your #1 premier business channel in East and Central Africa. All right, so this morning on our economic review segment, we have Mr. Ogwang Omuga, an intellectual property expert. But before we move on to that, we have a quote by one of our coaches who had come into the studio some time back, and it says, Aliko Dangote's Baba is a Baba. The Baba on your street is also a Baba. Sounds funny, right? Yeah. So it is not what you do that matters, but who you do it for and how you do it. You make money by solving the right problem for the right customer. Joseph interpreted dreams for co-prisoners. He remained in prison. He interpreted the king's dream. He moved to the palace. Business is warfare, so stop doing it like your next door neighbor. You must be strategic in your approach. Knowledge is not power. There are many knowledgeable but powerless people around. There is a vital force of intelligence in you, and the inspiration of the God in you gives you understanding so you can correctly apply that which you know. It is not what you know that stands you out, but what you correctly apply. Nobody gets paid for what they know anyway. You get paid for what you do right. Today, you are blessed and surrounded with favor. Divine influence is producing advantage, acceptance, and favor for you. Remember, God first, make money, and don't stop. You are too blessed to be stressed. Have a great Thursday ahead.
That coach should be my coach.
Whoa.
I need a coach.
Dr. Shugu, all the way from Nigeria. He's watching, man.
Doctor, you should be my coach.
All right. Karibu sana, Mr. Ogwang.
Good morning, Tabi.
Good morning to you. Nice to have you.
Nice to be with you. Nice to
First
be with
time,
you.
yeah?
First time. I'm always with Simba, the guy who bites me down.
And Ondiro and Ingrid once in a while.
Yes.
But today being the World International Volunteers Day, I'm volunteering to do the show.
I'm equally volunteering. And I'll try to find someone, any person out there that today I might serve. On voluntary basis.
And just make it memorable.
I don't want to make it memorable. I just want to make it voluntary.
Wow. All right. Okay, so let's get rolling on business issues affecting Kenya's economy. Now, Moses Kuria's public debt inquiry bid shut down. Now, the House Business Committee, the top decision-making organ of the National Assembly, has shut down attempts by Gatundu South Member of Parliament, Moses Kuria, to set up a special committee to probe the country's ballooning public debt. Speaker Justin Muturi, who chairs the House Business Committee, declined to approve request by Mr. Kuria to establish a 15-member ad hoc committee on public debt situation in Kenya. Now, the committee was to inquire into the rising state debt, which stands at 6 trillion Kenya shillings. The debt rose from 1.8 trillion Kenya shillings only in June 2013. Now, Parliament has since approved increase of public debt ceiling to 9 trillion Kenya shillings. According to Justin Muturi, he is inclined to decline to approve the notice of motion to establish a select committee to inquire into public debt. Now, the House Business Committee is of the view that this matter perfectly falls under mandate of the Departmental Committee on Finance and National Planning. Now, Mr. Ogwang,
Yes.
do we really need a special committee to probe the country's ballooning public debt?
Do we really need? I would say yes, we do. Yes, we do, because we have a trend, especially in Kenya, where most of people that we have positioned at points of decision making are not only moral, they are not ethical, and they are not guided by good judgment. So to that extent, I would equally think that we need people to check our debt policy. But the question that I would wish to ask, and this is the question that even coming from what you're asking, is that aren't they there? Are they not there? Are they not meant to be there?
Exactly,
Are they
because
not
what
meant
is
to be
the
there?
role of the government advisors?
Government advisors are just advisors. You know, I can just advise you, but you are not bound by duty to follow what I advise. And even as we are looking at the executive have come up with this reputation about them that they don't want to be guided. They don't want to be advised. So you can advise them formally that, hey, this is my advice as far as fiscal policies or economic policies are concerned. This is my advice as far as legal systems are concerned. But I'm not duty bound to go by their advice. But what I would really wish we could ask ourselves is, how have we distinguished ourselves as a nation? That this is what is informing our national debt policy. That as a nation, we would wish to distinguish ourselves amongst our peer as an entrepreneurial nation. So that even as we take debt, and even as we go out and as we are looking for credit facility from international bodies, is that informed by an embedded national debt policy? That the reason why we are asking is because we wish to be they call it a double-digit economy. A double-digit economy on which front? Is it a double-digit economy as we are a consuming nation? And so the reason why what informs our debt is we wish to consume. And that one is not sustainable. That one is only getting us deeper and deeper in debt. The conversation, and this is what I think we should be having at a point of policy. Why have we distinguished ourselves? And is our national debt policy, that which informs us to access credit facility? Is it to come and make our country, Kenya, an entrepreneurial country, a consuming country, or whichever wish, or what they wish to define it as? Yes, Daddy.
Because no, my issue is, we set up this committee. They still need to be paid.
Yes.
And where does that money come from?
That money
from
is
the
there.
Taxpayer.
No, that money is there.
No, where is it coming from? If not from the taxpayer, Mr. Ogwang.
Debbie, in as much as it's an instrumentation of government, that money is always there. Government has deep pockets, and for such and such, they will always find money somewhere. And even money to meet this 15-member committee is only sitting allowance, which sitting allowance is only 15,000. That's 225,000. And if 225,000, these people sit for only 2 weeks, that's close to 1.4 million. 1.4 million will not dent our economy. The major part is, even as they are coming about and even as they are developing this report, I wish what should inform that report is it time that we defined ourselves as a nation? The point whereby Singapore distinguished itself, they said that at some point in time, Kenya and Singapore were at the same footing. But Singapore defined itself that we want to be an entrepreneurial economy, we want to be a producing economy. So that one informs everything. That one informs their education policies, that one informs everything, their legal systems, because they have defined themselves as, we want to be a producing economy. But when it comes to Kenya, we are just borrowing, and this is how we say it. We wish to meet our development agenda. Yes. So
the SDG.
Yes. So this development agenda has not been defined. Is it a development agenda that we are an adolescent nation, or is it a development agenda that we wish to put this kind of thought and line of thinking in our people, that today, moving forward, Kenya is a producing economy. Yes.
And just to be a little bit naive, government has pockets where it can get some money from it to cater for this 15 committee member.
Yes.
Yeah? But why can't it get this money to repay our debts?
Because
look at Russia. Yeah, we came back with loans.
Yes.
Each and every country, we have loans here and there, Ogwang. So why can't this government just sit down and say, from our pockets? Because from our pockets, you can pay this 15 committee member. Look at CS Munya the other day. They were saying they would rather come up with a body that can investigate Kenya National Bureau of Standards, right? Just to come up with a different body from what Kenya National Bureau of Standards has been doing. What's the importance of that in the first place?
Actually, to the extent Munya pronounced himself to that level, that I need someone to investigate a parastatal within my ministry.
It does not. Does it even make sense in the first place?
To that extent, Munya is indicting himself as incompetent. Munya is trying to tell us in very many words that you guys, nimeshindwa to regulate my parastatals. You don't need, like if I go ask my neighbor, hey, I don't trust my kids. Would you come and investigate my son for me?
Exactly. And I think the same case applies also with CS Agriculture, Kiunjuri, when he said, no, the food irrigation board, imeshindwa na kazi, let us set up another one. So it can be putting our food safe.
That's indictment equally on Kiunjuri that he's incompetent. You know, especially when you're at a point of decision making, you really need to watch what you utter, because what you utter can actually paint you and can actually create an impression around you that you are incompetent, or there are people who you are working under their mercies. So the reason why you're coming out that, hey, you guys, please come help us, I'm feeling I cannot manage my parastatals.
Exactly.
You are the line minister, and as a line minister, they need to toe your line. Yes, Tabi.
All right, so maybe we can, the same sentiments that I have for CS Munya and now Kiunjuri, it's the same thing with these 15 ad hoc committee, 15 board member. I feel it's the same thing.
No, it wouldn't be the same thing, because Parliament is legislative. And when it comes to legislation, Parliament does not enter into matters of policy. Policy is purely from the executive arm of government. It is the president to define. This is what in this is what will inform our borrowing. In our administration and in our government operations, we are reading from this handbook. And the handbook is, even as we want to make Kenya a double-digit economy, we would equally wish that in that defining and in us distinguishing ourselves to that level, then we need to be producing country. We need to start with, then, if we are to access debt, then from whom? And what type of debt? Because debt, you might not necessarily need money. You can have debt in other ways. That if we want to grow our economy, then we identify we need equally to grow the threshold and our performance on technology. Then we ask, then instead of us accessing money, can we access alternative debts? Because this alternative debt is informed with our charter. It's informed with our debt policies in place, and that is within the purview of the executive, not the purview of the legislator. As a legislature, what they want to do is to come and to counter-check, to put the executive in place. Because from what Moses Kuria is saying, Moses Kuria is trying to bring in this position that the executive is not being checked. And someone needs to check the executive, and he's trying to hide under parliamentary privileges that, hey, you guys, we think we need an ad hoc committee to check the executive, to check our borrowing.
And also, I don't feel it makes sense because he's also the chairman, rather, he's also a member of the public financial something committee.
Sure.
Now I feel, because now his concerns, or rather, let's look at what are Kuria's concerns, because he had already sought the speaker's permission to establish the ad hoc committee to investigate and inquire into borrowing trend by the government in the past 20 years. What might be his concerns?
Because the past 20 years, we are trying to get as far back as Moi's time. Now, those are successive administrations. But the good thing with this is that regardless of what administration is in place, government is the same. So Moses Kuria is trying to look at, can we stretch this thing as far back as 20 years? But I would ask Moses Kuria, why not go all the way to Jomo Kenyatta's time? Because we have succeeded an inadequacy in administration. And this that we have inherited starts all the way from Mzee Jomo Kenyatta's time. That if we look at Mzee Jomo Kenyatta's time, what informed their economic policies? Was it even informed? Or was it a point of whereby, you guys, let's just hold some of these resources for ourselves because we don't know even why we are in power. If we want, and Moses Kuria is very much in order, what we really need, and I wish this conversation was coming from the executive, what we really need is a public debt charter. Call it a charter, call it policy, whatever you wish to call it. We just need a document that informs our economic policies, a document that informs our foreign policies, a document that even informs our regional engagements. Because as at now, Rwanda has taken the front.
Exactly. It has really overcome us.
And we need to have this conversation that as a people, what informs our education policies? As a people, what informs our agricultural policies? Because as at now, we are just consuming. I'm wondering that we have floods everywhere. Why are we not harvesting water? Because this water that is actually flooding the people and taking lives and messing up with property, it only comes indirectly to show us that, hey, you guys, we don't have water harvesting policies in place.
In the country, because these are water harvesting issues, the floods issue, it's something that has been ongoing. Each and every season we have heavy rainfalls. It's the same thing. It's something that should have been established a long time ago.
From Kenyatta's time. From Kenyatta's time. There's a book I'm reading from the autobiography of the leader of, is it Senegal? This country that I mentioned. Yes, we'll just remember it. That book, they are trying to say that when the gentleman came into power, he designed a policy to distinguish Singapore. To distinguish Singapore, that as Singapore, we are going to be a producer. And as a producer, we will need that to inform everything that we do from our education. Because the gateway to this problem that we have, Moses Kuria is trying to address, starts with education. Because even in our education policies, we are not taught to be producers. You know, even in our own religious policies, we are not taught to be producers. So we need, in my own opinion, we need to come up with a national policy that would inform everything that we do. Vision 2030 is not enough. Agenda 4 is not enough.
Wow.
Yes,
wow. Excellent. So moving on, jobs in telco sector increased by 23.8%. Now, new jobs in the mobile telecommunications sector increased at the fastest rate in 5 years. Now, this is a rare bright spot in a corporate Kenya that has been shedding jobs and freezing new hirings Now, according to data from the Communications Authority of Kenya, telecommunication firms, including Safaricom, Airtel, and Telkom Kenya, added 1,673 new jobs to their payroll in the year to June, reflecting a 23.8% jump. Now, the regulator linked the increase in new jobs to growth and new investments in the sector that saw 5 firms inject 57.5 billion Kenya shillings into expanding their businesses, including network upgrades, up from 41.8 billion shillings. The 5 firms registered as mobile telecommunication firms, including Mobile Pay and Equity Banks FinServ Limited, registered a combined revenues of 270.5 billion Kenya shillings in the year to June, up from 247.3 billion shillings. Now, this is a new twist, Mr. Ogwang. In the recent months, we have been seeing top companies putting on hold the hiring of new staff in an economy that has also witnessed a string of job losses affecting nearly all sectors. Now, the growth of jobs in the telecommunication sector might have little impact on Kenya's job markets, given its share of the country's gross domestic product, which has been shrinking in recent years. In the absence of M-Pesa, it controls 0.8% of Kenya's annual economic output, compared to the dominant sectors of the economy such as agriculture, which account for 34.2% of GDP, transport 8%, manufacturing 7.7%, and real estate 7%. But what does this really mean? Is the telcos sector doing way much better than the top companies?
What this actually means is that there is a shift in markets, and there's a shift in what I would call as alternative sectors in our economy. Even if agriculture, according to what you have said, agriculture moves 30-something% in our economy, but how do they transact? They transact largely on M-Pesa.
Exactly,
If you're constructing today and you need to pay your lineman and your foreman, how will you pay them? You'd hardly pay them through a bank transaction. It's just M-Pesa. The same with tourism. If I need to engage a tours and travel company, I'll pay them through M-Pesa. So the problem that we are faced with in our economy is that we had built on what actually in the past was called traditional avenues of employment. And traditional avenues of employment was agriculture, right? Another one was tourism, and just like you have mentioned them. But today, how is the performance of agriculture? If we look at our economy, and our economy is 3-point-something trillion, that is our budget. So which means we need to identify that as an indicator of our economic performance. So we are saying that 3-point-something trillion, but M-Pesa in a year, money changing hands is to the tune of 9 trillion. Yes, changing hands between people, it's 9 trillion. So that one is even 3 times more than our economy. So that one moves in to say that there is something that our markets are telling us, that us people who sit at some of this policy table, we have not come to speed with. That our markets are telling us that the traditional avenues of employment are not guaranteeing us. They are not delivering You know, so this is a very good thing. At least 1,673,000 people, 1,673 people have new jobs. I just hope it's meaningful employment, because employment, you know, there's this thing that, oh, we have employed people. So the question is it meaningful engagement in employment? Or it could be, we have just engaged people. So if I engage you and I pay you 26,000 a month, then I'm not meaningfully engaging you. Yes. So and the problem with some of these telcos, if they say that Airtel and Telecom have engaged new people, the last time I checked, Telecom was laying away.
laying off workers,
500 people.
Yeah.
You know, so this is contradictory. So the only thing that Telecom has done is Telecom has engaged some young boys in the streets, those that approach you like, hey, we have a new T-shirt. Would you want this new T-shirt? So that is not meaningful engagement. Yes, because that gentleman,
at the end of the day, you're still not going to pay them up to par. This is 1,673 jobs.
Yes.
These are 3 telcos, and even more. But you saying that, yes, you have employed them, and you're laying off 500 workers. How much are you going to be paying this?
I wish this number was broken down for us to understand. Of the 1,673 people, these are the engineers. No, these are the engineers. And engineers is, we have engaged them based on their skill. We have engaged them based on their expertise. So you just don't tell me 1,000. Could this be people in sales promotion? You know, and sales promotion, you're not engaged fundamentally out of your expertise. You're just engaged on, hey, enonge na watu, and enonge na watu, now you're being paid on commission. So that one means it's on performance, not on your skill. So I wish this number was this 1,600. These are the engineers, these are the coders that we have engaged, these are the finance experts that we have engaged, these are the legal personnel that we have engaged in our structures. These are, you know, those are highly skilled. So that from that, then we can come up with an understanding that even as we are moving into this new economy, these are the kind of people that we need. These are the kind of people, and that data informs even institutions of learning. Yes, Tabi.
All right, very comprehensive, Mr. Ogwang. And for now, I would like to take a very short break, and I will resume with 2 more reviews to go over with Mr. Ogwang.
Thank you.
Yeah. So we take a short break. Business AM. We'll be right back.
Boss Lady quote of the day: success is only meaningful and enjoyable if it feels like your own. This quote is by Michelle Obama.
You ask me what business is, I'll tell you its numbers. Profits are numbers. Losses are numbers. Sales are numbers. Everything in business is numbers. So once you begin to understand the importance of data before you make that business move, you'll fully begin to appreciate Metropole TV's database programs. My name is Simba Elijah Charles Kiage, and this is Metropole Television.
Businessmen are doers. Businessmen, they're also thinkers. Businessmen are innovators. How did you come up with this idea? How did you decide to give back to it? And where is the need? Where's the gap?
It was a natural gravitation.
So the doers, the thinkers, and the innovators all catch up on the Entrepreneurs Lounge with me, Ingrid Nantege, every Monday at 7:30 p.m. only on Metropole TV.
From street to street. Tunaangazia biashara kadha wa kadha ambazo kwa na as little as 5,000 shillings unaweza anzisha biashara yako na igrow. And from these businesses, you can get an idea or two on how to boost your business. Haya basi, ishakuwa kipindi ni The Hustle na mi ni Tabitha Muthoni ndani ya Metropole TV. Good morning and welcome back. You're watching Business AM. We are live on Facebook, Twitter, and YouTube at Metropole TV KE, at Metropole TV Kenya, #BusinessAM. And moving on with the economic review, Dr. Tera Saidimu, new KRA Intelligence Commissioner. Now, the Kenya Revenue Authority has appointed Dr. Tera Saidimu as the new Commissioner for Intelligence and Strategic Operations in an Now, in an internal memo, KRA's Commissioner General Githimboro stated that Dr. Saidimu's appointment took effect on December 2nd, 2019. Furthermore, the appointment came after an internal recruitment process that was open to all staff. Dr. Saidimu joined KRA in 2004. Therefore, KRA will benefit from his immense knowledge, leadership, and technical knowledge. He has worked on various roles in the investigation and enforcement and in other departments. Now, the intelligence unit will be perusing through company accounts to unearth tax evaders. Now, Mr. Ogwang, Dr. Saidimu, Dr. Tera, he has been there since 2004. Okay. You have seen KRA go through a lot of tax collection issues and the shortfall in revenue targets year after year. Okay. Now, what shift will Dr. Tera bring, and maybe what loopholes will he be sealing at KRA?
He has a good name, Dr. Tera. You know, if he calls the organization at this Dr. Tera on the line.
He will terrorize you.
Yeah, you know, he has a good name, you know. But congratulations to Daktari. I'm hoping that Daktari, intelligence is a very key component in all our operations. Because intelligence seeks to, more importantly than gathering facts, intelligence equally synthesizes those facts and helps us to arrive at certain decisions. It helps us to critically analyze our performance,
Yeah.
benching them on the facts and the data and how we understand such facts.
Yeah.
So it's something that it's very important, and if he's someone who joined KRA from 2004,
Yeah.
and he has been there for 15 years,
That's quite a span.
That's quite a span,
Yeah.
whereby even if he started as a junior staff, then through the ranks, his influence might have been felt.
Yeah.
This is how he influenced for some of these structures or systems or our machineries in place,
Yeah.
owing from intelligence. But there's there's difference of learning intelligence. You can go and learn intelligence from military university.
Yeah.
It's different from learning intelligence academically and theoretically and actually experiencing intelligence.
Yeah.
Yes, and I would really wish to look at his CV just to understand. Yes, is he better suited for intelligence because he has a PhD in an area,
Yeah.
or can we look at his CV footprint and say, oh, the gentleman used to work for the CID? So from that understanding, even when we are saying that he wants to peruse corporate operations and look at their financial reportings and their financial books, it would really help if he has some aspect of experiencing intelligence, gathering intelligence, and under synthesizing intelligence, and better understanding intelligence. But even as so we wish him well. I really wish him well on his new appointment, and I'm looking forward to seeing what he will put in place. But even more importantly, he has a good name, Dr. Tera.
Yeah, and we really hope that if this is the first time that KRA is having this intelligence position, we really do hope that they can do more, and we will avoid all these shortfalls or shortcomings year after year from KRA.
The beautiful thing with KRA, in law we say there are three things that are constant. One is death. Death is constant.
Yeah.
Death is constant. The other one is taxes.
Oh yes.
Death is constant, taxes constant, and the law. Whether the law is written or the law is not written is always constant. There is nowhere you will go and you don't find one aspect of law. So tax is something that is very constant. The most important thing that I wish KRA would and I don't speak for them, I'm not their spokesperson, but this is something that I'm just saying as an informed citizen, as an intelligent Kenyan.
Yes, and as an intelligence property expert.
Yes, intellectual property expert.
Yes, intellectual, yes.
The thing that I would wish KRA to be taking part of is KRA need to package tax communication to a point whereby the ordinary Kenyan to actually own taxation. As at now, the way they are communicating taxes is that if you don't pay, we are coming for you. And so it's purely adversarial. When it's that adversarial, I'm like, these guys are trying to steal from me. I should own the tax communication as an entrepreneur. I should own the tax conversation as a taxpayer. I should own it. That, by the way, that communication bit is what it's lacking. It's not enough to say we have an e-portal where you can pay. That's not enough. The thing for us is to redefine our tax communications. That from here, can I speak about taxation in such a manner that that person who is earning on wages daily would feel proud by the I am a taxpayer. And this is why I am proud in being a taxpayer. I am proud to pay tax, and at my level, I have no otherwise. I need to pay my taxes. But there are people in Kenya today who have not bought that conversation of taxation. And I wish even more than gathering intelligence is from his intelligence, and even because from his appointment, it appears they're only targeting corporates with his operation.
With his
but
position,
I wish he would diversify his operation to ask himself, how can we, from the intelligence that we are going to gather, even influence our appealing communication that an ordinary Kenyan should actually own that idea of tax payment. Yes.
Very well deciphered, Mr. Ogwang. Now, let's move on. International Monetary Fund, new conditions for Kenya's $1.5 billion precautionary loan facility. Now, the International Monetary Fund, IMF, has disclosed new conditions for Kenya to access the $1.5 billion $1.5 billion precautionary loan facility. In this case, East Africa's largest economy will have to conform to the set conditions before the release of the funds in early 2020. First, the Treasury needs to reduce the fiscal deficit, which averaged 7.7% of the GDP in the 2018-2019 financial year. Moreover, the IMF is worried about the rising fiscal deficit as it could plunge the country into debt distress. For instance, in October, the Senate approved the revising of the debt ceiling to 9 trillion Kenya shillings, which is $90 billion. Furthermore, now Kenya public debt hit 5.6 trillion Kenya shillings in September 2018, and it projected to hit over 6.5 trillion Kenya shillings by the end of 2019. Now, interestingly, rather, is that the debt repayment for the 2018-2019 fiscal year amounted to 775 billion Kenya shillings. Now, Mr. Ogwang, Kenya is grappling with missed tax revenues, falling export earnings, and unpredictable remittance inflows. Now, what then can the IMF expect from the Kenyan government, and what can we offer for the least that we can? And also looking at the initial conditions, which we will go through later with you. Now, what can IMF expect from us?
Whoever gives you money, you will dance. So IMF will only expect one thing: Kenya will dance to their tune. You know, we don't have an otherwise. There is a scripture, and I'm not a preacher. There's a scripture that says that the borrower is a slave to the lender.
It is true.
You know, so to that extent, these guys wanatupatia conditions, not for the money they have given us, for money they are thinking of giving us in 2020. You know,
they're already tying us down.
They're tying us down. And it's because this one is revealing our underbelly, so to speak, that we are in a point whereby, are we perennially going to be a debt distinguished country, that when we are at the international stage, and no country does not borrow debt, one form or another. We might borrow, but not in liquid form, money liquid form, but we might borrow in other ways. We will always borrow. That is one thing. We will either borrow expertise, we will borrow technology, we will
one thing or another.
One form of property. We will always borrow. But to the extent that we are merely borrowing, and we are merely borrowing liquid cash, right? To that extent, IMF has every right to come and breathe conditions down. That you guys, we have checked you. And these are very smart people. These are people that have checked. And I think their data can go as far as 1963. These are people that they actually put you on a magnifying glass. And so they have done that. And they have found our debt appetite wanting.
Because looking at the initial conditions, the IMF had been pushing Kenya to make reforms prior to renewal of the loan facility in September 2018. Now, for instance, there was an insistence on interest cap repeal. The cap was removed in October. IMF praised the rate cap removal, saying that it frees more credit to the private sector and gives CBK more monetary policy flexibility. Treasury also introduced 8% VAT on all petroleum products as required by the International Monetary Institution. The IMF standby loan facility will help cushion the Kenyan shilling from economic shocks. In addition, it will help the country avoid a negative balance of payment position as the country struggles to service its import bills and foreign denominated debts.
Yeah. When we are looking at IMF and World Bank, it's always important to look at their genesis. What made them to exist?
In the first place.
Yes. It's important that if I wish to see this is what IMF is saying, then it helps me better understand their position from an awareness. What caused their existence? And IMF and World Bank, their existence was only useful after the World War. And after the World War, countries came and they contributed into a kitty, yes, to bring back the war-torn economies. So these are purely capitalists, right? IMF is made up of capitalistic countries. The same way with World Bank. These are purely capitalist. And to the extent that they would even say that we are happy that the interest rate cap was removed. To that extent only tells you that they are not primarily concerned. You know, policy happens to change from one time to another, but what actually does not change more often is the law. To an extent whereby we are saying, now let's remove this law and then let's allow CBK to operate. Okay, this CBK governor might not be a capitalist, but the next governor might be a capitalist. And capitalist, to the very base definition of the word capitalist, they are always interested with how do I maximize profit. As at now, if we don't have that interest rate cap, we are only after maximization of profit. And that one is not in the best interest of an entrepreneur. That is one is not in the best interest, because even if we want to look at and I like what the governor of CBK said the other day in
Patrick,
when what he said that we want to look at how can banks have a defined role to play in entrepreneurship. Yes, we need that so that when a bank comes and says that you guys we are announcing this pre-tax profit, it's because you see that organization. Yes, we are the ones who are funding that organization. You see that product that now we are taking to the international market. Yes, we are the ones behind it, so that we can now, from moving forward, IMF is only securing their interest. They're only securing that, hey, you guys, if we advance you this credit facility and you guys will pay us our back our money. Those are just capitalists, you know. But more importantly is, as a country, we really need to define our economic positioning. That as Kenya, will we continue? I like what there's an interview I watched of the Rwandan president, and Rwandan president said it's a shaming that when people are thinking of African countries, they're always thinking of beggars. They're always thinking of people to borrow. And he said, if we can, I don't understand how Kenya should borrow somewhere while we can engage mutually with our neighbors and grow our economies, you know. And that's what I'm saying, that we really need to come to a point whereby we have hard conversations with our leadership class that where you guys want to take us, is it really sustainable, right? And if it's not for sustainable where you guys are taking us, then isn't it high time we redefined our economic positioning, that as a country, this is where we wish to go. This is where we wish to go, even so that when a student in the US, from the get-go, they defined themselves as a capitalist, a capitalistic country. So all their policies are geared to others. And that's why in the US, an entrepreneur gets a lot of tax relief because they are identifying with the embedded belief of the entire country. But in Kenya, we have not yet defined ourselves. That if you today, Tabitha, you would say, hey, I want to set up my own broadcasting station, then banks will come. Why? Because you are coming and you're identifying yourself as an entrepreneur. But today, you just try to dream. You want to set up your own media company. The first thing they'll ask you, do you have collateral? And the collateral they'll be asking for is land. Do you have land? No. So what do you want? That you have an idea. We don't even find value in an idea in itself. Because if we could find value in an idea, then from the idea we can grow our capitalism.
Yeah, and I really like something that Rwandan President Paul Kagame said, that Africa is borrowing what we already have.
Very true.
Now, for example, like when it comes to oil, we don't have our own refinery machine. We export and then now bring it back.
Yes.
So I think it was correct when he said Africa is borrowing. Is begging. We are begging for what you. The correct terms they used. Africa is begging for what we already have, but which is quite a shame.
It's not even a shame. Yeah, it's a shame. It's embarrassing. You know, like when Uhuru goes and sometimes you even want just to go and visit Russia. But at the back of the Russian president's mind is like, this guy may come na some sort of kikapu. I might not see it, but I may come na kaka kikapu. So what we really need to do is to define. We have oil. Yes, and we engaged a multinational to go and do the research excavation. We have started what do we call it? Harvesting oil. Do you know that oil has not left the port of Mombasa? Why should it even leave the port of Mombasa? Why can't we have a refinery somewhere in Turkana, whereby we know in posterity, this is going to serve our economy. I don't understand why we have oil. This oil needs to be shipped out. Kwani tuna magari Kenya? We don't have industries that zina run on energy. So what we really need is our leaders to have the best interest of our people. Really best interest of our people. It's different when a president speaks a lot of poetry that is written for him to say as a speech. That one is different from having the best interest of your people. You know, that I don't understand why someone would pay a lot of money, go to the university and be 10 years without a job. I might not give you a job, but as a government, I need to create an environment whereby if you interact with that environment, as an individual, you can create your own industry. But that one comes from us identifying ourselves and defining ourselves. We are a producing nation. Yes, Tabitha.
Very well dissected, very well deciphered, Mr. Ogwang. And on that note, economic review comes to an end, but we take a short break, and when we do come back, we still have Mr. Ogwang in studio to take us through how to protect your brand and innovation as an intellectual property expert. Continue tweeting, talk to us at Metropole TV Kenya, #BusinessAM on all our social media platforms.
There's no news story that is in touch with the needs of the audience like a business news story. Therefore, as a business anchor, it is in my mandate to understand the source of the story and, most importantly, consequences of the story. Which means before I take that script into my hands, I have to be close to the story. I have to experience the story, or simply, I have to leave the story. is Friday, the 5th of July 2019. It's 1 p.m. So welcome to Metropole One News at 1. My name is Nina Shabon.
When you hear the word business, what comes to mind? Skyscrapers, fast-moving economy, technology and innovation, dollar versus the shilling exchange rate, financial markets, or better still, the US versus China trade war? Is there a magic bullet that can spark Kenya into economic growth? How about this? How is Africa the next economic frontier? What does that even mean? Questions that keep popping up. Is foreign aid helping Africa develop, or rather is it stagnating it? Does good politics translate into economic development? Well, on Metropole Debrief, we break down business, telling you why it matters and showing you how and when it affects your bottom line. This and much more on the new season of Metropole Debrief at 8 p.m, where we're bold and balanced.
Good morning and welcome back to Business AM and welcome back to your #1 premier business channel in East Africa. Now, my name is Tabitha Muthoni, sitting in for my colleague and host of this show, Simba Elijah Charles Kiage, who is taking a well-deserved break. Now, moving on to our sector trends, we have Mr. Ogwang Omuga, intellectual property expert, Triple O and Associates.
Yes.
And we shall be looking into how best we can protect and we can protect our brand and innovation. Now, it is important for anyone to protect his or her ideas. Okay. For entrepreneurs, it is essential to safeguard this investment, and intellectual property, that is IP systems, can be critical in helping new ventures transform their innovation potential and creativity into market value and competitiveness. All right, so Mr. Ogwang, maybe we can start by defining for our Wanjiko out there, for the common mwananchi out there, sure. Let us define what intellectual property is for our entrepreneurs.
Interesting. Tabi, intellectual property is the creation of the human mind.
Yeah.
That if your mind can create something, then that one only underscores a simple fact that work has shifted.
Yeah.
There are days whereby people would earn from working physically. But now, if you're working physically, sometimes you might not be remunerated according to the same measure of your output. So intellectual property comes to honor that other dimension of work.
Yeah.
That if you were to work physically, I might tell you, ukienda kwa mjango, people wana construct.
Yeah.
Na unaambiwa ukilay these stones in a day, utapata X amount. So equally in intellectual property, even as someone works physically, intellectual property now moves in to appreciate those people that don't work physically, they work through their minds.
Yeah.
And the hardest job to do is to work with your mind. It is very hard. So if you can distinguish yourself as an individual, that I'm going to work, and the labor and my work that I'm going to do is not something that can be touched. It's not something that we can lay a finger on. Then that work needs equally to be appreciated. That fact or that work needs to be remunerated, and that work needs to be secured. So intellectual property, for the interest of your audience, is the labor that an individual works with their mind, and that labor needs to be commercialized, right?
Yeah.
So which means if I can create something from my mind, and so the interest of intellectual property here is what market can come out of that?
Yeah.
What industry can come out of that?
Yeah.
What product or service can come out of that? So the interest of us now moving to understand and to appreciate that product, to appreciate that market, that sector, that economy. Now, that is the interest of intellectual property.
Wow.
Yes, Tabi.
Now, having understood my value,
yes,
by the use of my brains,
yes,
yeah,
yes,
by the use of my ideas, now
yes,
I know my value.
Okay.
Then, what legal measures should an entrepreneur take up, or rather, should I take up to safeguard my business or this investment idea that I have?
It's as an entrepreneur,
Yeah.
we need to understand that there is no market without an idea. There's no product without an idea.
Yeah.
Yes. The glasses you have on was in someone's idea.
Yeah.
You know. So that person that had this, the designer that had this in their mind,
Yeah.
might be just an artist. Was not even a designer, was just an artist.
Yeah.
So that artist designed it, and then someone developed something we call an industrial product out of it. So the glass has put in place an entire economy. Because they have suppliers for the plastics.
Yeah.
They have people that want to procure them, the opticians,
Yeah.
and then the entire supply chain. So an optician would say, I want the glass that has this measurement. Is it 1512 or 2020?
Yeah.
So which means in entrepreneurship, it's important for us to appreciate that without an idea, we don't have markets. Without an idea, we don't have markets.
Yeah.
Now, the problem here is we are in a time whereby people are really harvesting people's ideas.
Yeah.
Because people have identified, I can give you money today, your pesa itaisha. But if I can help you panel beat your idea.
Yeah.
So the interest of intellectual property on an entrepreneur or an individual. I'm only talking about entrepreneurs because according to the interest of this segment, but intellectual property is not only with the entrepreneurs. Everyone that has written an academic paper, that is an advancement of the intellectual property. And from that paper, you ask yourself, what other service can come out of this academic paper that I wrote?
Yeah.
If I'm an athlete, right, and I'm writing, and I'm running, and I have a name, I should ask myself, can my name create a market out there? And that market, can it be distinguished from me? Can it be a market apart from me? So it's very important for everyone to identify, one, that this thing that I'm doing is not only a hobby, it's not only, people now call it freelance, but this thing that I'm doing is actually a property that I can own.
Yeah.
That if I can just value build on it. So when we are talking of the value building component of it, then that's now what we want to ask. What are the legal resources that are at within the disposal of entrepreneurs, so that entrepreneurs can take advantage of those legal resources to value build on your idea? Right. If I'm a musician and I've written a song, my song is not an end in itself. So as someone in that craft, in that space of entertainment, I need to ask myself, what can I do just with the title of my song? What can I do with my name as an artist? Because I've identified that as a musician, my first property is my name. My second property is my image. The third property that I have is my creative processes. How do I approach writing a song? How do I approach writing a film? If I'm a film producer, how do I approach, like there's a lady friend of yours who is a technician, right? You realize that some of these sound technicians, they have never identified that how I approach sound and acousticity, that can actually be proprietary. So from that, a market can come out of that. Even if I'm asking for someone to honor me for my service, then I factor that in my ask. So intellectual property is in our culture. Intellectual property is in the foods we eat. Intellectual property is in the way we think, the way we carry out ourselves and our habits. The legal resources that are at play only come to help us to value build and to secure whatever we have.
Now looking at this value building, I have my idea, and now like I want to grow, to expand, to have more, to add more value into my idea, or rather into my investment idea. Now, what new ways, or rather, can I come up with to still protect my idea, my investment idea, and what legal issues could I run into? Yes, this is what I may be copyrighted as my original idea, but now I have diversified. I have grown. How do I still protect this?
It begins from you as an entrepreneur or as an as an individual to identify every single moving part of your idea, every single moving part of what your craft, your talent, every single moving part. That if I am writing a song, right? And as at now, I might take advantage of copyright. In the interest of your audience, what is a copyright? A copyright is a recognition that government awards on someone who has come up with a literary work. A literary work is something that is written, right? A novel is protected by a copyright. A song is protected by a copyright. An academic paper is protected by a copyright. An academic project protected by a copyright. A drawing protected by a copyright. So that copyright only comes to validate that Tabi is the first person that wrote it.
The original idea.
Not even the original, you are the first person to have done it. So, now, the other process now is for Tabi to identify that in this copyright, in this thing that I've done, this is how copyright adds value to this thing that I've done. And so, as someone who is working on literary work, you go ahead and say, what are the moving pieces in my novel? What are the moving pieces in my academic paper, for instance? If I've written a degree project, what are the moving pieces? Are there things that I can isolate, I can pick? For instance, what was my research question? If I was doing a project, an academic project, and if I can pick up this research question, how then will this research question benefit from the copyright that is safeguarding the entire document? Because copyright operates in blanket. But if it operates in blanket, copyright does not harness blanket. So you as an individual must be aware of every single piece in what you're doing. If I am an artist, how is it that Van Gogh's painting goes for 50 million US dollars, but the paintings that Kenyan artists paint only fetch 500 shillings or 1,000, at most 10,000? It's because as a painter, I have not appreciated the proprietary aspect in my craft. Proprietary simply means something that I can own. If I'm a sound technician, what is my approach to the decibel levels? That in my interaction with my mixing and the decibel levels and the things that I'm doing, to what extent is actually me? That someone would say, you listen to that sound? Yes. Was Tabi there? That is her style. That component is proprietary. So that component is what you're bringing over and above 10 different sound technicians. If I'm a producer and I'm making music, right? And then I'm asking myself, how do I go about my composition? The extent of what distinguishes my sound from another person, that one is proprietary. That one can be harnessed by understanding copyright. So all of these moving pieces in what an individual is doing is the duty of the individual, not the law. The law only comes to identify that you are the first person to have done it. If you are the first person to have done it, then you ask yourself, what are those small moving pieces that if I take advantage of, then I will take my craft and my career to the next level.
Now, with that understanding now, what are we not getting right as far as cultivating a competitive entrepreneurial culture in the country is concerned?
Is what we are not getting right, and that's a beautiful question. We have never identified that intellectual property is actually a resource. When people are putting together a business plan, no one ever identifies that intellectual property is not only my business enabler, but it's equally a part of my business model. So the weakness that we have, not only in Kenya, and this is not a Nairobi problem, This is a problem that we have in Kenya. This is a problem that we have in the region. This is the problem that we have in Africa. We have never appreciated intellectual property as a significant resource. And this is largely owing to how we defined our businesses. We defined business that if you want to do business, yes, you need to be in agriculture. You'll make money. If you want to do business, yes, you need to be in tourism. You'll make money. Why? Because in agriculture, it was easy to appreciate land and the commodities. In tourism, it was easy to appreciate your hotel and your vehicles and what you're offering. But in these times, we are now appreciating that there are intangible components that if we can just zero in, the intangible components can actually give us more than the traditional model. The problem that entrepreneurs have, and this is a problem that is systemic, this is a problem that is equally educational, we have never identified that intellectual property is a resource. So when people are identifying their resources, someone would speak of, I have a car. Right? Someone would speak of, I have a parcel of land somewhere.
Something which we can see.
Something that we can see. How many people will say that my skill, my expertise, my experience is my resource? Yes. If I am baking, and I have a friend of mine who bakes, and this friend of mine who bakes, the other day I was asking, do you know that there's something can come out of your hobby? And she's like, no, I'm just doing it for my family. You know, I love my family. And my husband does not like excess sugar. And so I do that. And I'm like, yes, if you have tried it with your family, your first consumer, you've gone to your friends, they have consumed. Why can't you try Nairobi? And she's like, then I would need resources. I'm like, no, you don't need resources. You just need one to identify the proprietary model in your baking, and then that model you can actually enter into business engagement with established bakers. Yes.
And now leveraging on the global space.
Yes.
Our technological ingenuities and innovations, our brands. Where are we placed at the global marketplace? Why are we not there yet?
We are not there. We are not placed.
Why is that?
We are not placed. Because we are ignorant. We are not, you know that at the global marketplace, you only operate if you have a level of awareness. Yes. If you have a basic level of operational awareness. Kenyan products are not placed at the global market space. And there's a time the minister for Munya, for industrialization, CS Munya said that how is it that someone would buy coffee from, say, Nyeri, and when that coffee arrives at Hong Kong, it has a different trademark. At what point did the coffee name shift?
Changed?
Yes, it's
when
because
did it shift?
It's because they have identified that when they are buying coffee from somewhere in Nyeri or somewhere in Kenya, that coffee is merely a commodity. It's not a product. The difference between a commodity